new channel. #TNC Now.
The views, opinions, and insights expressed in the following shows are those of the host, producers, guests, and viewers. They do not necessarily reflect the position of the channel. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Global Women Who Rule 2024. It's my privilege to co-host this event today. And I'm very honored and excited for this incredible celebration of women empowerment. And joining me today is my co-host, a staple here at Global Women Who Rule, Miss Ange. Hi.
Hi, Kathy. Thank you very much for that. For, of course, co-hosting the fourth installment of GWWR with me this year. And it's an honor and privilege, complete privilege to be back here again. And, you know, I've seen some amazing faces already, and I can't wait to meet everyone today. Of course, I am happy to welcome you all to the fourth installment of the Global Women Who Rule Summit. And can you believe, Kathy, it's our fourth year.
And you know, it feels so surreal, Ange, that finally I'm able to join here, right here at our TNC studio. Because back then in 2021, as a profile, I was just joining in my condo unit. Thus now I'm here. So yeah, it's really a great honor.
Exactly. Thank you for saying yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a lineup of 22 amazing Filipino women who are making waves across various fields and making a global impact wherever they are. I urge everyone to please tune in from start to finish because this is something you wouldn't want to miss. So, Kathy, without
further ado, to begin our program today and to formally open the summit, we'd like to welcome everyone and invite everyone for this opening prayer. To lead us into this opening prayer is GWWR 2022 profile. She's an entrepreneur, media marketer, sales professional, host, and moderator. She also leads worship and actively serves at church and her community. I'm pleased to welcome Mary Faith Abanyo.
Such a beautiful community that we have here. And today we open our hearts and our minds as we reflect on Proverbs today. We reflect on how God sees women. And in Proverbs 31, it says, "She speaks with wisdom and teaches with kindness. She opens her mouth with discretion, and on her tongue is the law of kindness." We feel the Lord's presence today here among us as we say in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Father God, we thank you for this beautiful, beautiful day, this beautiful, beautiful coming together of your creation, your ultimate creation, women. We are here from far and wide as we share and encourage one another because, God, your will is that we bring out each other's holiness, and that is what we want to do today. We thank you for opening doors to enlarge this community, this GWWR community. And we also thank you for the wisdom that each and every one of our profiles will be sharing today, wisdom brought about by discernment and experience, and the wisdom brought about by your Holy Spirit. We also thank you for the kindness that they exhibit, which allows other people to be inspired to look at you. We claim the success of this event and the continuation of the celebration for years to come. We also claim that we continue with this program with prudence and joy in our hearts, that this joy might be a reflection of you. All of this we ask in the mighty name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you so much, Faith, for that very beautiful prayer. And I'd like to invite everyone to please place your right hand over your chest for the singing of the national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw. May dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pag may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhati pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
To celebrate and honor the amazing achievements of Filipino leaders from all around the world. I'm sure all of you know already familiar and are familiar with the Global Women Who Rule movement, especially if you've been with us for the past 3 summits. Today, I'm once again ecstatic to introduce to you the visionary behind it all, the ideator and founder of Global Women Who Rule. Ange, can you tell us more about who doesn't know this lady?
Well, I know this wonderful woman very well, but let me introduce her to you properly. For more than 20 years, Apple has been doing marketing and business development for companies in the Philippines, Asia, and the US. Box BPO Incorporated, more than a decade old, 24/7 operating BPO offering digital and intelligent outsourcing solutions at the same time. And she sits as the president and CEO of the New Channel Media Corporation, or more commonly known as, you all know it, TNC. In her pursuit of the use and respect for #digital for good, she created Global Women. GWWR is an annual online summit that shares wonderful stories of empowered and outstanding Filipino women from all over the world. GWWR is the root of me and mom. It just finished last week. Very inspiring, of course. And GWWR and me and mom are just some of the few content that Apple creatively did as her contribution to the growing network of content or shows at TNC. A graduate of Fine Arts major in advertising, a certified digital leader, and an MSMP Hero Award. Apple is a strong personality in one: a woman, a mom, a wife, a team player, a #digital for good advocate, a lovely mentor and friend, and a responsible Filipino. Ladies and gentlemen, the ideator and founder of Global Women Who Rule, Ms. Apple Esplana Manantala.
Thank you for that introduction, Ange and Kathy. Thank you so much for that introduction. This year, we had to move GWWR in May for a few reasons. First, I felt like we were missed out on many March milestones last year because we were so busy preparing for our own event. I thought to myself, as a community builder, we should be more present in the here and now if we want to be involved. You know, a lot of us has prepared for this event, and we've been preparing for this over months, and this is live stream And a lot of things are actually happening on live stream, just like my camera not working in front of me right at this very moment, where I need to read, my message to everyone. I guess it's the universe telling me to just be very spontaneous and just tell you guys what really is Global Women Who Rule for me in the very first place. So we've really been wanting to promote Global Women Who Rule. We've really been wanting to have more individuals to support us financially to be able to produce this event. After all, we're doing Global Women Who Rule for the last 4 years, and this is not easy to do it. There are a lot of people who are helping us at the backstage. There are a lot of people writing our scripts, a lot of people putting together and directing this show. And at the end of the day, the reason why we're doing this is because we want to impact the use and not the abuse of digital only for good. A lot of these things, a lot of these things are really done, in a way that is really live, spontaneous. The use of digital for good has always been one of the things that we want everybody to understand. And that has always been also one of the things that I strongly advocate. So I hope that through this event, we will be able to do that. In life, it's true that when you win some and you lose some. Not obvious to many, but the past years, I've struggled to give myself a valid reason to continue to do what I'm doing at the new channel. Never in my dreams did I imagine that I will have to lead the channel, but God allowed me to do so and become a catalyst of change. Buti na lang ako nagsusulat ng script ko tsaka ng speech ko. Kahit na nawala yung camera at yung teleprompter, memorize ko pa rin. So we want everybody, I guess, I really guess that that's what the universe is telling me. To just speak from the heart in order for me to be able to say what I really want to say. And like I always say, in order for me to help change the world, I really have to be the change. So no script would ever tell me that. No person who could, encourage me to say otherwise because everything will be coming from the heart. It's always been my dream to have a foundation of my own. I grew up thinking and liking to have that. And that has been a clear vision to me growing up. And although Global Women Who Rule is not yet a foundation, there you go, it worked already. But as the advocacy of the new channel, I'm glad that through it, PNC was able to help people not only have a stage to share their voices, but allow connections that we make and that stories that we share to impact on other people's lives. So that really gives meaning, full meaning to my life as well. For the past 4 years, many people have been consistently asking me these questions, and I never really had a chance to explain because I always allow many people to talk in front of the camera longer than I do. I still won't talk a lot, but I would like to have this opportunity to explain. First of all, many people are asking me, what's the obvious, which is why pink? You know, I've said it in 2021 and will say it again. Let's paint our social media walls pink. To be clear, pink is not my favorite color, nor it is related to any political agenda. Remember, we did Global Women Who Rule as far back as 2021. And when we were developing it, I thought pink will always be a color of women. Ever since then, I don't see pink just as a mere color anymore. I see pink as a clear reminder of four important things in life: love, hope, kindness, and friendship. So there's actually a study on this. Pink is Pink not only signifies love, hope, kindness, and friendship, but love, especially love and concern for others, which has always been the core of GWWR. Hope, as through the stories we are sharing through TNC and Global Women Who Rule, we are able to transform the lives of many. Kindness, as the cliche goes, if there's a choice between being right and being kind, I will always choose to be kind. And friendship, Pink reminds me that I have GWWR, once an idea, now a woman empowerment community, which allows people to be friends with each other and do something great together. Very important. In case you want to include this, you know, there are a lot of people in the hospitals, in the clinics, who do not wear white anymore. They actually associate it with death. So, but of course, we're not talking about white, we're not talking about death, we're neither talking about anything else but life. And life is all about love. So, the color that really signifies soothing and calming for many. Plus, other study shows that pink is the color that helps babies and little children remain calm in their cribs. It also helps some people fall asleep. So, pink is no longer just a mere color indeed. Everything has to do with your feelings, your emotions, and how you are able to share a portion of your life with other people. So, second, why Filipinos only? Profiles specifically for our speakers. To be very honest, my quick answer to this usually is why not? And that is really the real and main reason why this is for Filipino women for now. Because honestly, why not? Filipino women are wonderful and super woman, super women. And because there are so many beautiful and successful stories from Filipino women around the world that are still untold. We need to provide them an avenue to tell their stories. Filipino women deserve to be celebrated every day. Importantly, just like some or rather many of us, I've also been questioning my share to making our country greater, if not greatest. So I wanted to make sure that GWWR allows Filipino to go and do it first. And in this way, I'm able to use my gift and my voice to connect people and do great things with them. So, third, why women only? Just to be clear, Global Women Rule is not only for women only. Although it is created through the joint forces of empowered Filipino women, this event is for everyone. I am strongly a believer of inclusion that indeed no one must be left behind. And fourth, maybe some people is also not asking but questioning why me? I meant why Apple? To be honest, my answer is not crystal clear yet to this day. All I know is that the force to continue to do GWWR every year is so powerful and heavenly. The calling to ignite it and continue to do it is so strong that it is bigger and definitely greater than me. The only divine message that I understood has always been if it's not me, I'm not sure if anyone will. So I must continue to do Global Women Who Rule until I'm called to do it. Many of our profiles the past years up to now say, I'm so into GWWR. And yes, I am proudly because it's really a wonderful feeling to do something stemming from a place of happiness. I believe that unless we are coming from the place of happiness, I don't think we will be able to exist to provide real joy to others. I'm happy to do Global Women Who Rule, and I'll gladly do it until I'm called to do it. And I'll say it over and over again, as you have seen in my script. For those who are hearing GWWR for the first time now. 4 years ago, during the critical time of the global pandemic, I thought of creating a project that will connect Filipino women here and around the world. The fruition of GWWR aimed to connect women that will be acknowledged and allow them to have friendship. Friendship, a kind of relationship where no one takes advantage of each other and just celebrate one another. However, as we grow year on year, we actually get busier. Moving GWWR in May this year also made me realize an important things. It's humbling to acknowledge that timing is key, but it's not the end and all. I'm glad that even if we had to move the Women's Month celebration to May, we had yet the biggest number of online nominations, the strongest 22 profiles, and the longest preparation and hopefully running time as well. Running time, I mean, the event today only starts something that's greater and better, and we hope that we continue to do it even after today. I'm sincerely hoping that this year and until next year, GWWR, until the next year's GWWR, we will be able to create more projects and activations that will circle on the four growth pillars of GWWR. Number one, education, training, and personal development. Number two, health and mental wellness. Number three, advocacy and sustainability projects. And number four, business and wealth management. Growth pillars that are not only important for the mothers, for the women of our society, but very important for us as families, as Filipino families. And that through these activations, we will also be able to provide a good mileage for our chosen charity partners this year, which is Best Buddies Philippines. I've said so many things already about what I do, about where I come from, where I'm coming from, and what I intend to do for TNC and GWWR. But the truth is, GWWR is not about me. It's about being me, yes, but being me means being yourself. Kayo po, kayong lahat na nakakarinig ng sinasabi ko, at kayong lahat na patuloy na nakikinig sa pinapagawa at sa mga ginagawa natin sa The New Channel. Yes, GWWR allows me to represent every Filipino woman, which each one of us must also realize not as a privilege, but as a responsibility. And GWWR aims to make women realize our value in the society, not just within our families. I sincerely wish that through the stories of the 22 empowered Filipino women today, we will be able to make each one of our viewers or listeners understand that your voice, your story, your life is just as valuable as everyone. I wish that through these stories that you will hear today, your life will be empowered so that you will be able to live it to the fullest. Sabi ko sa team kagabi, wala pa ako naisulat, which is true. I woke up early this morning to be able to write this, and I went to church also to pray for today's event. After all, it is a choice to live your life for others. And I'm living it. That's why I had to do what I had. Now, let's all sit back, relax, and enjoy the 6-hour TNC special that we prepared for all of you. It's an honor and privilege to officially welcome you all to the 4th Global Women Who Rule event. May today's event be a reminder to live our lives while we reach out to those who can help and those in need, unite people to do social good, share love and compassion no matter what, no matter how hard your situation may be, and find encouragement in the things that we do that will allow us to lift each other up. We rule not just as women leaders, but as part of the noise. But we rule not as women leaders nor as part of the noise. We don't want to create noise. We rule as part of a community that builds one another because we're using our voices properly. May your heart and souls be touched by the stories that we will tell today. Today is indeed Global Women Who Rule Day, and because of that, we give thanks.
Happy. Now, I'll just have one key takeaway. There's a lot. There were a lot of gems in what during Apple's speech, but for me, when she said when and we're back. Right. Thank you so much, Miss Apple, for setting the tone this lovely afternoon. And
The fuel that fires you, find that, and you'll be fine with life, right?
exactly. Love that. I can use that. Of course, I hope you're all excited to meet our 22 amazing speakers for today. And of course, we'll be watching each one of them shortly to hear their inspiring stories. But let's do something fun all throughout the program.
Yes,
We'll be
Ange.
giving away some prizes.
That's right. If you think, guys, that you will be watching us for the entire 6 hours, no, you're wrong, because actually this is going to be fun and interactive as well, because throughout the program we'll be asking you to write down in the comment section your key takeaways from each speaker, and we will be reading each one of those comments that you will be typing. So keyboard warriors, no?
Yes.
So as you type in those, we will be reading each one and we will be choosing the most insightful ones and they will win a prize. So please participate and be part of Global Women Who Rule 4th edition. So viewers, get ready to share and let's get this summit started. So today, Ange, please have the privilege of introducing our first speaker.
The first among the many inspiring figures that we will be having for today is Ms. Architect Lvan Gallo. She is the International Ambassador of Women of Global Change, or WGC, and is a multiple White House Award nonprofit service organization who serves communities both in the U.S. and internationally. The founder and CEO of Sustainable World Act Now, or SWAN, Sydney, Australia, and co-founder or chairman of SWAN Philippines. A circular economy strategist who helped develop sustainability curriculum of one of the colleges in Sydney, Australia. The brain of Recycling City, which she developed the design concept 20 years ago, and now it defines as circular economy. As she thinks 20 years in advance, she calls herself a visionary. She started her career in design and built and became a philanthropist and an environmentalist.
And that's right, Ange. And she continues honing her skills, which she believes skills are essential for staying competitive and adapting to industry changes. That is so true. This is also her way of to shadow her experiences and skills to her adopted local communities who are willing to learn through her partnered organization, the Women of Global Change. And her goals are to sustain and equip the community within demand skills globally, whether it's carpentry, plumbing, electrical work, or any other trade. This is so interesting, no? Shadowing provides invaluable insights and practical knowledge. She said, there was one time when I can no longer use my profession as a builder and as an architect to other countries. The only last resort was to learn, again, basic skills. I never felt ashamed working as a room attendant, a waitress, traffic controller, painter, kitchen hand, and as a chef. Because of these experiences and pursuing new skills, I created a solution and a business case for textile management focusing on hospitality industry, how to upcycle linens and towels through circular economy business strategy. Built a solution for slow food, how to manage food waste through kitchen management, business process. And she said, I did survive. And she continued on to say, I did sustain to help programs for indigenous communities and founded an environment solution provider company named Sustainable Act Now, or better known as SWAN. Ladies and gentlemen, opening our 22 keynote speeches for today with her speech entitled Circular Economy Living and Initiatives to be Impactful and Minimize Waste and Promote Recycling, streaming live all the way from Sydney, Australia. Let's all welcome architect Lvan Gallo.
Hello everyone. Good day everyone. Good day Australia. To all Bisaya, maayong adlaw sa inyo na tanan. By the way, I'm from Davao City, proud Bisaya. Yes, before I will start my talk, I want to say thank you Global Women World Team for this opportunity. Well, to inspire others and to share my advocacy. Advocacy in sustainability, especially in circular economy. Well, circular economy strategies that I'll be talking is the solution for recycling, solution for cycling. If you're familiar with reduce, reuse, recycling, it's how you recycle the resource or the waste, right? But this time, I want to just share my story about circular living. This is the core of circularity. This is the core of to be sustainable.
we're just currently fixing our signal right now. Architect Lvan Gallo will be back in a bit. And what is important about what she said was, in the introduction that we gave about Architect Lvan, the headliner really here is she learned how to adapt to changes. Like, if you studied for a particular industry and, you feel that and you see that it's not, giving you the business or the profit that you expect from that industry, then you have to adjust. You have to adjust your sales, so to speak, and study a new thing. And that is what is very inspirational about Architect Lvan. And I think we are fixing her schedule, her signal now, and we can put her back in. So yes, Ange, we were just talking about architect Lvan and our introduction of her. We had an issue with the signal because she's streaming live from Sydney, Australia.
Right.
And so we're just trying to bring her back in. And yeah, what I was saying to the audience today is that our viewers today is that what's important, in life is to learn how to, sometimes life can be challenging and you have to be agile. You have to adjust your sales in order for you to survive and thrive. And you can see from the introduction that we gave to Architect Lvan that she is thriving with this new thing that she is doing in her life. And I'm excited to hear more about her story. And also, the stories of these other women who will be speaking this afternoon.
And you still remember your stint when you were one of the profiles, Kathy.
Yes.
And in my 3 years so far of
Yeah.
posting, I always have this box of Kleenex ready.
I noticed that.
Always, always. I made a mistake during the first year. I thought to myself that, maybe I'm not gonna cry because this is about women empowerment. We're gonna be hearing about stories of these really, really amazing Filipino women that are thriving in their own fields. But it's very relatable, Kat.
Hmm. And I think the Lord has gifted us with a gift of tears, and that's to wash away. Ganun, no? Ang ganda na, to wash away the pains, to wash away any negativity. And then after we cry, di ba, parang our eyes are glowing again, and we have a new lease in life. We have hope to move forward. And that's what it's going to be the headliner for sure for all of these 22 women. It's just different characters, but it's so beautiful to have and to have this, different stories, different experiences, and
Right. And I just want to give a shout out to the amazing women in my life. I'm going to start off with my mom, Mommy Beck. Thank you so much for being my guiding light. And I believe that I've become an empowered woman because of you. Aside from that, Mommy Cora, Mama Cora, if you're watching,
hello.
or you're watching, please say hi. Mama Cora is my partner. Diane, of course, her Ate Danica. She is based in Qatar. Those are some of the really empowered women in my life. Mac, my best friend, that's my sister. And yes, so they've been these women in my life. My mom and my sister in particular have been watching me host this summit for 3 years now.
And you've been doing a great job.
Oh, thank you, Kathy.
And witnessing you today, I know why you have been chosen by Miss A
Thank you so
to
much,
host
Kathy.
it every year. Yes.
Yes, but in my experience, I've been talking to Ms. Abel about this. That, of course, initially we thought that Global Women is a platform. Not, I can't say just a platform, but it's a platform. But throughout the years, I realized that wow, this is so much more than just a platform now. It's a
It's a movement.
right?
Mm.
It's a place where women can share their stories, where their struggles or really really nice funny stories about their experiences. And this has allowed me to share this to other women,
Mhm.
especially the
Yes.
younger generation now. That when they look at these women talking about their struggles all the way to their successes, they would be able to think to themselves, oh, so I can do it as well. I
Mm.
can dream big,
Yeah.
and by dreaming big, I will strive hard to achieve my goals.
That's right. They saying that in this school of life, there's an enrollment fee, right?
Oh,
And with listening to these women, you don't have to pay for the full enrollment fee because you are able to learn from their experiences and maybe you know apply it in your life and not commit the same mistakes, right? So I myself experienced being a profile in the first year of GWRR, and it was really a wonderful experience sharing my story back then. Yeah, for me, I think the main story that I shared back then was about my health issue,
mhm.
and I think the title was "What Doesn't Kill You Makes You
Strong.
Stronger." So that's right, everyone. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. When I say that, parang even with the struggles that I encounter in my life phase right now, parang no, this won't kill me anyway. So parang I can do it, and I know I'll surpass this challenge. Yeah, it's so nice that you said a shout out to your mom and also the mom of your partner. Hello, and hello moms, and also to my mama. Hello, mama. You are so strong, and I think we have been given a cue now to um, give the floor to Architect Lvan. So, Architect Lvan.
Hi again, this is Lvan. Good day, everyone. Good day, Australia. Good day, Philippines. So, Bisaya, I want to say maayong adlaw sa inyo na tanan. I'm from Davao City. And also,
Okay, so our mic is turned on now. So yes, we're back, Ange. And yeah, these things happen during production, and of course, it's also challenging because our first speaker is from Sydney, Australia, and yeah, so there's a lot of other women also who's going to speak, who's lined up for today, and we encourage everyone to please stay. It's going to be worth your time, really. And as we've said, please write down your key takeaways from each speaker. And Filipinos, we want to win prizes. We want to join raffle, the raffle contest. And today, if you just write your comment on your on the new channel's Facebook account. Just write your key insights, and for sure, if we like it, if we find it very insightful, then you will win a prize. So
let's give a quick shout out to the ones that are open. We are 120 strong.
whoa,
So please
hello.
keep on sharing this live stream. I know we're experiencing some technical glitches at the moment, but doesn't matter because we are still going to be here
Mhm.
until the very end. Special shout out to Cherry. Cherry, I hope, we really hope that you can make it here on site, but I hope you're safe and we're going to hear from you later on. Stabs, hello. Thank you for watching. Inday Ekyang. Elkwan, all the way from Singapore. Hi, El. One of our profiles, of course. And Cheche, Sweet Caramonte. Hi, thank you for watching. Miss Carmi, where are you? Hi. Oh, watching all the way from Luzerne. Sana all.
And there's Christian Diaz Esplana. Hello, TNC, watching from United Arab Emirates.
Wow.
All right, more power. All right, so I think we can move on first while we're fixing some technical stuff. We can move on to our next speaker for today. Joyce is originally from the Philippines, but grew up in Madison, Wisconsin, where she's a devoted Packers fan. As a wife, mother, and a Shih Tzu owner, she learned about living benefits firsthand when her mother battled cancer, facing financial challenges due to medical bills. Witnessing the impact of living benefits, Joyce is now passionate about sharing holistic strategies to protect families during life's unexpected turns, believing that everyone deserves a secure and fulfilling life. Joyce is the founder of Legacy Insured Group and plays an active role in the Filipino community in Texas, along with participating in various humanitarian groups nationwide. Ladies and gentlemen, here to talk about Bridging the Gap, streaming live from Texas, USA, let's all welcome Joyce Messina Garcia.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy to be a part of this platform, and I want to thank Apple for allowing me to speak with you this afternoon and share my take on bridging the gap. As many of you may have seen, I actually did have Apple speak to one of our women advocacy event that we had last month, and the theme was bridging the gap, and every single one of them got to share their take on how they bridge the gap. And I'm grateful that I finally get to share mine because this has been my vision, not just within my business, and bridging the gap between different generations here in the US, but as well as from here and in the Philippines. Uh, so I grew up in the Philippines. I came here when I was 10 years old, and I got to go back again when I was in high school, and really understood more of the Filipino culture and got to appreciate that. So coming back here as an adult and having a daughter of my own, I really wanted her to be more immersed in our culture, even though she was growing up here. We've taken a trip to the Philippines, and she absolutely loved it. And I've even got to share stories of how my life was growing up, which made her appreciate more of her life here, living in the US with a lot more privileges, I should say. But one of the values that I truly treasure is of how we as Filipinos are such hard workers. If you notice, here in the US, they hire a lot of Filipino nurses coming in, right? to work here. And recently they hire a lot of Filipino teachers. And they realize that. They realize how Filipinos are hard workers and we are so dedicated. And I want us to be proud of that as women, as a community, as a culture. But unfortunately, I do see how in a lot of the cities, they have a Chinatown, they have a Vietnamese town, but we don't have a Filipino town. Yes, we have areas where a lot of like the shops and the restaurants are. But I really would like us as Filipinos be more united in how we are, whether we're in the Philippines or in the US or in Europe, wherever we may be, we want to represent our values, our culture as Filipinos, and not just be recognized. I know we're very talented, right? And not just be recognized for like the beauty pageants and as singers, not to discredit any of that, but more importantly, just our values as Filipinos, how we are as families, how we take care of our parents. And most recently, I know here in the US, especially, a lot of my friends have their children coming back home to live with them. And some may look at that like, why? I actually had to speak to say that that is okay. We embrace that in the Philippines. Children can come back home to live with their parents. And actually, even after they're married, they're still living with their parents, right? In some cases. And those are what makes our culture unique. And I as a vice chair within the Philippine American Chamber of Commerce, really try to live by example. And it is business. It's trying to help our local businesses here in Austin, especially promoting them and elevating them, but more importantly, of trying to break the generational, like curse of that crab mentality. It's no, we support one another, and we encourage one another as Filipinos. And you would be surprised how a lot of the younger Filipinos here nowadays, I see a lot of younger millennials who are very proud to be Filipinos, and they host events. Like they'll have a Filipino night market where they gather vendors, to show off the Philippine cuisine. And different events that I see, in different cities where they actually do want to promote the Filipino culture. So let's stand proud as Filipinos, not just in our businesses, but everywhere we go, everywhere where we may be able to touch people, touch lives, and show them. I'm so proud because now ube is so popular. People are actually like, ube flavor. I'm like, yes, that is Filipino. And ube, they have like so many ube flavor food items now. And even here in Austin, there's a local ice cream company called Amy's Ice Cream where they actually have that flavor. So we are slowly, creating that ripple effect globally. And I would love to truly, encourage everyone to take part in how we can make that impact around the world or even within just our community, and stand proud as Filipinos and support one another. um, I and have more of an abundance mindset, because there's enough business for everyone, and it would be so nice to truly highlight our culture, and with the younger generations, to know and be proud of who they are, where they came from. My daughter just graduated high school last night, and one of the things that she wrote about was that I shared with her. I was in the Philippines living there during the EDSA revolution, and she thought that was like the coolest thing. So let's share with our children. Let's teach them some Tagalog words, um, something that they would be really proud of, to know where they came from. And so, Apple, thank you so much. I know you have such an amazing mission, doing good digitally, and I'm happy to support that. Ladies, thank you so much for hosting this evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak on my take on bridging the gap. I know I had a speech written out, but like you, Apple, I wanted it to come from the heart, and share my story. And I hope this was something that someone needed to hear tonight or this afternoon. Thank you again, and mabuhay.
And Ange, I wrote down some key takeaways, and our viewers for today, please write down and type in your key takeaways as well from each speaker. And again, we promise to give you a special prize if we find it insightful. And I'm sure lahat sila would like to participate here. Ange, Miss Joyce Garcia mentioned about Filipinos as being hardworking, and we're known for that. We have good work ethics. That's why in the US, we're very popular, to be chosen as nurses, as teachers. And she said she wants to bridge the gap, and she wants to make known that Filipinos are really great. We're the best in these fields, and we don't need to be the best in all fields. We can just focus on, kasi you cannot be good at everything naman eh. So why not just focus on the things that you're good at, and that's what Filipinos are good at. So she said she wants to promote that skill of the Filipinos. And she said it's cute what she said about ube being more popular in the US. Like there's more, we have ube ice cream, we have ube desserts, and it's nice that we can be made, we people would just be drawn to us, not just for our skills, but also for the food that you can find here in the Philippines. And also, she encouraged for Filipinos who live abroad to teach their children to speak Tagalog. Yeah,
Yes, please.
yeah, and to say opo, diba? To learn how to address older people with po, opo, and that's a really beautiful thing. Yeah. Thank you
Wow,
so much.
great recap, Kathy. A lot of gems there. And also, yes, totoo yun eh. Bakit merong Vietnamese village, Chinese village? Walang Filipino
In a
village. Ang
village.
saya-kaya nung
Oo
pumunta
nga.
here doon. But anyways, yes, that's just the first speaker. Imagine that. Now on to our second speaker. Kay Hancock is a self-made entrepreneur and has triumphed across diverse industries, including e-commerce, hospitality, real estate, and beauty. With a remarkable startup investment of $20, she propelled her debut venture to surpass $1 million in revenue in just 1 year. And ultimately, 8 figures in online sales. Expertise in emerging tech, Kate is recognized as a top 100 women of the future and a Harvard Business School Web's 3.0 speaker. Her influence spans global stages as a sought-after keynote speaker, from American Express Business to TEDx events. Kate's impact extends further through her previous TV show called The Future of CNN Philippines. The Future, for CNN Philippines, ranked #1 with 8 million viewers. And her role as a skilled community builder, uniting over 125,000 entrepreneurs worldwide. She is the founder of the Global AI Council. Kate Hancock founded and leads the Global AI Council, which operates with the mantra AI for good, free education for all. The Council has successfully established a significant presence in multiple regions around the world, including the USA, Philippines, Africa, Malta, Canada, and Mexico. This international reach underscores the Council's commitment to spreading the benefits of AI technology and providing educational opportunities globally. Additionally, Kate Hancock's impactful work with the Global AI Council was highlighted in Vogue magazine's Raising Hope feature in 2024, showcasing her significant contributions in the field. Ladies and gentlemen, delivering a speech entitled How to Be a Supernatural Woman Who Rules Her Time, Thoughts, and Temple, streaming live from Utah, USA, let's all welcome Kate Hancock.
I was always taught it's not good to brag. When you're talking about yourself, it's selfish and you should focus into other people. But today, I'm going to share about myself and my life because I think a lot of you have been where I used to be. And when you're following my journey, I know you're capable of doing great things more than I have ever done. So, here in front of you today is an island girl who never expected a very big life at all. My life was small. My village was small. The thought of traveling the world, running companies, was beyond my wildest imagination. Yet, I have gone so far beyond the world to where I grew up in, like that it's truly like living a different life. And the challenge with that, with going beyond to what I started with, was transcending beyond fears and doubts and going beyond the misunderstanding of what was possible, who I was, and what I was capable of. I grew up in a small island, south of Manila, come again, one of the 7,107 islands, which we all know constitutes our country, the Philippines. This one is barely big enough to have enough people on it. This is my life. This is my world. Yet, I have gone so far beyond the world that this island girl would barely recognize me today. Folks, this is the real deal. We grew up very poor. My mom works in a bakery and she owns a meat shop. We make fresh cooked meals every day. My father makes $200 a month to a family of 5. So we work in the morning and then tomorrow we work again. And I resented to be in that position to not have freedom. You know, every day I would wash 100 pieces of molds. This, while working the bay, and these are not nice pastry molds. These are used milk cans. You know, this old milk, condensed milk. That's what we use. And I have blisters all over my hands, but I'm not allowed to complain. I was told I was a worker, just like the rest of us. You know, when you grow up in an island, when you see parade, you get very excited. I wish I really could do free like other kids do, just like the parade that going on every year. While working in the bakery, having the baked goods in the oven, I have to run as fast as I could to catch a glimpse of the parade, knowing I have to turn around before baked goods burn. Well, I resented to be in that position, to not have freedom. There was this family, a comparatively rich family named Zuberi. You guys still know. And my mother would yell at me, "Why are you resting? You're not a daughter of the Zubirs." But I'm tired. We are all tired. Stay in your lane, stay in your place. That kind of a comparison is some kind of a put down that I'm not faster, stronger, wealthier than the Zubiri. You know, despite the difficulty of childhood, my mother was able to send me to college, barely enough to pay for my tuition. So I was hustling at an early age. I was selling merchandise to cover the rest of my tuition. Now, as my life advanced, one day I get a chance to travel to Hong Kong. I have to tell you, the very first moment I've seen Hong Kong, my mind almost exploded. I was stunned. I was speechless. What? There's a bigger world out there outside of my island. There's important people carrying their briefcase, wearing nice suits. And I thought, I don't know what they do, but I want to be like that. I don't know what they do, but I want to be like that. So I work a lot harder than I should have. And this led me the opportunity to move to the United States right after college. At first, I was a brand ambassador. Brand ambassador sounds fancy, right? You know Costco? Yes, it's S&R, pretty much a store that sells everything. I was giving food samples at Costco. And I have to tell you, I was popular. Not because they've noticed me, but because what I was giving was free. I was working 13 hours a day, making minimum wage. And I thought, I gotta make better. I better innovate. And one day, the Costco manager told me that any items that ends with 0 or 9 at Costco is a clearance items. It was a boring day, so I listed those clearance items through Amazon, beauty items. And I sold 2 items that day. So I started with $20. I bought a box and a tape. I was packing and shipping that day. I have to say, I'm so grateful for the manager told me about the clearance items. I was obsessed. In 6 months, I made $500,000. I was obsessed. I was packing and shipping in the garage. My neighbor, Lorena, complained that the cracking of my tape disturbs her at night. She wants to kick me out. I was a little bit upset. And in 12 months, I sold $1 million business working in my garage, utilizing virtual assistants. So I paid my debt. I bought an SUV because I need a bigger SUV to carry my merchandise. And in few years, I sold $20 million. Notice the journey. Young student with no hope. Island girl with no hope. Student overwhelmed by the outside world. Now becoming an entrepreneur, taking a chance on the internet. From $20 to $20 million in just a few years. There is a limited opportunity around us. It's just there. We just haven't seen it yet. Now, as I learn how to build one business, I learn how to build others. This time, I love my home country, the Philippines. So I created Tiki Hat. So I have a place every time I would visit home. As the demand grow bigger, I build more rooms, and the Tiki Hat is now one of the top 10 hotels in the world by TripAdvisor. Now, people often ask me, do you have an experience? No. Who designed it? Me. As long as you're willing to learn from OPE or other people's experience, you can do whatever you want. How did this business work? I utilized the up and coming influencer. I made sure my team really felt empowered, cherished, and celebrated. No, I built this business from me running it here in California, 7,000 miles away. Am I thinking, is that really possible to run a company from 7,000 miles away? Yes, if you know how to empower your team. Leadership is about admitting that you are wrong sometimes. Leadership is not about being tough and in charge the whole entire time. Leadership is about being human. And when you're being human, you're relatable. And when you're relatable, your team trusts you. And when your team trusts you, trust is foundation of things. That's how you can scale companies, build different possibilities without having your presence. So what do I do now? I run a nonprofit, the Global AI Council, where our mantra is giving free education for all. I think it's very important for us to learn about AI because AI is like air. There's no way around it. So I'm very passionate about making sure our people in the Philippines will have a job. We need to know about this. A lot of industries will be disrupted, especially we are the number one producers of BPO or virtual assistants. We need to fully equipped. And this is the reason why I was passionate of building a nonprofit of Global AI Council. And I'm proud to say we have a very strong presence in the Philippines, Nigeria, Africa. We have a presence in the US, in Canada, and Malta, Europe. You don't have to do this alone. Ralph Emerson Waldo said, everyone at one point is my superior. With that, I can learn. I can learn from others. Access what you need, care about people, and you can do anything. No matter how much you doubt yourself, no matter how dumb you think you are, or your brother or sister or somebody else told you so, you can have a huge impact in the world once you decided to do it. I know because I did it, and I did it without having superior intellect. I did it without acing the IQ test in the world. I did it without having a rich uncle funding me. I did it without having an easy access of a phone or a laptop even. What in the world would I ever think that I can travel the world, run companies, and employ hundreds of others? You can have a huge impact in the world. I know because I did it. Others have done it. And you can do it too. Thank you.
Kate, that was truly inspiring. And if I may just give to the audience my three main takeaways from that one. First, Kate said that if you know how to empower your team, anything can be possible. She posed a question that, can you really run a company thousands of miles away, hundreds of miles away? The answer is yes. Like, if you are an efficient leader and you know how to lead your team, then anything can be possible. I agree with that. Now, she also said that being a leader or true leadership is being human. And by being human, you become relatable. And that's when you can truly empower your team. When you are relatable, when you're someone that when they look up to or when they seek guidance from, you are someone who can really reach the core of their emotions, of their struggles, and be able to relate with them. And finally, being humble enough, Kate also said that I can learn, we can all learn from other people. Okay, very, very
Yeah, very
inspiring and
inspiring.
insightful. Yeah.
Yeah, and she speaks with conviction. No?
Right,
You know
right.
that you could feel that she's really speaking from experience. And yes, we're on to the fourth profile for Global Women Who Rule, year 4. Reza is actually holding a PhD in bioengineering, cell and molecular biology from the University of Nottingham, UK, and a graduate of the Business Management Executive Program from the Wharton School, University of Pennsylvania, and the Program on Negotiation from Harvard University. Is an accomplished leader in intellectual property and technology ventures. With a distinguished career that spans roles at DuPont Company and Johns Hopkins University, Reza now provides consultancy across various technology industries. As the co-founder and chairman of the Philippine Global Explorers, a nonprofit organization, Reza channels her passion for world travel, global community, and philanthropy. This organization unites highly accomplished and traveled Filipinos worldwide, leveraging their collective knowledge and resources to make a positive impact and foster significant developments back home in the Philippines. Recognized as one of the world's premier and most respected female travelers, Riza's adventurous spirit and dedication to global women empowerment have earned her international acclaim. Her bold and immersive travel experiences not only enrich her life, but also inspire and uplift women around the globe, proving that boundaries are meant to be transcended. Ladies and gentlemen, to give us a speech entitled Exploring the World, Nurturing Our Roots from the Philippine Global Explorers, let's give a warm welcome to Reza Rasco.
Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Good afternoon, everyone. I am deeply honored to receive this recognition from the Global Women Who Rule. My story starts with a memory that has guided me through the twists and turns of my life, for over 40 years. When I was a young girl, my mother took my brother and me to a manghuhula, a fortune teller. She held our hands tightly as we entered the fortune teller's shop, and she asked the fortune teller if my brother and I would ever get that chance to leave the Philippines for better opportunities. Perhaps in the United States, I heard her say. Like many Filipino mothers, she dreamt of a brighter future for her children and was willing to make personal sacrifices for it by letting us go. Knowing many who left the country never came back. When the fortune teller said yes, my mother's face lit up with a luminous smile that I will never forget. That moment has stayed with me all my life, inspiring me to chase my dreams and believe in a better future. That moment planted a seed of determination in me. My mother's persistent hope for our future fueled my ambition. I worked tirelessly focused on one goal at that time: to leave my country. After graduation from college at the age of 18, I started my journey, studying and working relentlessly while saving and investing every penny. My journey after leaving the Philippines at 23 was anything but smooth. As an immigrant, first in the United Kingdom and then in the United States, I faced many challenges. I had to work harder than everyone else to prove my worth. But I survived it all and did pretty well, in fact, thanks to being raised by a strong mother. My mother wasn't perfect. She would beat me when I failed my grades. She would pull my ear when I acted entitled. And she would constantly threaten to kick me out of the house if I ever got pregnant. Yet she was also the mother who took on all the household work so my brother, my father, and I could focus on our studies and work. She protected and cared for her family fiercely in the best way she knew how. So fast forward today. Sadly, my mother passed away 10 years ago. I wish my mother knew that I am just one country away from visiting every country in the world, surpassing her dream for me of reaching the United States. I wish my mother knew that after nearly 30 years of living and working around the world chasing my dreams, I've now returned home to try to give back and serve my country, our country. I wish my mother knew that I have now also traveled across the Philippines to all 82 provinces of the Philippines. Navigating our nation's vast archipelago and limited travel infrastructure is no easy task. I'm sure she would have appreciated that challenge and how super proud she would have been of me. But most of all, I wish my mother knew how grateful I am to have been raised in the Philippines by her and my dad. A privilege that prepared me for everything the world has thrown at me. And I am also grateful for the resilience and grit that being raised in the Philippines instilled in me. Driven by my passion for world travel, which I discovered along the way, 5 years ago, I conceived the idea of uniting Filipino travelers to create a supportive community for global exploration and to leverage our collective knowledge and experiences to make a positive impact on the Philippines and its communities. This vision gave rise to the Philippine Global Explorers. The Philippine Global Explorers is a nonprofit organization, but more importantly, a community of Filipinos who share a deep passion for travel. Many of our members have stories like mine. They left the Philippines seeking better opportunities and developed a love for travel along the way. Our members come from all walks of life. There are lawyers, there are business people, there are nurses, doctors, scientists, engineers, teachers, United Nations employees, soldiers, airline staff, social media, influencers, and overseas Filipino workers who developed a love for travel and exploration. PGE is not just about traveling. It's about making a positive impact in our local communities. We've made significant impact across the Philippines through various projects and have been making headlines worldwide. And here are some examples. In Sulu province, we partnered with several renowned international traveler communities, like the Most Traveled People, MTP, the Extreme Travelers International Congress, or ETIC, the Swedish Club 100, and then the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the Philippine National Police, and the local government to bring foreign delegations safely to the region. This unique collaboration aimed to boost local and international tourism, following the good work of our soldiers and policemen, bringing significant improvements in peace and order in the Bangsamoro region, and to help drive economic prosperity in the region. So Project Sulu showcased how the Philippine Global Explorers can effectively use its broad network of foreign travelers to connect local government and tourism goals with the international tourists that they aim to attract. In Tondo, Manila, we partnered with the Purple Community Fund and Upskills Foundation and provide educational trips for children from landfill communities, broadening their horizons. In Zamboanga, Sibugay province, we recently partnered with the Yellow Boat of Hope Foundation to empower an oyster farming and fishing community. Together, we are engaged in developing ecotourism initiatives to provide additional livelihoods. In Masbate province, we have partnered with the Masbate Provincial Tourism Office and the Cattle Raisers Association of Masbate to attract tourists to our cattle ranches, inspired by models in the Americas. In Central Luzon region, we are looking into partnering with an Aita indigenous community and the Department of Education to develop a school curriculum to preserve Aita customs and traditions. In Camarines Norte province, we have partnered with the local government to assist in its planning effort to preserve and enrich its cultural heritage and stimulate economic activity through tourism. In Quezon province, we are working with a Rotary for an artificial installation to protect marine life. And more recently, we announced a strategic partnership with the Rex Education and the Philippine Outbound Educators Institute to promote education through travel, teaching our youth 21st century skills. And what are they? They are teamwork, problem solving, communication, creativity, and leadership, and so on. This recognition validates our success, collaborative efforts, and the strength of our connections. It is a testament to the vast potential we possess when we unite under a shared purpose. With this recognition, I hope to open more doors for the Philippine global explorers, fostering meaningful collaborations, alliances, and accessing vital resources to realize our dreams for our nation. We aim to work hand in hand with key stakeholders, sharing our global experiences to shape policies that drive the growth of our nation. We aspire to be strategic thought partners for our nation's leaders. The Department of Tourism, we are a resource for you. You can use us when we are trying to work with you. We have the foot in both worlds, the Filipino psyche, and we know what works outside our country. Together, we are more than explorers. We are architects of change. We are pioneers of progress. We are ambassadors of the Filipino spirit. This recognition inspires me to dream bigger, aim higher, and continue our journey towards making the Philippines a beacon of inspiration for the world. As I stand here today, I look back to that day in the fortune teller's shop with my mother. My mother's dream has not only been realized, but exceeded. Her strength and sacrifices have empowered me. Her strength and sacrifices are the foundation of my personal journey. And as the Philippine Global Explorers moves forward, let us remember that the privilege to explore the world comes with a duty to give back to where we started, our homeland. Thank you. And let us continue to empower one another as women, as leaders, and let us explore, inspire, and serve hand in hand for our country. Mabuhay po tayo.
My key takeaways, Ange, from her beautiful talk. First is the memory, her core memory of seeing her mom's face light up after the fortune teller, said something that made her happy. Is the thing that fueled Dr. Reza to reach the dreams of her mom for her. And it's the power of parenting, right? The what makes our parents happy propels us to do better in life. And then second, the tough love. Dr. Reza said, our mom raised us in the best way she knew how, and it was tough love. And this tough love that she gave to her children actually made Dr. Reza and her siblings surpass the expectations of her mom. And lastly, the gift of motherhood that was given to her mom. Actually, she was a world changer by giving birth to Dr. Reza, who is a world changer. And truly, the gift of motherhood is a power to transform lives and to transform this world. So, such a beautiful talk, Ange.
Wow, a lot of key takeaways there, a lot of gems for everyone to absorb today. And that's just our fourth speaker.
Just
Can you
fourth
imagine
speaker for
that?
the day.
And now, well, let's keep things rolling and on to our fifth profile for today. Attorney Josel Batapasiga is a leading advocate for the development of the Philippine ICT industry with a strong passion for driving innovation, building stakeholders' ecosystems, and generating job opportunities in the countryside. As a co-founder of the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines and a key player in Bacolod's transformation into a center of excellence for ICT business process management, she has been recognized with awards and accolades, including the Outstanding Women in the Nation's Service or Towns Award in the field of ICT in 2016 and the Philippine IT BPM Individual Contributor of the Year Award. At present, as the Undersecretary of the Department of Information and Communications Technology, she leads the policy and planning efforts to propel the growth of the ICT industry in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, to talk about how leadership impacts inclusivity and digital innovation, let's all welcome Yusek Josel Batapa-Sige.
Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to be part of this program, the Global Women Who Rule 2024. First of all, thank you to all the organizers, the new channel, and all the supporters of this very worthy activity. I am very much honored to share with all of you today how I became an official of the national government. The story is really very long, but I'll try to capsulize it in about 10 minutes or so. My goal is really to speak to the young generation about how we can help the Philippines by way of our work, not only in the national but in the local level. So I'll try to speak from the heart because I want to be able to reach as many sectors as possible. No? So my story began in 2004. That's exactly 20 years ago when I was elected as a city councilor of Bacolod. As an independent candidate, I had some challenge in really trying to clinch the committee that I would like to serve, the sector that I'd like to serve. If I had my way, I would have wanted to chair the committee on environment and on education, even in law and policies, because I am also a lawyer since 1998. However, political reality dictates that as a minority candidate and counselor, you have to wait for whatever the majority party would give to you. And by faith and by faith, I was given the Committee on Communications, which 20 years ago seemed to be a very boring responsibility. But I took on the challenge and tried to learn about what communications is all about. At the time, I learned that we already have some programs around information and communications technology, which basically focuses on generation of jobs that are ICT enabled. So what I did was to take a look at what are the things that are happening in Manila and also in other cities like Cebu. And I learned that at the time, the national government declared the identification of what we call the Philippine Cyber Corridor cities. And at the time, I was also very frustrated because I did not see the name of Bacolod, my city, in that list. So I tried to reach out to the national government and also to some outstanding cities at the time, Cebu, and took a look at what they were doing. And I learned about the what we call the Next Wave City Scorecard, which focuses on four important ingredients to make your city an investment hub for ICT opportunities. First, you have talent. You have to have the skill set. the competencies amongst your local workforce to be able to serve the requirements of international companies. Next, you should have the business environment, the right policies, the right strategies, and platforms in order to bring in the investors. Uh, Third is infrastructure. You have to have the digital infrastructure, connectivity, water, power, transport, and finally the cost of doing business, which at the time is really our edge as a country because labor is not so expensive and it's of high quality. But then again, the challenge was how to sustain the growth of the IT business process management and all ICT enabled jobs. So what I did was to take a look at what are the sectors needed in order to propel the city into the list of cyber corridor locations. And of course, when you talk of talent, you have to take a look at the academe, the training institutions that are responsible for shaping the workforce. So I reach out to all the schools, to all the training institutions. You also have to reach out to the business sector. I reach out to those who would be able to uh, build IT parks and centers because you need to have them accredited with the Philippine Economic Zone Authority so that investors can enjoy some form of income tax holidays and other incentives. And I also reach out, of course, to my fellow officials in the public service so that we can all come together to promote our city. Long story short, after the collaboration that has happened in my city under what I call the formula of magic or making academe, government, industry collaborate. That's the acronym MAGIC. We were able to reach our dream in 2009. We became number 3 in the Next Wave Cities list. And then in 2013, we were declared a center of excellence together with Manila, Clark, Cebu, Iloilo, and Davao. And today, lo and behold, this same formula of magic I have spoken about in more than 25 countries around the world and in more than 50 provinces and many, many cities around the country in my capacity now as Undersecretary of the Department of Information and Communications Technology. Basically, it's a no-brainer. It's all about synergy. It's all about collaboration. It takes a whole city. It takes a whole country to really, economically grow in terms of investments and jobs. And so today, I am very proud and honored to be a provinciana coming from Visayas, to be here in the national government and to really ensure that here in the national government, our lens is not only about what the whole country needs, but what each and every city, each and every region would need. And so I'm proud to say that now, as a leader coming from the provinces, I still wear the lens of a provinciana. When I sit amongst my fellow national officials, I have that heart of a provinciana in me, thinking about which city is able to support, say, for example, the vertical of contact center services. Which city is ripe for the picking insofar as health information management industry is concerned? Because we have a growing requirement now on medical coding and billing professionals. We also have a very, um, promising uh, um, chance to make a dent once again in the area of graphics, animation, game development. Many, many years ago, the Philippines is very well known in 2D animation, but we were left behind because we were not able to upskill to 3D. So now we're trying to also push the Philippines into creatives. We're also trying to embrace all these opportunities in terms of utilizing emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, cloud, blockchain, and all these so-called frontier technologies. The formula is to lead this nation into embracing new skills, into skills that are needed in order to be very competitive in the world of work today. As we speak today, this year in January, the World Economic Forum came out with a report that by 2030, almost 100 million jobs will all be remotable and divisible. And so the idea of work from home is not even anymore, relevant, because the new bandwagon now is work from anywhere. You can work in a beach, you can work in your homes, you can work in a coffee shop. The goal is to ensure that Filipinos have the digital skills to be able to support these types of services. And the services that the countries, even with a small economy compared to the big economies, will be able to leverage on this growth. And so, what am I saying here? We need leaders. Like, for example, the thing that I did in Bacolod and the thing that I did as part of the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines, because I did not stop in Bacolod. 3 years later, after my first term as counselor, I sought out people who are like me in different parts of the country. I went to Cebu, I went to Davao, I had to check out even places in Mindanao, and lo and behold, in 2008, we came together and started what we call the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines. Today, there are over 100 ICT councils around the country embracing the magic formula, the making academe, government, and industry collaborate. In fact, 2 days ago, I was just in Cagayan de Oro, and I'm so happy because that Region 10 activity that we spearheaded at the Department of Information and Communications Technology welcomed at least 5 new ICT councils in just northern Mindanao. You have mayors, school presidents, university heads, uh, chambers, and everyone in the ecosystem coming together and saying, yes, it's time for us to bring the jobs to the countryside. At the end of the day, we cannot just sit back and, watch our kids go to Metro Manila and find jobs there, because jobs can be anywhere. And so that's a story I'd like to pitch to all of you today. We need leaders to catalyze this growth. We need local officials. We need academicians who have the heart to continue the mission, to realize that our universities cannot simply be just diploma mills. The goal is really to make our graduates hireable. And unfortunately, we have a very small hireability rate in terms of entry level skills. Our young graduates need to work several years to get the experience. Our goal is to be able to integrate the experience even while they are still in college. That's why we at the Department of Information and Communications Technology, we have a lot of interventions together with other stakeholders, even our fellow government agencies, to ensure that we future-proof our workforce. And so, finally, just as a reflection, because I believe this show is really all about us as leaders, as women, I'd like to say that all these achievements I have gained is really because of that perseverance of dreaming something for your country, of dreaming something for your city. They say that a leader is a dreamer who gets things done. It is very important to realize that as women, we face a lot of challenges, but we should not have these challenges, um, you know, um, hinder us from achieving the goals that we want for our family, for our community, for our country. At the end of the day, my inspiration really comes from what I wish my life to mean to other people. My story is not very unique. It's a story of a young girl who had to lead at a very, very early age. Just like all the other um, advocates, I feel that many of us came from a difficult childhood. I had to be a mother to 5 siblings at the age of 9 when I lost my mom. But I had to be strong for my siblings, for my single parent, my father, who is also my source of inspiration, there was never an easy day for me with my very strict father. He would always remind me to be aware of what's happening around the community and not just, think about my crush or whoever. He would always tell me, at a very young age, you have to be aware of what's happening. You have to know that you are responsible for helping your community. And so I'm here. I continue to help my community. I am very, very open and honored to be able to help and to partner with different sectors, especially the private sector, as your undersecretary for ICT policies. And I also am your representative to the International Telecommunications Union, handling the international cooperation programs at the Department of Information and Communications Technology. And most of all, I am very, very proud to be a woman. Maraming salamat po.
Joselle Batapasige, wow. FYI, everyone, no script, no teleprompter. That was impromptu. Grabe. And that's really one of the what I admire most about great leaders is that their ability, like be put on the spot and still, give out words that are very inspiring, very relatable, very truthful. And to those of you that haven't sent their key takeaways yet in the comment section, just for your reference, my key takeaway from USEC Giselle's speech is that she mentioned something about being a great leader is a dreamer who gets things done. And this is something that we should nurture within ourselves because for me, whether it's related to your career, related to your personal life, if you're someone who can dream of something and then pursue that dream by working hard, then I believe that you are a leader, whether it's about taking control of your life or taking control of your, let's say, your career, even your relationships. You are a great leader when you're able to dream and pursue that dream with grace. That's my key takeaway. Kathy?
Very beautiful. Very beautifully said. And I really admire Miss Apple and also Yusek, no, na kahit walang script and even one of our profiles. Kasi they're not just parang script readers. They really speak from their hearts
Right.
and it comes from passion.
Yes,
Strong passion for what you're doing. Yeah.
definitely. All right.
And at this point, by the way, yeah, I have watched this movie several times. That thing called Tadhana. Okay, so Miss Antonet Hadon is a Filipina filmmaker renowned for her nuanced and relatable storytelling. Her directorial debut, 6 Degrees of Separation from Lilia Kuntapay in 2021. Hadaone's subsequent films include Never Not Love You in 2018, Fangirl in 2020, and That Thing Called Tadhana, that movie that we mentioned in 2014. If you haven't seen that yet, please get a copy of that film. The sleeper indie hit that helped reshape the Filipino rom-com genre. Her films have been praised for their emotional depth, authentic dialogue, and exploration of contemporary Filipino society. Hadaone has received numerous awards for her work, including the Gawad Urian Award for Best Screenplay, the FAMAS Award for Best Director, and the Carlos Palanca Memorial Award for Dulang Pampelikula for that thing called Tadhana. Hadaone is also committed to mentoring and supporting young filmmakers as she co-founded Project and 8 Projects in 2017 with fellow director Dan Villegas. Her contributions to Philippine cinema have established her as one of the most influential and celebrated filmmakers of her generation. She's also the co-host of Ang Walang Kwentang podcast, one of the country's top podcasts with friend and fellow filmmaker JP Habak. Fingers crossed, she'll open her cafe art space this year. We'll go there, Ange. No? One of her many pangaraps nakalagay dito in her life. Ladies and gentlemen, with her speech entitled In Defense of Being Afraid of Failure, let's give a warm welcome to Director Antonet Hadon.
Here are some words that were used to describe Gen Z: lazy, self absorbed, selfish, shallow. A study showed that 40% believe they should be promoted every 2 years, regardless of performance. Fame obsessed, so convinced of their own greatness that a study found that the guiding morality of 60% of them in any situation is that they will just be able to feel what's right. Stunted, coddled, entitled. The millennials, Gen X, and boomers in this room will definitely agree, yes? But what if I tell you that those words weren't hurled towards Gen Zs, but millennials? Some of them were lifted from the controversial Time magazine cover story, Millennials, the Me Generation by Joel Stein, published May 20, 2013. In fact, there was a generation that was called the Me Generation by writer Tom Wolfe because of the culture of narcissism and self-involved qualities they had. They were the baby boomers in the 1970s. When I began working with and around Gen Zs, I wanted to understand them so bad for me to know how to deal with them. Fresh out of college, 22 to 26 years old, dreamy, idealistic, but ultimately lost, clueless, misunderstood. Then, a realization. Wait lang, sounds familiar. Parang ako yun nung 25 ako at balingkinitan pa. Back then, wala akong alam sa mga keys to success or formulas on how to succeed. I was busy being enamored and starstruck sa industriya na swerteng nakapasok ako agad after I graduated kahit wala akong kilala sa loob o wala akong powerful na apelyido. All I had was a dream of becoming a film director and some kapal ng muka. I sent my favorite rom-com director a text message. Direct Joyce, kung may bakante po kayo sa team mo, willing and available po ako. Message lang po kayo anytime. Kahit nakuha ko lang number niya from someone who knows someone. Weeks later, Direct Joyce would text me. Tonet, kailangan ko ng script con. Pwede ka ba? I never replied yes faster. Saka ko na lang naisip, ano ba yung script con? It's short for Script Continuity Supervisor, by the way. I would later learn. I still consider that one of the best decisions I made in my life. Cut to 16 years and 11 films later, here I am, driven to have an introspection about my journey as a filmmaker, wanting to share how I dreamed of being a director at the dreamy age of 18 and managed to fulfill it. As I was observing both young people I work with, who I think have what it takes to be successful, and the older ones whose own journeys to success inspire me, inisip ko, ano nga bang common denominator nila? Magkaibang age, magkaibang generation, pero may pareho. From my own experience, here are the 3 things I think made the difference, based on true events. Number 1, I stumbled upon pioneering research psychologist and New York Times best-selling author Angela Lee Duckworth's viral TED Talk, Grit, The Power of Passion and Perseverance. And I realized, yes, that's it. That's a word, grit. Duckworth defines grit as the passion and perseverance for long-term goals. It's that relentless drive to keep pushing forward, even in the face of adversity, setbacks, and failures that takes months, years, or even decades. Yung grit, hindi talent. Grit isn't luck. Grit isn't how intensely for the moment you want something. But what grit is having that ultimate concern, that long-term goal you care about so much that it organizes and gives meaning to almost everything you do, and it's an and not an or, and holding steadfast to that goal. Our potential, our talent is one thing. What we do with it, that's a different story. Hindi ko sinasabing talent doesn't matter. It does. But consistency of effort over the long run matters more. It is everything. A lot of us quit what we start too early and too often. But if we have grit, when we work on something we care about so much that we're willing to have unwavering commitment to it, we're fine. So, to be romantic about it, grit is not about falling in love. It's about staying in love. Which brings me to number 2. Do not be afraid of failure. Lagi nating naririnig yung piece of advice na yan. But I want to challenge that. Tama naman na fear of failure, or more specifically, an unhealthy fear of failure, can paralyze us and destroy the culture of the groups we lead. But we should also know that the lack of any fear of failure can be just as harmful. There's indeed merit in fearing failure. In fact, a healthy fear of failure, failure in the long run, that is, can be a key ingredient in achieving success. I hate failing. Not really afraid of failing, but I hate it, especially when I was much younger. So there was always a subconscious resolve to do everything I can to not fail in whatever I want to do. I prepare, I study, I try my best to be ready. Pero alam ko rin na I can never be ready enough. But at least I was ready the best that I can. If I fail, tuloy lang. Grit. These are short-term failures, but eyes on the long-term prize, right? We can have these little failures, pero yung dulong failure, the failure that will make us lose the goal, yan ang hindi ko papayagang mangyari. There's an important lesson for us as leaders here in a team. Kapag walang takot mag-fail, the team, we get complacent, inefficient, and we start to coast. And coasting kills. Alam na natin ang coasting. Kapag tingin natin yung ship natin is unsinkable, na tumitigil na tayong maghanap o makakita ng iceberg sa paligid kahit may warnings na. And we know how that story ends, right? A healthy fear of failure keeps us sharp, keeps us vigilant, and keeps us from becoming complacent. It's not about being paralyzed by fear, but rather using it as fuel to drive us towards excellence. But grit and a healthy fear of failure are not enough on their own. Which brings me to the third one. Number 3, surround ourselves with individuals who share our values, individuals who strive for excellence in everything they do. People who value excellence, people who despise mediocrity. Dahil ang mediocrity, nakakahawa, pero ang excellence, nakakahawa rin. As I was working as a production assistant in ScriptCon, I had 2 people who unconsciously shaped my work ethic and view of excellence. Direct Joyce Bernal and Irene Villamor, then our assistant director and now a critically acclaimed director. Back then, I didn't deliberately consider them my mentors, nor did I think, ay, okay ang work ethic nila kaya tatabihan ko sila. It was not a conscious decision. I had no idea what excellence was then, what work ethic was. Kakapasok ko lang so ang nalagay sa utak ko, this is how I should work. Their standards became my own, ingrained in me until they became second nature. Ganito dapat i-value ang trabaho ko. Ganito ko dapat kamahal ang sining ko. Ganito ko dapat kamahal ang pelikula. It became my standard. They became my standard. Unconsciously. That later on, nung hindi ko na sila katrabaho, nagugulat ako na, ay, hindi pala lahat ganun ang work ethic. Or, ay, hindi pala ganun lahat kamahal ang pelikula. But it was too late. I was already in love with pelikula by that time at hinawaan na nila ako ng pagwaksi ng mediocrity at ng mataas na tingin ng trabaho. Now, as a director, I carry that forward, not just for myself, but for the young talents I work with today. I see in them the same hunger, the same drive, and it's my duty to nurture that spark, to fan it into flames of passion and dedication. Whenever I feel na tinatamad ako, na I want to half-ass things, pwede na yan. I just remember that dreamy 25-year-old in me And 20-something people I work with now who are just beginning to form their work ethic and standards for excellence. Hahawaan ko sila. But I realize it goes both ways. Hinahawaan din nila ako of that burst of inspiration that's so difficult to find when you get older na dati isang pitik lang ang daling ma-inspire. It's a two-way street. The truth is, I do see the pwede na yan attitude in some of my colleagues my age just as often as you see it in younger creatives. But I also see unwavering grit hanggang ngayon sa mga haligay na ng industriya, hindi bumibitiw. In the same way that I see it sa fresh grads and new hires na kahit napapagalitan for a major continuity blunder, they still show up the next day ready to work again, to learn and be better. And that is inspiring to me. It is also a reminder that I was once that girl struggling to find my place in the industry, but I kept looking anyway. Grit is a passion and perseverance for long-term goals. And after 16 years of working with all types of people, from top executives all the way to interns, sa set, sa editing room, sa meeting rooms, I realized that grit, much like pag-ibig, knows no age or generation. Thank you.
So much, Direct Antonet Hadon. The key takeaways from Direct Hadon's Direct Antonet's rather speech for today is number one. Ang dami niyang nuggets of wisdom na binitawan kanina. First of which is grit is the power of passion and perseverance. It's not about talent nor about luck. It's the consistency of effort that matters. And look at where she's at right now, no? And number two, she said, and also to add to that, she said, it's not about falling in love, no? It's about staying in love. That's grit. And then number two, she said, the healthy fear of failure is a key ingredient to success. So let's not be afraid of failure because, in fact, it can propel us to success. And then number three is to surround yourself with people who despise mediocrity kasi nakakahawa yung mediocrity. And you have to be with people who strive for excellence. So, lagi na akong didikit kay Ange kasi she is an excellent host. So, yeah, I don't want to mingle with others anymore, just with Ange. So those are my key takeaways from Direct Antonet Hadon's speech for today. Thank you so much.
As usual, great key takeaways. And if you haven't sent in your key takeaways at the comment section, again, you have a sample
yes,
na.
Please.
Oh,
right, we're waiting for you guys to comment, no? And
Yes.
we will be reading your comments, by the way. And not just that, we're also going to be giving you prizes.
Correct.
So please start
Yes.
writing your key takeaways, guys.
Yes. All right. And okay, let's move on to our next speaker for today, our seventh speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, to give us a speech entitled Pag May Negosyo, May Trabaho, let's give her a warm welcome, Rhoda Castro Caliwara.
May trabaho. My name is Rhoda Castro Caliwara, a proud probinsyana from Pangasinan. Baon-baon ko ang napakaraming pangarap pagpunta ng Manila. I'm now the founder and CEO of Executive Genesis Services Incorporated and a host of a show called Negosyente, a show that promotes entrepreneurship, as I believe that through entrepreneurship or pagninegosyo, may trabaho. Who influenced me the most? I'm always inspired by the leadership of Jesus. I've been trying to emulate how he modeled true leadership or servant leadership in its truest form. SM Supermalls has been a big help in my journey with Negosyente. I'm very thankful that SM believed in my goal of inspiring entrepreneurs. Together, we're able to encourage more people and inspire more aspiring entrepreneurs all over the country. A favorite quote of mine is, "Behind every successful woman is herself." It reminds me of the strength, determination, persistence, resilience of women, which is what we celebrate on Negosyente. And this quote inspires me to keep moving forward and inspire more people. If you have a dream, you have the power to make it a reality. Hello, everyone. The video you just watched was produced for a series called Women's Voices, which was posted on social media platforms to celebrate Women's Month last March. I was honored to have been one of the women invited to share my advocacy for supporting programs that promote entrepreneurship. But before I speak of my passion for job generation, please allow me to share a little bit about the proud provinciana from Pangasinan. Well, I was born into a family of means, but when I was about like 3 or 4 years old, our family experienced a reversal of fortune. It was then that I knew I would have to work very hard to change my situation and position in life. After graduating college, this provinciana decided to leave her hometown and went to Manila for greener pastures and better opportunities. Little did I know that this adventure that I seek in the big city will eventually define a purpose in me. It wasn't easy. It started with the struggles of even making it in the corporate world. And these difficulties were highlighted by the challenges of competing for career growth with equally capable men who are educated in bigger and more prominent universities. I landed a job working in sales for a multinational electronics company where challenges were plenty, but I didn't back down. Hard work turned into success, and I became the first woman area sales manager of that company. This role was more than just a job. It was where I learned the ins and outs of business and saw the potential in the service contracting industry. It was at such a point when I discovered my advocacy, handling people, managing my job's affairs within my area of responsibility, dealing with clients, attending to their needs. And this turned a page in my book and made me think of running my own business, a business centered on labor and employment. I established Executive Genesis Services Incorporated, or Exigen in brevity, on November 20, 1993. When I established Exigen, I faced a stark reality: limited funding. With just a small office, 2 desks, and a handful of employees, the financial constraints were overwhelming, but my determination was unwavering. My journey took an unexpected turn in 2010 when my husband passed away from cancer. Suddenly, I found myself not just fighting for my business, but also raising our son, Ken, alone. This period tested my strength like never before, both as a businesswoman and a mother. By the grace of God, I navigated through this storm by leaning on a strong support network of family and friends and channeling my energy into my work and my son. Balancing the roles of CEO and a single parent taught me resilience in its truest form. I learned to prioritize, delegate, delegate, and most importantly, to accept help from when needed. These lessons were crucial not only for surviving that period, but for thriving in the years that followed. The company has been existing for more than 30 years and employs thousands of people nationwide. It became clear to me that entrepreneurship is what thrives or what drives economies forward and what shapes the way we live and work. It's about taking risks, chasing dreams, turning ideas into reality. Successful entrepreneurs possess a unique blend of vision, passion, resilience, and adaptability. In my journey from being an employee to entrepreneur, I learned that entrepreneurship is not just about starting a business. It's a way of approaching challenges with creativity and determination. We see opportunities where others see obstacles. And one of the most exciting aspects of entrepreneurship is its ability to empower individuals to bring about positive change. However, it's not without its challenges. It requires hard work, dedication, and the willingness to embrace failure as learning opportunity. But it's precisely this journey of ups and downs that lead me to some of the most rewarding experiences and achievements. Armed with the conviction that entrepreneurship is the answer to the upliftment of our economy and to the eradication of extreme poverty, I joined Go Negosyo as a mentor to offer insights, guidance, advice, and a fresh perspective based on my experience. Mentoring for Go Negosyo brought me all over the Philippines and introduced me to aspiring entrepreneurs and owners of startups who were eager to learn and put their learnings into practice. This went on for years until COVID-19 happened. We didn't want to give up mentoring, seeing how our mentees grew in knowledge and confidence. We switched to remote learning by offering workshops online. Hundreds of people joined these meetings regularly for as long as there were no opportunities for face to face gatherings. And this disruption in our communication method made me think about producing a podcast. So in May 2021, Negociante by Roda Castro Caliwara streamed on YouTube. 3 years later, we are in our fourth season, having aired on Teleradio of ABS-CBN and now on GMA Pinoy Hits. My journey as an entrepreneur led to my becoming an advocate for job generation. It stems from my belief that all people hold a special value that is tied to their humanity. Every Filipino deserves the right to a home, food on the table, education, and a job that will provide their most basic needs. It's about turning passion into a profession and leaving your indelible mark on the world. So maraming salamat po and God bless everyone.
Your speech has made me feel a little because I can still remember the first time that I ventured my own business. And it's very unconventional. It was brought about by the pandemic, Kathy. I did live selling.
Oh, you
I
did?
did.
Wow.
Because I lost my job during the pandemic. So I
It's
had
very popular now, dear.
I
And
know.
parang, it's a unique concept,
I
that
know.
parang you didn't pattern it after anyone.
Exactly. Exactly. And I was it was actually Miss Apple who was one of the first few, aside from my friend Nez.
Yeah.
They encouraged me to do live selling, and I realized that when you're faced with a very challenging situation, you just have to make do whatever
Yeah.
means you have had at the moment. And during the pandemic, wala akong work. It was
yeah.
so difficult.
Yes.
And I came across live selling, and true enough, I took a risk. I didn't know what's gonna happen. It's not a stable
right.
income, but I had fun doing it. And I realized that I became a successful live seller because I was not afraid to fail.
Right.
for me, it was like, okay, let's give this a shot. Let's give it a try. If it works, then great.
And now, Ange, it is a job.
It is.
For a lot of people,
is.
they're doing it, as a main job, even after the pandemic. Hey, kudos to you.
Yeah, thank you. And I really appreciate when Miss Rhoda said that, with entrepreneurship, there is a possibility that we can eradicate poverty. That's very inspiring because I'm sure a lot of people out there, a lot of Filipinos out there, especially the younger ones, are thinking of ways on how they can generate extra income through a business. And
In being a business person, Ange, kasi your income is limitless,
yes,
right? Whereas kami, employees, parang, your income is the same
Right.
month in, month out, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, there you have it, our seventh speaker for today, and on to our eighth.
Yes, we're on our eighth already. Okay, I'd like to introduce her. She's November Caneso Yeo. I hope I pronounced that right. Or Yo is a social entrepreneur. She is the founder and CEO of the Creates the Growing of Philippine Cinnamon with the processing and distribution of both natural and healthy food and non-food items to make small farmers, resellers, and Plantsville livelihood sustainable in the face of climate change and to ensure consumer health. She also leads the conservation of the Philippine cinnamon in Negros Occidental in partnership with ISF Farmers Federation in Don Salvador, Benedicto. She has over 12 years of managerial experience in sales, marketing, and business development in top 10 Philippine companies. She holds a master's degree, Master of Business Administration at the Asian Institute of Management, and graduated cum laude in economics at LaSalle. Her strong leadership skills, excellent communication, and interpersonal talents make her a well-rounded leader in her field. Her dedication to Philippine cinnamon has not only raised awareness about the endangered native cinnamon species, but has also promoted their use as a viable alternative to imported varieties. Through her work, she tackles not just conservation, but also livelihood, health, and climate change issues, making a positive impact in the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, here to talk about our journey towards conservation, livelihood, health, and climate change adaptation, streaming live. Let's all welcome November Caneso Yo.
Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Ako po ay si November Caneso Yo. I prepared a presentation. May I ask if you're able to see my screen? So, magandang hapon po sa lahat. Ako po ay si November Caneso Yo, and I have appointed myself as the Chief Champion for the Philippine Cinnamon. So, my journey started when I was 16 years old. I was studying in LaSalle, and it was 1990. I volunteered as a student in community extension program. And in LaSalle, we as volunteers, we worked on many issues. We educated students while educating ourselves in many issues like women, the problems of youth, national elections. But syempre, we also tackle the environment. I think it is at this time that I really learned more about the environment and developed a love for it. But also at the same time, I was a student of social entrepreneurship, and where I got exposed to different farmers in our province. So after I graduated, I applied for work in an NGO, and I was not accepted. As fate would have it, my first job was in UP Diliman as a researcher. And as a researcher, I went around the country and realized that the problems we saw in Negros is not actually confined there, but also exists all over the Philippines. But at the same time, we were in the College of Business. And in the College of Business, I got the reinforcement that business is really a force for social change. No? So when the offer to work in a bank came up, I took it. And for 7 years, I was a loans officer. I handled around 600 MSMEs. And there I learned how to how entrepreneurs cope. And I learned that it's really about consistency, showing up, and a faith that we'll be able to do our what we have set out to do. You know? And then I got an offer to study at AIM, and later where I met Dr. Eduardo Morato, who was my mentor, and he was a guru in social entrepreneurship. I learned many things from him, and one of those is really to be true to our mission. I got invited to work in Globe Telecom. I wasn't ready to get into entrepreneurship at that time, but in Globe, I learned how to do ideation, and I also became comfortable with numbers, and I got comfortable also with using technology. So finally, in 2010 or 2011, I left Globe. I felt I was ready to take on entrepreneurship, so I moved back here in Bacolod. And then at the time, I went into many businesses, some social, some are not. But always, I knew that I wanted to find meaning in the business that I got into until I started gardening. And when I was gardening, I have a small garden. I said I will maximize it, so I will plant superfoods. And one of the superfoods that I found was cinnamon. And I had a blog at that time as well. And I saw that the cinnamon is superfoods. Many people know that already. But what I discovered was the Philippines, we had our own cinnamon. We have 21 species of cinnamon. And yet, I discovered that we import 95 to 98% of cinnamon. So sabi ko, ba't naman tayo kailangan mag-import? Eh, meron naman tayo. So hinanap ko yung cinnamon. Nagtanong-tanong ako, mabuti na lang, meron pala sa Negros. So I contacted my friend who was working at the Provincial Environment Management Office at tinuro niya ako sa Don Salvador Benedicto. When I told them that cinnamon, the local name is kaningag, sabi niya, oh, meron kami dito. So I went up to the farmers and I discovered na hindi pala nila alam na may cinnamon sila. Alam lang nila na may kaningag sila. Even when I talked to the mayor, who's very educated, he didn't know that they have cinnamon. So I talked to them that the cinnamon is a very important crop. Kasi that time, ginagawa nilang uling. Kasi syempre, livelihood nila yun eh. Maraming bumibili noon kasi syempre aromatic, masarap pang chicken inasal. So sabi ko, maybe we should know more about it. Can we, so I tried to raise funding from the local government unit kasi they said, sorry, the LGU had a program for the farmers. So I tried convincing the farmers, can we put the money for Philippine cinnamon? Kasi it's a high value crop. Una-una, medyo ano pa sila, medyo kinakabahan kasi yung presidente sabi niya sa akin, Day, if you take up the cinnamon, pag bibili ka ng cinnamon, mauubos at maubos ang cinnamon dito sa DSB. And then I told her that we have to change our thinking. What if, kung bibili ako at magtatanim tayo, mas maraming farmers yung magtatanim kasi nga binibili. So, doon siya na-convince. Sabi niya, sige, let's plant cinnamon. Let's put the money in cinnamon. So I wrote the proposal. We were able to get the funding. And that is when I really started Plantsville Health. No? So nakita ko din na habang I talk about Plantsville in my blog, people got more interested. People started asking, do you have a seedlings? Do you have seedlings? Can we buy? And then nung marami nang bumili ng seedlings, sabi nila, do you have other products? So other products naman. And then when I know more about what's happening aside from the business itself, no, I learned that we really are in a climate emergency. And the Philippines, with its 114 million population, is ranked number one in the World Risk Index. So we have seen that tragedy. And the cinnamon as a tree is a very relevant crop, no, for climate change adaptation. I also learned that the most vulnerable during the climate change are the marginalized, like the farmers in Don Salvador Benedicto. They own about 3,000 to 5,000 pesos per month. And actually, this is true for all the 3 to 5 million smallholder farmers in the Philippines. Because of climate change, no, it makes eating more healthy eating more difficult for more Filipinos. Ngayon pa lang nakikita na natin yung organic, konti na lang yung gumagawa kasi nga yung soil hindi na masyadong mataba. So nilalagyan nila ng chemicals. But even with inorganic farming, we see a decline in healthy foods, no? And we can see this being shown by more people getting hypertensive. 1.5 of every 4 Filipinos is now hypertensive, and about 4 million Filipinos have diabetes already. But there's good news, no? The Philippines, as I've said, has 21 native species of cinnamon all over the country. The Philippines is at the gateway of the spice highway of Asia. The Philippines, as you know, is very rich in natural resources. And we have many native species, and I'm just talking about the Philippine cinnamon, which is really fat burning, anti-hypertensive, and anti-diabetes. So, but at the same time, yung mga farmers, nakikita nila na dahil madali siyang itanim, at binibili siya, and we don't have to cut the tree kasi leaves lang binibili namin because we distill it. Yon, they started really planting it na, no? So we have gained traction over the years. At yung mga farmers na 350, dati inaapak-apakan lang nila yung cinnamon trees nila, yung cinnamon seedlings. Pero ngayon, sila na mismo nagpo-protect, no? Yesterday, I was talking to a lady na they were going to do a tree planting, and they asked the farmers what seedlings do they need. And she was really surprised. Sabi niya, bakit kayo lumabas yung cinnamon? And then she called me, "Oy, November, alam mo ba? Mas marami ng farmers yung gusto magtanim ng cinnamon." So, mabuti kasi I got another confirmation that more farmers are really now interested, no, to plant the Philippine cinnamon. We were able to save the 50 mother trees remaining at the time. And there are now, the farmers sowed 14,000 seedlings at the time when we started. And the PEMO also invested money to plant additional 10,000 seedlings. And about 10,000 are standing at the moment. So I'm really happy. In fact, in other towns pa and cities, nagsa-start na sila magtanim, no? Kahit wala pa kaming funding. So, kasi syempre nag-uusap sila yan, mga magkakamag-anak. So, I'm happy that the farmers have started liking the Philippine cinnamon as well. So, this is a picture of the farmers who have planted the Philippine cinnamon. And in social media, actually, I've seen also the interest of Filipinos on the Philippine cinnamon. Yung maganda dito kasi because we were featured nga, Filipinos globally, natutuwa sila. So sabi nila, oh, we have Philippine cinnamon pala. So sabi ko, yes. And so I talk about it, and then they get amazed. We have 21 species pala, but hindi nila alam. Pero di ba, nung nag-aaral tayo, we know that the Philippines was colonized by Spain for spices. And one of these spices is the cinnamon, it's the Philippine cinnamon. We have to note pala that na-notice ko in the urban areas, nagugulat talaga sila na may cinnamon. Pero there's a group of people na never silang nag-stop gumamit ng Philippine cinnamon. And these are the indigenous people. Kasi yung mga indigenous people, yung cinnamon, ano nila yun eh, gamot nila yun at pagkain. Pag naglalaga sila ng meats para mawala yung langsa, they put cinnamon. When they have a stomach ache, instead of looking for medicine, they run to the tree and chew on the bark to heal them. So I'm glad that more people are getting educated that we have the Philippine cinnamon, getting more aware that we have the Philippine cinnamon. So on our part naman, we were able to get the support of the Department of Science and Technology, and we were able to find 7 species of cinnamon here in Negros. But I actually suspect that we have 21 species here because Negros is in the fly path ng birds when they migrate from Australia to China. And gustong-gusto ng mga birds yung buto ng cinnamon. And of course, they drop it along the way. And because Negros has a lot of mountains, this cinnamon freely grows in the mountains. So I suspect that I will find the 21 cinnamon species here. I'm also very fortunate that I was able to get the support of scientists, especially Dr. Doronila, who's also from Negros, Agustin Doronila. And he's our go-to scientist. Whatever science part of cinnamon, we ask him. So he's based in Australia. And we were able to find compounds like eugenol, linalool, and cariphyllene. By the way, linalool is a chemical that is also found in lavender that helps us sleep. So cinnamon can help us sleep. That's why we have the cinnamon massage oil and the cinnamon sleep aromatic water. We were also able to find the protocol how to propagate the seedlings through cuttings. Kasi 'di ba yung mga farmers nagtanim na sila nung 2016, 2017, 2018. At we have a hedge garden already. By cutting the leaves, we're able to plant it, and we're actually really poised to propagate in thousands. And I'm so happy that with this technology, we will be able to save the Philippine cinnamon. We were also able to develop products, no? Kasi I'm not a farmer, but I work with farmers, and sabi ko, my task is to find a market for the Philippine cinnamon, to educate and find a market for Philippine cinnamon. And instead of charcoal, we were able to develop 6 high-value products. So we have the cinnamon cocoa sugar, the cinnamon massage oil, the cinnamon sleep aromatic water, the cinnamon natural mouthwash, and the cinnamon moisturizer. And we actually have also gift packs that companies buy for, especially for people who don't need anything, but basically really want to support the advocacy. So right now we distribute the cinnamon cocoa sugar in the US and here in the Philippines, although we're still building our volume in the market. We are also actually in Marketplace, a premium grocery chain. So, and then we were able to put up our processing facility that is listed at the Food and Drug Administration in the US and in the Philippines, which enable us to export. So we're working on that right now. Oracle has also given us an ERP solution so that we can be aligned with international practice for good governance. So this is a picture of our distiller, the 100 kg distiller and our 200 kg distiller. We also have a 100 kg solar tunnel dryer because we have to dry the bark and the leaves before processing. So this is how our processing looks like. And we were also able to get a patent for the utility model on the Philippine cinnamon essential oil hydrosol and all the other products. So I'm happy that we were also able to sign up with Unilab, memorandum of agreement, to do product and market development. So parang alam mo yun, may kampante ako na when I talk to farmers, let's plant the cinnamon. It's a livelihood for you and I. May source of comfort ako na, okay, there are companies that are backing me. You were also able to develop a prototype for the cinnamon to be monitored. Kasi when I go to companies, they don't even ask how much it is. They ask how much can you deliver. So it's very important that we know the supply. But at the same time, it gives a positive signal to the farmers na this is not just another tree planting activity. May kakambal siya na livelihood. So pag alam nila na minomonitor, okay, sinasabi nila, seryoso talaga yung mga taong to na bibili sila. And I'm happy to share that we have already signed a memorandum of agreement with the Negros Occidental province and from one pilot site with 7 barangays. We have already gone on to expanding to 3 towns with 11 barangays. And then with this memorandum of understanding, we would be able to expand the planting of the Philippine cinnamon in the 32 towns and cities in Negros. I'm also working right now with Hadfafi. It's an NGO in Tarlac. And I'm so happy I was there late last year. We were able to find cinnamon in the forest that was previously covered by lahar. So alam niyo naman yung lahar, di ba? Walang tutubo. But after the volcano erupted in 1992, di ba? The Philippine cinnamon is already naturally growing in these mountains. And the lahar has changed the profile of the cinnamon, and their cinnamon really is very aromatic. And that is sila lang yung naamoy ko na may floral na scent aside from the cinnamon. How does it taste? Imagine putting sampaguita or ilang-ilang in your cinnamon tea. So it's very, very beautiful. So we're also working towards planting the Philippine cinnamon at the Ilog Hilabangan River, which is covering 15 towns. And today we speak also with Negros Oriental because they're also interested to study the Philippine cinnamon and how they could incorporate it in the saving of the Ilog Hilabangan River. So quickly, our business model is on the planting of the trees. Hopefully, we will be able to find carbon offset customers so that there's incentive for farmers to keep the tree standing aside from selling their leaves and the bark while we process it. So we also hope to be able to get into more towns and cities, talking, consulting, learning about the Philippine cinnamon. So I'm happy to share that right now we are the largest group that has Philippine cinnamon in the country. It takes a village to do this. I have been working on this since 2016, 2017, and I'm really grateful that many organizations have stepped in to help. No, the academe, government, DTI, DOST, even volunteers, no, scientists, professionals. So I'm very grateful for their help. Right now, we have to tap into different reputable organizations, no, for them to get to know more about the cinnamon. From my experience, when they get to know about the Philippine cinnamon, they get really interested. I'm just lucky that a lot of people know about the cinnamon and they just really love it that we have our own species here in the Philippines that can be used for climate change adaptation, for livelihood, and for conservation, and especially for healthful products. So to end, we go back to the smallholder farmers now with social and technological innovation. We raise their awareness on what the Philippine cinnamon is and present opportunities. We try to encourage each and every Filipino to get the seedling, find the seedling in your town, plant it, use it, and talk about it so that we can reclaim our heritage, our natural heritage, which is the Philippine cinnamon. It can, during COVID, actually, hindi ako uminom ng gamot on the first week. So when I had the signs of coughing, fever, diarrhea, syempre sinama lang yung iniinom ko, okay naman ako. So, maraming sakit na pinoproject nila na darating pa because of climate change. And with this very healthful tree in our home, kahit sa pot, pwede siyang itanim. We'll be able to heal ourselves, and for many Filipinos, save money as well. We can use the tree to absorb carbon, to trap water in the soil, and to hold water, so to prevent flooding. But at the same time, that we can harness this tree for livelihood of many Filipinos. So with that, thank you very much, and please help me talk more about the Philippine cinnamon. Maraming salamat po.
From your talk, first is as you research, you should be open to new things. No, I learned from you that at the start you didn't know that cinnamon planting would work, but your colleague said no, just do it and then buy from the farmers, because you were afraid at first to that all of the Philippine cinnamon products would be gone kasi kukunin niyo lahat, no? But actually, you were successful with it because you were open to new things. Number two, the importance of working with a team. You said that it takes a village to succeed, and you showed earlier the people who helped you succeed with Plantsville Health. And the third takeaway is the new information that we learned today, which is the Philippines as a spice highway of Asia, with the Philippine cinnamon as a fat burning content, and it's also good with diabetes, no? And we were talking about that earlier, Ange, diba? Even at a young age, medyo may mga problems na with diabetes.
Right.
And yeah, thank you so much, Miss November, for that wonderful talk.
Right, and I'm very, very interested with everything that Ms. November have explained to us, shared with us today. I am hypertensive, I have diabetes, so I would very much look into this even deeper. But anyways, before we proceed to our next profile, ladies and gentlemen, we just want to give this moment to thank all of our sponsors that have helped us build this summit. Of course, we are very proud to have our event beneficiary, Best Buddies PH, and of our event producers, thank you very much, Puzzlebox BPO Incorporated, and the new channel. Our media partners are Preen.ph, Inquirer, Pop, CDN Digital, Scout, Inquirer.net, the Manila Times, the Asian Parent, When in Manila. Thank you also to our publicity partners, Outcom Incorporated, EC Entertainment Media, Globaltronics, our event partners and donors, Parkit, Barefoot Wine, My Daily Collagen, Unisol. And we'd like to thank also HFSE Global Education Group, A. Herrera Wellness Group, Black Cosmetics, Uncomplicated Beauty, McDonald's, I'm Loving It, Luray Institute by Ellie Laura, Base Camp by Power Max Center, Piccadilly, Quanta, Tiffany, how do you pronounce this? Cicatricure. Love Every Skin About You, Aseptia, Tio Nacho, Blue Moon, Private Pop Avenue, Ernesto by Barber Boy, Obra Abra, Kusina ni Ateng, Expert Tours Corporation, Sunny Castle, Aweng Sari Sari Store, Royal Bloom, Styled by Miles, Yassine's Cosmetics, Soul Skin by Pure Angels, Photo Man, and last but not the least, Shadrach.co. There you have it. Thank you very much to our dear sponsors. We will be taking a quick break. Please don't go away. Global Women Who Rule 2024 will be right back.
Begin with us. Stay in with us. Make any floor a dance floor with us. Be smooth with us. Groove with us. Date night is a great night with us. Be you with us. Barefoot with us.
And we are back. You're still watching Global Women Who Rule 2024. This is our 4th year doing this summit, and I'm so glad you could all join us online. And of course, some of us are here on site. And by the way, please keep your comments coming. So we need your key takeaways in the comment section because, of course, we are giving a prize to the most, how should I say it, inspiring key takeaway in the comment section. Right now, we are moving on to our 9th speaker for today. Salve Dupo is a distinguished adult education and consumer protection, leading Empower and Transform to drive financial literacy amid the COVID-19 shifts. As resident financial advisor of On the Money, her segment on Salve Says on AB's channel imparts valuable personal finance insights. Currently, she co-hosts Panalong Diskarte on GWWR Teleradio Servicio and anchors Business Outlook on ANC. Last November, she was recognized for the 3rd time as an investor champion of the Securities and Exchange Commission for her efforts in promoting personal finance and consumer protection. Recently, she was awarded as an outstanding woman in personal finance by the San Beda University's Junior Financial Management Association. Furthermore, Salve actively engages with various professional organizations, demonstrating her commitment to collaboration and community involvement. She is a proud member of esteemed groups such as the Management Association of the Philippines, the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Quezon City, and the Women's Business Council Philippines, and of course, the Rotary Club of San Juan Supreme. Ladies and gentlemen, to talk about the transformational nature of financial inclusion, let's give a warm welcome to Ms. Salve Dupo.
Thanks, Ange. For around 30 years, my byline and my screen name was known in the business world for financial journalism, investigative reporting, and financial advisory, especially for the marginalized, disenfranchised, the poor and the middle class with very little access rather, to independent financial information in a country with massive information asymmetry. Now, I know that's a mouthful, so let's simplify. I wrote stories about money to empower those who don't have money. Along the way, I made friends among the rich and famous, as well as those who have barely enough to feed their families, and a lot of Filipinos in the in between worlds of finance. Now, the daughter of a very rich tycoon, one of the richest in the country according to Forbes, once called me the money girl. Where I came from, however, was anything but that of a money girl. I am the fifth child of a couple who split when I was 5 years old, and because of that family crisis, I grew up in poverty. My father came from a landed family in Bicol, and one of my earliest memories was living in a big house near an ocean with pristine white beaches, colorful bougainvillea bushes, and a small swimming pool with two huge sea turtles, pawikan, and I called them my very own pets. It was an idyllic setting until the fairy tale bubble burst after a huge and violent argument. My mom told me to pack our things. We were leaving. I swear, my sea turtles had tears in their eyes when I said goodbye. In Legazpi City, where we were to live without my father's support, there was no space for a swimming pool for my sea turtles. Transporting them to the city, they were by then each as big as a child's desk was out of the question. We had to ride a boat. So at that time, I knew that something tragic was happening with my parents, but my main concern really was leaving my sea turtles behind. I was 5. Little did I know that something horrible was about to happen to my friends. I was about to lose them forever. Those magical creatures who could live up to 150 years old had they been swimming in the ocean where they truly belong. When we left Buena Vista, my uncles ate them as pulutan. Eventually, the only things I got back were their magnificent shells, now decorating one of the walls of Bicol University. You can still find them there. My family donated them to the school. This period in my life taught me many things. We all have scars, whether they're emotional, intellectual, social, or financial. We all have people in our lives who hurt us, make us feel small, or try to reduce our value. It takes a lot of time to recover from the personal crisis that life will throw our way. But who we are, what we are, is never a collection of our tragic moments. Our nature, in fact, is magnified by those moments. Our value as humans is inherent in the fact that we were born here on earth to be gifted with the experience of having sea turtles as friends, with stars to guide our journey, with the ocean to calm our tears and the wind to carry our wails. No amount of money can buy that. No amount of expensive shoes, bags, cars, or homes can define us. And no number of rich friends or likes and shares can prove our worth. We prove our own worth in the way we live, in the way we love, and in the way we build up the value of others. It is about knowing your true value, living in a way that enhances that value, and empowering others around you to embrace their own infinite value. This is what we do here in Global Women Who Rule. We make others feel their own value. Boy Abunda, in his show The Bottom Line on ABS-CBN, threw me a curveball at the end of an interview with my co-author of a book called, his name is Mon Abrea. He asked us, Salve, What is your net worth? You know how Boy Abunda does that. Without any clue, is going to throw you a curveball. And without a pause, I replied, infinite. So you guys listening, say this with me. I am of infinite value. And no matter what my social, mental, or financial status is, I am of infinite worth. And that is how I will live. I believe this is an important message for the next generation. And for you viewers who represent bright pinpricks of hope in the beautiful Philippine night skies, we dedicate these words. You see, commercialism is the biggest financial risk faced by our people today, as the Philippine economy continues to grow at a pace that other advanced jurisdictions can only dream of having. As our country fully enters a demographic sweet spot, people have more money to buy houses, fly on airplanes, stay in hotels, eat in restaurants, clothe themselves with more expensive brands, among other things. Big companies know about this and they are spending billions of money to entice our people to buy more stuff. Buy, buy, buy. And they know exactly what buttons to push. Think, when was the last time you bought on impulse? The boodles. If you're like the typical Filipino today, trapped in a pandemic apocalypse or post-pandemic apocalypse, you would reply, yesterday. Our people have lost the art of budgeting and planning, buying something only when they have the cash to pay for it. Vacations are paid with credit cards, and both oldies and Generation Zs and the millennials in between do not realize that the interest tucked in monthly when they get home from their Instagram chosen tourist highs can almost double the cost they thought they paid. So are appliances, eating out, clothing, and footwear. Sometimes that list even includes tuition and Christmas parties. I'm not trying to demonize credit cards. I think credit cards are great financial tools, but when misused, can cause financial ruin. Do you know how to check if you have a credit card or a debt problem? There is an easy way. Ask yourself if you can pay your credit cards in full on your next due date. If not, you're in trouble. Now, there's another dark cloud that hangs over our country at the moment because of this demographic sweet spot. Fraudsters are watching people's every move. And this is easier said now because of social media. In the pre-internet days, fraudsters dived through our trash or sent someone to watch our streets, even talk to our neighbors and kasambahays to get sensitive information about our lives. How often and what time we leave the house, how much cash we keep, if we have jewelry lying around, you get the idea. Nowadays, the fraudster's job has gotten easier since we upload this information ourselves to our social media. Pushed by the need for social affirmation, those likes and shares, we unthinkingly give out private information to the public, which fraudsters now can use to do social engineering. And because this kind of crime is so difficult to prove now, our people have no recourse when they use this information to get our trust or access our bank account. Just read the latest headlines. A lot of people lose money to fraudsters and investment scams on a daily basis because we ourselves are lax with our own information security. But a happy storm is about to descend on the poorest half of the Filipino population. In the next couple of years, if blockchain technology spreads wealth easily across the value chain, meaning middlemen are removed and the farmers, the fisherfolk, small entrepreneurs, they get the chance to have a bigger slice of the wealth pie. Many of our countrymen will have a lot more money on their hands. Does that mean, however, that they will be wealthier? Money, wealth, magkasunod ba talaga? Well, I am afraid the answer is no. A lot of the people I work with on financial literacy for the masses are concerned that while things are moving to spread the empowering nature of financial education, that's empowering and transformational nature of financial knowledge among our people, they are not moving nearly fast enough to overtake the speed of technology. I have been watching and working on the field of financial literacy and personal financial planning for more than, well, almost 30 years. Rewards are multiplying as our lips can almost taste the promise of finally becoming the Asian super tiger. But make no mistake, risks are also rising. Someone once told me, what is a nation but a collection of its people? That's true, isn't it? Grown-ups measure economic progress by using a statistic called gross domestic product. GDP figures are released quarterly and annually by the government to a waiting army of analysts, economists, businessmen, and policymakers who need to know whether our country is doing well or not and how we compare with countries all over the world. This may be an oversimplification, but GDP is essentially an accounting of whether more money changed hands faster compared with the previous year. Now, all business decisions that make up GDP come from an analysis of how you and I save and invest our money. You see, we are what our country becomes. I'll repeat that. We are what our country becomes. Now, within this backdrop, imagine the kind of individual transformation that must occur to propel an entire nation to move forward. It is not enough that money comes in. It is important that both companies and individuals spend that money on the right things and keep an ample amount for the future. There must be a right mix of consumption, savings, and investment in every household so we don't end up using unsustainable consumer debt to live better. Now, what complicates the situation is that about 1/5 of our population is very poor. They can barely feed themselves with nutritious food. In fact, now, because of inflation, they can barely eat. They can barely buy things to put on the table. They can barely find jobs. And millions are dependent on government cash assistance. But while their biggest problem is lack of money, just giving them cash is a recipe for disaster. Without financial literacy, without understanding the power of that money they're given, without knowing how to manage it, without ideas on how to make it grow, that money will probably be wasted. Or worse, even hurt their chances at living a better life. And yet the world constantly throws money after the poor. For so many decades, philanthropists create programs that make cash accessible to those who belong to the poorest of the poor, expecting them to be entrepreneurs the next day. There are lending programs, entrepreneurship programs, and dole outs that seek to water a land that is parched with information for financial education. It will never work. Now, what is important for our people today is financial education. It must be a critical component in these programs because a deeper understanding of how the world of money works develops an entrepreneurial culture among our people. And this culture gives them the know-how, the skills, the confidence, and the ability to say, hey, that's a business opportunity I can take on. How I would love to see our people adapt this kind of culture and shed the victim mentality that grips our nation. We can't fully blame the millions stuck in poverty. That situation is the result of decades of poor policies, flawed culture, and lack of political will. In the eyes of an extractive government, a poor, dependent, and uneducated populace is a lot easier to manipulate. But the wheels are turning, and as our world tries to claw our way out of the coronavirus pandemic, and we're still feeling it, we embrace the cusp of the fourth industrial revolution. The way money will spread will change the way things are done. Blockchain, artificial intelligence, QR codes, smartphones, the internet are changing the way money will spread. It will change the way things are done. And we will see a world that we have never imagined. There is hope, that this movement will explode, and it can be a tool for empowerment for the young, for the masses, for the global women who rule around the world, and the overseas Filipino workers, and for everybody else. Why understanding money is critical for OFWs and the next generation and everybody in this country in the last 25 years, I have created many financial plans for various groups and individuals. The process usually goes like this. We see if we're a good fit for one another, and after one or two meetings, and if we are, we go through the months of consultations and discussions, behavioral analysis covering spending and investing patterns, and financial analysis of their cash flow, debts, and assets. This is more than financial education. This is mentoring one-on-one. And by the end of the period, I turn over a financial plan, usually written in a big binder, complete with detailed strategies for budgeting, debt management, insurance management, investments for education, for retirement. I know you're tired listening to this, but some plans are more comprehensive than others, especially if there's an estate plan involved. Some plans are more challenging, for instance, when mentees are under a huge amount of debt. But this is the transformational nature of it. All of them are a labor of love. And we almost usually end up being lifetime friends. You need 50 million to get this from the current system in the financial world. Here with us, you need a lot less. Now, we are at the moment, at the time in the economic history of the world where it seems like the US economy is doing so well, but there are cracks in the system. So what I have discovered is this: the harsh reality that is for those of you who are just starting in your young age, you are really playing a catch-up game. It's not impossible for those in the higher age brackets to achieve their financial goals. But the best time to begin preparing for retirement is now. The best time to start thinking about the future is now. And that is why financial literacy is very transformational in nature. I'm very happy that the government, the financial system, banks, insurance companies are already starting to move as one in doing this. And I am very happy that here in Global Women Who Rule, there is a spotlight placed in this area so that more people can join in. Thank you so much.
A lot of key takeaways, a lot of really, really great gems during her speech. But let me just zero in on this one because this is very important, especially for the younger generations that are very, very dependent on layaways and credit cards. So
Those who are just building their finances as of now.
I know. I am guilty of this from time to time, but spend on the right things so to avoid unsustainable consumer debt. It's such a burden when you think of your payables every month, right? I really hate those monthly payments, but sometimes it gets the best of us.
Yeah.
Then
She mentioned Angela, a very important thing. Use your credit card for trips. Right?
Yes.
And then I like how she termed it, Instagram highs.
Yeah.
But then you end up paying double for that
Correct.
trip.
That's
you don't
true.
realize it, but it happens.
That's true. Thank you very much, Ms. Salve, for giving us an insight on how to understand money better and our cash flow better. So
So at this point, we'd like to introduce our 10th speaker. She is Colleen Daval Palaganas. She is the founder of Sustainable PH, the vice president and head of SM Group Sustainability Office, and awarded as one of Asia's Sustainability Superwomen in 2019. Served in various roles in Europe, Central Asia, and Asia Pacific for Happy Sports Humanity International. Colleen Daval Palaganas is the founder of Sustainable Teach. I said that already. So, ladies and gentlemen, to give us a speech entitled Building a Country of Sustainability Champions, let's give a warm welcome to Colleen Daval Palaganas.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. You know, this is such a privilege to be here, and I want to congratulate Apple Manansala, who have founded the Global Women Who Rule, because truly part of sustainability is equality, and women really have a lot to do with the growth, not only of the whole planet, but it starts with families. Women are very big in supporting their children grow. Women build men leaders because it is the mother that really raises the children along with the father and builds the values so that they could become leaders one day. And it's women who are also strong and believing in themselves who could raise younger women and other women to be empowered, which is a big part of sustainability. So I am here to talk about how we can raise a country of sustainability leaders. You know, tayong mga Filipino, we are very sustainable. We just don't know it. If you remember the time with my mother, walang natitira na ano, lahat nire-recycle. Pati yung mga jars na binibili, kino-convert ito into containers at home. Ang Pilipino ay naturally masinop. And ang Pilipino ay naturally mapagbigay at mapagmahal sa kapwa at mapagbigay at mapagmahal sa ating kalikasan, no? Our environment. This is very, very close to Filipino values. This also, Filipinos is also very sharing. No? We are a very sharing culture. That's why we have talaga a whole culture na nakikipagbigayan sa lahat. And what is that? It is shared prosperity. So ang question, the Philippines ba can be sustainable? Talagang we can be sustainable because nagsisimula siya sa Pilipino. I'll just tell you a short story. Alam mo ba, nung bata ako, 16 years old pa lang ako, I would pray and go to the prayer mountain and pray. I would cry to the Lord, why are we poor? The Pearl of the Orient with so many islands. Ang daming fish, ang daming trees. Do you know the Coral Triangle? There's a tip that faces the Philippines and ito ang pinakamayaman na concentration ng biodiversity. Talagang Pearl of the Orient tayo. Ang Pilipino napakamahusay, matalino, mapagbigay, masipag, lahat na ng characteristics kailangan to be sustainable nasa atin, nasa puso natin, nasa kamay natin, nasa kapaligiran natin. So I would pray and ask, Lord, ano nagkaganito? Ang napakabuting mga tao, napakamayaman at mapagbigay, matataba ang puso, at napakagandang bansa na binigay mo. Pearl of the Orient talaga. Paano tayo nagugutom? Paano tayo nagkaroon ng poverty? Paano tayo nagkaganito? And you know, I was so fascinated with Singapore when Lee Kuan Yew became their leader. And I thought that would be the answer, one man who would lead us. But you know, I started praying, but may kasabihan, you know, when I was a child, I thought like a child, I reasoned like a child. But now I grew up in the Word, I grew up, I got matured and realized it's not pala one person. It is pala you and me. Meron tayong sobrang yaman na hawak sa Philippines. At ito ang Pilipino. Do you know na ang Philippines entered the demographic sweet spot? That's what the UN calls it. What is this demographic sweet spot? Alam mo, ang demographic sweet spot comes every 200, 300 years, even 500 years in a country. And we are in that demographic sweet spot today. Ang ibig sabihin nun is karamihan ng Pilipino ay nasa working age. Ibig sabihin, nandun tayo sa 16 to 55 to 65 years old at mas kakaunti ang mga dependent sa ating populasyon. Ang mga mayayaman na bansa ngayon, ang problem nila ay lumiliit na populasyon. Sa atin naman, napakabata. Kung iba are aging population, we are a very young population. But you know, that's a double-edged sword. Ang population na napakalawak ngayon na pwedeng magtrabaho, ang ibig sabihin is, kailangan natin i-empower ang mga kabataan, ang mga nagtatrabaho, lahat ng kaya at able mag-contribute sa economy, kailangan natin i-empower. Kailangan rin natin maggawa ng mga hanap buhay para sa lahat, negosyo. At kailangan natin gumawa ng sistema na lahat ito is naeengganyo ang mga kabataan magtrabaho. At the same time, so dito ngayon ang question. Nung pandemic, nagpipray ako. Sustainable PH used to be my blog. And ang gusto ko lang was to raise awareness on sustainability na ang Pilipino noon pa man ay sustainable sa ating mga ginagawa araw-araw noon pa man. Baka lang tayo medyo nakakalimot pero noon pa man, ganun tayo. So nire-raise ko sa blog ko yung mga dati nating kaugalian. Kasi nung bata ako, ang nanay ko may bayong. Hindi naman nagpa-plastic ang nanay ko noon. May bayong siya, pupunta kami sa palengke at doon nilalagay, nagdadala kami ng mga container. Tapos naalala ko yung bagyo ni Mrs., ang laki-laki, and kukuha sila, nilalagay sa container. So napaka-ano no, ng Pilipino. But then I was praying and then I felt being led na yung blog ko, hindi lang siya dapat blog. Because to be sustainable as a country, we need not one leader, but every Filipino to be sustainable, to be a leader in every sphere of influence. Kay teacher, kay estudyante, kay nanay sa bahay, kay nagtatrabaho sa opisina, everyone has to be a sustainability leader. So, ni-register ko as an NGO ang Sustainable PH at ang goal natin is ang bawat Pilipino maging sustainability leader. So, paano natin to gagawin? Kasi napakalaki nga naman ang sustainability. At bago to, ano nga ba ang sustainability? Napaka-popular na word. Pero ano nga ba siya? Mga kapatid, napakasimple nito. Ang sustainability, ibig sabihin, is kaya natin mamuhay ng mapayapa, ng walang katapusan hanggang sa anak ng anak natin. At para mabuhay ng mapayapa, kailangan, number one, is sa kapwa natin, meron tayong pagmamahal sa kapwa, equality. Kasi pagmahal natin ang kapwa natin, is gusto natin makakapag-aral siya, makakatrabaho siya, magkakaroon siya ng oportunidad, merong equality. Ang sunod is mahal natin ang bahay na binigay ni Lord sa atin na napakagandang planet Earth. At ngayon, yan pa lang ang planet, no? So we have to take care of our planet. And in this planet, there are food there naturally. And then, alam nyo ba na 6 days, 5 days sa 6 days nag-create si God, no? 5 days. Puro ang kinikreate niya is environment. So ibig sabihin, nauna ang ating kalikasan para tayo mabigyan ng pagkain, sapat na kailangan para mabuhay. And then tayo, ang una nating trabaho is alagaan ito. Yun ang unang binigay na trabaho kay Adan. O pangalanan mo ang mga hayop at tulong at alagaan mo itong creation na binigay ko. So atin trabaho ito. And ang huli na para tayo maging, ang meaning ng sustainability is sa lahat ng ito, kailangan may prosperidad. Because ang ibig sabihin ng sustainable is mayapa tayo hanggang anak ng anak natin. Kung ganon, hindi tayo pwedeng napakahirap, ano? So kailangan may prosperity. At ang prosperity na to ay ibig sabihin may access tayo sa financing, may access tayo sa trabaho, may access tayo sa negosyo, at pag may access tayo, tayo rin ay fair. Fair tayo sa mga nagtatrabaho sa atin, sinishare natin ang grasya, at unti-unti pag nahanap natin tong sweet spot, meaning mabait tayo sa kapwa natin, fair tayo sa nagtatrabaho, tapos nandyan sa kalikasan, di natin siya hinaharm to a point mawawalan tayo ng titirhan, and then mapayapa tayo at nakashare to, ito ang tinatawag na sweet spot. Yung sweet spot na yan ang ibig sabihin ng sustainability. So yung Sustainable PH is a startup non-profit organization, and paano namin kayo matutulungan at paano kami ang partner. So ang Sustainable PH, tatlo ang ginagawa niya. Number one, we build capacity. So meron kaming mga cohorts, kahit ano pa man ang inyong trabaho, procurement, HR, lahat tayo sustainability leader. So pwede kayong mag-enroll sa cohorts ng Learn to Lead, and it's just 10 Saturdays, and then you can apply it already at work. Number two, we're gonna have also more cohorts para pati sa housewife, pati sa mga ibang line of work na hindi kailangan mag-shift, no? And then also other things to learn. Ang second is you can join our community, the Society for Sustainability Practitioners. We're 450 members now, and we continue to do peer learning. And the last is, please, we create change and we work with you for change. So meron kaming sustainability unplugged, unplugged siya, ibig sabihin we can talk frankly and practically about the sustainability issues we face as a country, and may roundtable discussions, may annual summit, and ang pinakahuli ay may Sustainable PH Awards. Alam nyo, hindi kailangan kagaya nitong Global Women, no? Napakaganda talaga nitong ginawa ni Apple, because akala natin para to create impact, we have to be a big celebrity or a big person. But alam nyo, the ordinary people create extraordinary things. Kayo, hero kayo, sustainability hero. Maraming sustainability hero. So ang ating Sustainable PH Awards recognize this, kasi ang gusto natin is maengganyo lahat to do their work in sustainability, magkaroon ng local heroes ang ating mga kabataan na paglaki nila, pwede pala ako maging ganon. And so yun ang ating so ang mga little practical tips for sustainability, tandaan nyo, first of all, is maging fair tayo sa kapwa natin in all our dealings. Kung kayo ay negosyante, maging fair kayo sa HR, i-empower nyo ang employees nyo. Yan ang mga sustainable practices. Kung kayo naman also ay negosyante or may business or sa bahay or what, no? Ang kapaligiran, huwag naman natin isayang ang napakagandang mga rivers. Tandaan nyo, ilan lang, 3% lang ng tubig sa mundo ay fresh. At 1% lang ng 3% ang pwede i-access natin. Ano ibig sabihin nun? Yun lang ang pwede natin inumin. And alam mo, pwede tayong walang pagkain ng ilang araw but inumin. Nako, 3 days lang. Talagang hindi kaya. So, alagaan natin ang ating mga rivers, magsumali tayo sa mga clean up, and sa bahay nyo, kung pwedeng bumili na lang ng mga refill, mag-recycle, and don't buy way more than you need. Kasi akala natin minsan, no, ito na yung papasok sa prosperity. Minsan akala natin ang prosperity is napakadami nating gamit. Ang prosperity, ibig sabihin, lahat ng pangangailangan natin is maluwang na nakukuha natin. In fact, nakaka-share tayo. Ngayon, kung alam natin lang ang totoong kailangan natin, hindi nagwawaldas, then magugulat tayo, marami tayong extra. Napakadami because maraming biyaya talaga ang Diyos sa Pilipinas. So I think yung Sustainable PH, that is our vision and mission. And in our own little way, please call us kung kayo ay negosyante, eskwela, and we can do so many workshops or anything, how to make sustainability very, very simple. So that is our message from Sustainable PH, and I hope that one day when every Filipino can be sustainable in their sphere of influence, then we build a country that is a sustainable Philippines for everyone. Thank you.
So much, Colleen Daval of Palaganas, the founder of Sustainable PH. My key takeaways from her speech are the following. First, she said that the women, we have a huge role in raising the future men and women of our society. So that is such an important role. And number two, she said the Philippines is the pearl of the Orient. Actually, we're a very rich country. However, we are just misusing it. So each one of us, the third point, no, each one of us can be a sustainable leader in whatever field we're at, and you can make some changes in your own sphere, in your own industry. Kahit gaano ka simple ito, or you know, you can be a CEO, or you can even be like, for example, a farmer, or whatever sphere of influence you have. And then she emphasized on fairness. You know, if we're fair to other people, then we can achieve sustainability. So those are my takeaways. Thank you so much.
Wow, such a great speech, you know, such a very holistic and great speech that talked about so many wonderful things. But yeah, I think Kathy was able to sum it all up with that recap. Now, Kathy, don't look now, we're halfway through.
Yeah.
And on to our 11th speaker for today. Attorney Josephine Fernandez is a product of humble beginnings, public education systems, and parents whose moral compass steered her life together with her siblings, 3 accomplished sisters. To all 4 children, everything started with a socially aware childhood where poverty is an inspiration, where good education is a way to build and rise from a situation, and where the future must be founded on being a responsible citizen. Joe's life goal is not to be a burden to society. Optimize talents to raise the bar in order to have enough to assist others in their pursuit of opportunities. 40 years of corporate work, mostly in the banking sector and in human resources, gave Joe the front row in studying the dynamics of people. She has challenged status quo all these years to create a work environment for people to recognize what they can do best in order to become a valued team member in an organization. She believes that a competent workforce is what we need in nation building, 21st century version. As a mother, she continues to give her 2 boys in their early adult life, to guide her 2 boys in their early adult life. As a wife, she believes that womanhood is a privilege, celebrated not as a gender. The woman can be the tie that binds a family. As a citizen, the woman can be the stranger that inspires a community. And as a lawyer, she chooses to be a tough hand, a just mind, and a warm embrace all at the same time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I know this speech is going to be one for the books, and given the background of Attorney Joe, right?
We can't wait to hear her speech. But yeah, before that, we'd like to encourage everybody to please take part and you know, write down your key takeaways. Type it in the comments section. We've already received some. For example, we have a comment from King Gonzalez. He said, "Grit is being persistent and consistent with what you are doing, no matter what the result. Just keep on doing it. Consistency is the key." That's what they said. And then, yeah, please, we'd like to watch more or see more of your takeaways in our comments section.
Yes, but so far, King is at the top, at the top of the race, because we have yet to see others sending in their key takeaways. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, delivering a speech entitled "Second Chances Make the Difference," Let's give a warm welcome to Attorney Joe Fernandez.
Thank you so much for this unexpected opportunity to be heard. Thank you for that introduction. Yes, indeed, it has been 40 years that I've been in corporate. And for those who are listening, and I think the previous speakers had a lot of uh, um, insights, and myself, I'm learning. You know, I believe that as an HR professional and as a lawyer, there has been several options on what to advocate. But mine could be very simple. It's not as maybe far-reaching as others, but the way I try to exercise my profession and relate with other people is that I always like to give a second chance. When someone falls, there is always a chance to stand up. However, whenever we fall, there should be a hand that should help us. This may sound trivial compared to other advocacies, as I say, such as fights for against diseases, maybe efforts to secure sovereignty or anything of that sort. But I believe that creating equal opportunities is an essential step to allowing everyone a meaningful life. You know, I've been working with Thrift Bank. We call it the China Bank Savings, and I'm very proud. I'm proudest when I see the people there who have stepped up and they have actually looked at opportunities and chances to improve themselves as something that's very precious to them. As an HR person, I always think of people as the backbone of every organization. There are many people who can have access to education. In CBS, for example, the second chance that I'm talking about is given to people who are open to getting education, but the chance is not there. So we have a program where some of our messengers, security guards, and even the agency personnel were encouraged to go to school. Personally, I explained the opportunities that education can give them. So in this program, we give them all the chances, all the arrangements for them to be able to go back to school. And so far, it has been a success. A few of them are already joining the bank as a regular employee. As a bank also, another second chance that I'd like to impart to people is for people to have a chance, another opportunity to alleviate their status in life. You see, when I was introduced before I came here, you know that poverty is not alien to me. But poverty is never a showstopper. Actually, poverty is something that should be a launch pad for something that we want to do in our lives. There will be economic challenges all over, but when you want to pursue something like education, something that you'd like to build a future on, I think poverty will be reversed. I have met a lot of people over the years that I've been working and being a product of public schools. I have seen poverty at close range. But poverty is not something that, as I say, it's never a showstopper. You know, you have to define what poverty is all about. Poverty is there to stay if you don't know what's causing it. Generally, most of the people that I've talked to and where I was able to help to get out of where they are, they never knew that poverty is not an end state. They thought that if they are poor, that situation can go generation to generation. But we have to break it. How do we break it? We allow them to have access to education and opportunities. As an HR person, I have seen people who will not really qualify immediately for a position. Why? Because our assessment tools are geared towards a general framework that we need specific skills that are already present, and where education can dictate what kind of skills you will bring in on the first time that you will be interviewed for a job. In my case, I am very lucky that early on in my career, I was able to help in the crafting of policies so that we can give opportunities to people. So, what exactly was the result of these initiatives? We have assessment tools that would look at the potential of the person. At the onset, when you look at a person, they may not qualify because we have a framework in mind. But if you look at the person's eagerness, the person's openness to building skills, to learning more, I think we have a better chance to be of getting somebody in the organization that would who would learn and that be relevant for many years to come. You know, the only equalizer that we have in life is that we are in a journey. It's a cliche, but we say the journey is called life for everybody. But the one that divides all of us are the opportunities that we get from the start to the very end. Some people fall. Yeah. I have talked to people who had difficulty rising because there are simply society by itself doesn't provide a chance for them to stand up. Let me take one thing. When the pandemic was within us, so many people were desperate, but so many people also were open to opportunities. For example, in the bank, we give free financial literacy programs. We guide them. We teach them how the bank can help them. Sometimes it's very daunting to go to a bank. But if you go to a bank like where I work, like CBS, for example, China Bank Savings, will always allow you to tell us what is it that you need in order to start something, develop what resource, maybe make use of your resources, and what is it that you want to do from here on so that we can help you financially. It's going to be given to you for free, and we'd like to listen to what you need from us. Another thing that I'm advocating is, which I have been doing as a lawyer, is helping the OFWs. It's the first time that I'll be speaking to the public about what I do for them. I have seen at close range our OFWs in a few countries. Last year, I met some of them again, and there's sadness in my heart because 20 years after I met them before, the same thing is happening. They left the country and they have specific goals for their family, for themselves. But unfortunately, majority of them were not able to achieve those goals. Let me give you an example. If they leave the country because they want education for their children, why is it that when I talk to them, people were not their children did not have the education? In fact, they were actually they became wayward, and it's very difficult to them again to go back to the mainstream. Why is it that their families broke up? Why is it that they left because they wanted to have their own homes, but to this day, 30 years later, we don't have it. My personal opinion is that we would like to help them. Maybe all of us can help them in any capacity that we can by helping them go back to their core. What's the reason for leaving the country? If we can bring them back to their core, probably we'll know the reason why we're not taking the next step forward. And instead, we are doing the reverse. I feel really very, my heart goes out to them. They need help. But when you are in a situation where nobody gives you the chance, the opportunity to think outside of what you have, probably it's difficult. Finally, in my the way I look at raising a family, nobody can be a perfect parent. but the opportunity to impart something, the opportunity to build uh, uh, to build skills or probably develop in young people, your children, the idea that they cannot be burdened to society, that they should be able to fend for themselves, that they should be able to look beyond their comfort zones, is something that is an opportunity giving also. We have a family that could be um, that have the comforts of economic stability. But if we train our eyes to giving chances, opportunities to people around us, maybe it will be a different world. Your hand, my hand, somebody else's hand. One day we'll crisscross with each other, lock together, and now they belong to a shoulder that people can cry on, and probably things will be different in this world. Maraming salamat po. My advocacy is very simple, but I hope that you learn something from it. And I welcome you and I invite you to be one of those people who can give a second chance to people who would need it. Maraming salamat.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Halfway through, that was our 11th speaker, Attorney Joe Fernandez. Such a great speech. You know, it's always very inspiring to anyone for sure. You know, the story of, you know, coming from a place that's difficult and challenging, then all the way up to being Attorney Joe Fernandez, who was inspiring a lot of people, who was trying to affect change and giving opportunities to other people. It's very inspiring. And I really want to zero in on her point when she said that there are no perfect parents. Nobody can be a perfect parent. But the way she explained it is that as parents, parents can always encourage their children to explore opportunities so that they won't be stuck in that bubble, so that they wouldn't go wayward and, you know, do a lot of things that they will regret later on in their adult life. So yeah, there you have it. Thank you very much,
Okay.
Attorney Joe.
And we'd like to read some comments, by
Yes,
the way,
please.
Ange.
Yes, please.
Yes, and we encourage you to comment and, you know, give a shout out to your friends who are speaking today. We know that, you know, these speakers, they have lots of supporters as well. There's one from Cari Fronteras saying, rooting for my Bisaya people. Yan. Sana mga taga Bisaya dyan. Hello sa inyo. And then one said here, Salvanatics. Yan, I think a fan of Miss Salve Dupo. And then also Perla Fronteras says she's watching. And we'd like for you to we'd like to give away our gifts already to you.
Yes, please.
Please help us by typing your comments in our comments section and write your key takeaways. So yes, at this point, we'd like to introduce our 12th speaker.
I think we're gonna go on a break.
On a break first. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do that.
Because once again, we would like to thank our dear sponsors, our other partners, our event partners for making this event possible. And so I would like to start off by saying thank you for our event beneficiary for being here and for welcoming GWWR with open arms, of course, Best Buddies PH, our event producers, Puzzle Box BPO Incorporated, the new channel, our media partners, we have Preen.ph, we have BN Inquirer, Pop, CDN Digital, Scout, Inquirer.net, the Manila Times, the Asian Parent, When in Manila, and to our publicity partners, thank you very much, Outcom Incorporated, EC Entertainment Media, and Globaltronics. And of course, thank you, dear partners and donors, starting off with Sparkit, Barefoot Wine, My Daily Collagen, Unisol,
and HFSC Global Education Group, A. Herrera Wellness Group, Black Cosmetics, Uncomplicated Beauty, McDonald's, I'm Loving It, Lorraine Institute by Ellie Laura, Base Camp by Power Max Center, Piccadilly, Quanta, Tiffany, Cicatric Cure, Love Every Skin About You, Aseptia, Tio Nacho, Blue Moon, Private Pop Avenue, Ernesto by Barber Boy, Obra Abra, Cocina ni Ateng, Expert Tours Corporation, Sunny Castle, Aweng Sari Sari Store, Royal Bloom, Styled by Miles, Yassine's Cosmetics, Soul Skin by Pure Angels, Photo Man, Shadrach.co. Thank you so much, everybody, for supporting our GWWR 2024. But of course, we're not yet done.
Yes.
You have yet to listen to these a powerhouse lineup for this afternoon.
Exactly. Now, ladies and gentlemen, do not go away. We are going to take a quick break, and Global Women Who Rule will be right back.
Begin with us. Stay in with us. Make any floor dance floor with us. Be smooth with us. Groove with us. Date night is a great night with us. Be you with us. Barefoot with us.
the studio. And, you know, I really love the energy here, Ange. Some of them are doing it on giving their speeches online, but a lot of them are also here. So yes, it's really great to be here.
I know, and a lot of beautiful women surrounding us today. And but of course, we will not forget to thank all of the men who continue to encourage, uplift the women around them.
That's right.
Thank you as well. Okay, you're still watching Global Women Who Rule. And just a friendly reminder, keep on sending your key takeaways because you want to give out the prize.
Exactly. Nandito lang sila. They're prepared just for you. So please type in your key takeaways in the comment section.
All right. So, Kathy, we are now headed to our 12th speaker.
Our 12th speaker.
Herrera Wellness Group, or AWG, is the catalyst that empowers and inspires women to be, to love, and live the best quality of life to the fullest. Dr. Andel Herrera is an OBGYN with over 35 years of private clinical practice in the Philippines' premier medical institutions. Dr. Herrera has subspecializations in pediatric adolescent gynecology, functional aesthetic gynecology, and a bevy of other subspecializations, and is passionately a woman's wellness advocate. Dr. Herrera's advocacy is to educate women, provide knowledge and healthy alternatives to achieve overall feminine wellness.
Hi, everyone. As a woman
I
wellness
think they missed
advocate,
one slide.
feminine well-being should be at the top priority in the health list of the young and the not so young. This is a full woman's life cycle that she goes through each phase, carrying a certain experience. So each one of us must be mindful and fully understand the complexities of the life cycle from infancy, childhood, adulthood, pregnancy, childbirth, pre- and postmenopausal and geriatric phases. Can you identify where you are in this life cycle? What is your story?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Have you identified yourself in your life cycle? Again, I am Dr. Andel Herrera, and I've gone almost full circle in my life cycle. And this is my story. I am the youngest of 4 siblings, and I would say I was a happy kid. When I was 12 years old, I knew I wanted to be a doctor, as I witnessed how my parents, both doctors, treated their patients with total, utmost tender care and compassion. And with gratitude in their hearts, these patients would reciprocate the kindness and goodness that was accorded to them and would give them whatever they produce or whatever they got from their fresh catch, like fruits, vegetables, live chickens, fresh fish, oysters, and crabs, and whatever would provide them. I saw then the power and the value of health, both physical and mental, but more importantly, the impact it had on their emotional state and renewed spirit. And so as I moved on into the life cycle of adulthood, at the age of 17, I knew I didn't want to marry a doctor, as the busyness of the career affected time and growth in the family. So to fast track, I married my boyfriend of 9 years at the age of 26 after I completed my medical education at the University of the Philippines College of Medicine, while he, at the age of 28, completed his MBA at the Asian Institute of Management. I knew that I wanted a home, a family, and a thriving OBGYN practice at the age of 40. And I worked hard and persevered to strike a balance amongst the three important areas in my life. The first, the career as an OBGYN to focus on the different fields of the specialty. Second, to raise an energetic and highly grounded family or growing family. And mind you, I never missed any of my children's milestones activities as they were growing despite my busy clinical practice. And thirdly, the area I wanted to keep was a good marital relationship. Family was a priority in time and commitment. Ensuring the highest levels of education for our children, along with adherence to strong family values and beliefs, spending family bonding time in travels, and simply in quiet time. I believe that family time well spent fueled the soul and the spirit. And therefore, to ensure parental guidance while our children were studying abroad, our 17-year long-distance relationship between me and my husband actually created this long, sustained relationship with frequent visits from the US and Manila, and became foundational in a strong marriage running 40 years this year. My husband and I are extremely elated that the 17-year long-distance relationship yielded 3 accomplished children, 2 doctors and 1 lawyer, all who graduated from top-tiered premier institutions, universities in the US, and who are now working in highly specialized niche. And therefore, as I continue my practice as an OBGYN and handling administrative positions in the hospital and other special organizations, along with and completing my stint as chairman of the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology of the Makati Medical Center, I decided to challenge myself, my time, and my resolve to take another degree. I enrolled in the MBA Executive Program of the Ateneo Graduate School of Business, and I was 57 years old then. I wanted to discover in great leaps what the world outside the health industry would offer. Acquiring more skills and knowledge made me realize that for every twist and turn that I encountered in my life's purpose actually led to transcend to a level that's higher than my current life's purpose. And this actually impacted my overall wellness. And so I noticed that all women have some hurdles in facing the challenges to attain health, wellness, and happiness. Health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, not the absence of clinical disease, while wellness strives for the balance in one's life by constantly making choices and lifestyle modifications that will further not only the physical and mental health, but will include to revitalize and empower one's soul and spirit. And in doing so, one attains the optimum state of wellness, which is happiness. How many of you out there are happy? Have you reached that state of happiness? Happiness is a blissful state of positive and pleasant emotion. Happiness is when what you think, what you say, and what you do are all in harmony. Happiness and health go hand in hand. Remember, there is no true health without happiness. And therefore, with the strength of my 35-year professional career as an OBGYN, I decided and established the Herrera Wellness Group in 2018 as a personal advocacy to put women's health, particularly intimate health and wellness, at center stage. Currently, my tagline is, each woman has two faces, one up here for the world to see, and one face down under that is personal and intimate. Why so? Women go through great lengths just to defy the aging process, but without realizing that the intimate face below and the other body parts are actually aging and lagging behind. Intimate health is an evolving trend, and what used to be an unspoken topic or a taboo now is openly discussed. Remember, intimate health is the most neglected and most affected part of our health wellness. And therefore, it is cognizant and better to define now the holistic, sustainable wellness approach that each woman goes through: childhood, adulthood, pregnancy, pre- and postmenopausal periods. Currently, there are 36 million Filipinas from the age 15 to 55. There are roughly 10 million Filipinos from 15 to 25 years of age. Did you know that? And who are these? These are teenagers, college graduates, young adults with raging hormones that need to be treated and guided appropriately and accordingly. The next group is 20 million Filipinas from 25 to 55 years of age. These are the childbearing women. These are housewives, career women, women in midlife, women who are pre and perimenopausal. These women are the aggressive women and have the purchasing power to do anything for themselves. Yet, these are the women that need to understand the changes that experience in their bodies. And therefore, these are the women who need to be restored and renewed. And lastly, we have about 5 million Filipinas from the age 55 and above who are postmenopausal and geriatric. Sadly, these are the women who feel that life is helpless already because the aging process has set in. Youth has left them, and therefore they have to go through their lives desolate and unhappy. No, we should not allow this because these women need help to revitalize their spirit. And therefore, because of the mainstream social media and digital online presence, I believe that it was time for me to reach out, increase self-awareness amongst these people, women who suffer quietly. And therefore, it is time now to courageously seek out help where and when possible. It is now time to choose to look good, feel good, and feel sexually confident inside and out. remember that feminine wellness is and will remain the bedrock that will define our ways, how we will carry our lives in our existing life journey. And therefore, it is my hope this afternoon and my dream that you will partner with me in our ultimate goal, women, empowering women by redefining the concept of overall wellness. And so as I continue to move on to my journey, I remember with gratefulness where the greatest source of my life has come from, and this is for our Creator. So tonight, I am thankful to GWRR, Global Women Who Rule, that for this recognition and affirmation of what has become my lifetime passion. I am a woman who lives by example, forever a learner, an educator, a wellness advocate, and a woman being a wife, a mother, a friend, a doctor, and a child of God. Thank you, everyone, for listening. Have a good evening.
Already with Doctor after hearing her speak. I have two takeaways from your speech, Doctor. One is there's no true happiness, there's no true health without happiness. And so that is important. It is important for you to think, say, and do these all three things should be in harmony. And then next is the value of holistic health. You emphasize that by saying also that feminine wellness is the bedrock that will carry us into our journey here in life. And also, you shared with us that we should be forever learners. So it's so inspiring that you all your life you've been in the medical field, but you decided to also study business. So at the age of 57, you graduated from your MBA, and it's really inspiring for for us to who think that for all of our lives we'll just be in the same industry. And it's good to sometimes check what is out there, what we can do other than what we're currently doing. And
Wow. I also want to talk to her later on.
Yes.
We'll catch her later. I just want to give a special shout out to Janice Hine for giving her key takeaway. Quite long, but really nice. All of these ladies have endured challenges that they themselves did not fathom they could overcome, which led them to finding their true purpose. From just having a simple passion to finding their purpose, all of those 11 speakers have one thing in common. It's that they light their candle instead of cursing the darkness on each of their challenges.
nice.
Choosing to help and making a difference in the world and making their mark in global empowerment. Thank you very much. Candidate number 2 from Miss Universe.
Ganda ng sagot niya.
Yeah. Thanks for
Love
sending
it.
over. That's a perfect example of a key
It is.
takeaway, right? All right, now, Kathy, don't look yet. We are on our 13th
13?
speaker.
Mahina ako sa math, so 22 minus 13.
Oh my gosh, Kathy, I'm a psych major. But anyway, Sherry Elaine is the founding farmer, CEO, and president of Agrea Agricultural Systems International Incorporated, a for-purpose and inclusive business that is creating the first replicable, one island economy that is zero hunger, zero waste, and zero insufficiency through the ecology of dignity approach. Agrea aims to help eradicate poverty for farming and fishing families in order to alleviate the effects of climate change and establish food security in the Philippines. Sherry started teaching farmers at the early age of
2012 and has 25 years of experience in sustainable food systems. She graduated magna cum laude at the Visayas State University with a BS in agriculture, major in horticulture, specializing in tissue culture. Sherry is a recipient of national and global awards such as Young Business Leader of Asia and New Zealand in 2015, Australia as an Emerging Leader in 2016, the Outstanding Women in Nation Service Award in 2016, Inspiring Filipino Entrepreneur in 2017, and so many more. Sherry also led Agrea in winning the UN Global Compact, the Global Responsible Business Award 2017 for Agricultural Excellence, and the fourth ASEAN Rural Poverty Eradication Leadership Awards in 2019. She is a multi-awarded entrepreneur and influencer for Filipino farmers and is being recognized by the UN and the World Economic Forum for her views and work towards achieving the SDGs. She studied food systems at the Wageningen University in the Netherlands and completed executive education on sustainable business and public policy and global leadership at the Stanford University and Harvard Kennedy School. She believes that Filipino farmers are world-class and is known for her statement that farming is indeed sexy. Ladies and gentlemen, here to talk about women's impact towards the food systems transformation, let's welcome Cherry Atilano.
Good day, everyone. I'm Cherry Atilano, the CEO and the founding farmer of Agrea, Agricultural Systems International, Inc., also the Executive Director of Agrea Foundation. I also work as a United Nations Ambassador for Food Security and Nutrition all over the world. First and foremost, I really want to thank Apple Manansala for this invitation and for recognition and the tireless support to empower women in Global Women Who Rule. And congratulations to all the other 21 amazing women who are actually recognized for this endeavor. So I'm so pleased, delighted, and humble enough to say that to share my stories among 22 amazing stories this afternoon is such an amazing experience. At the same time, a privilege to inspire not only the Filipinos but also globally. So maraming salamat po, Miss Apple, for this opportunity, and to the new channel, a team, for really making this happen. I apologize, I cannot be there in person for this event. It's because I'm stuck here in Siargao. I am here in this very wonderful island in the Philippines because we are doing a lot of work for women in the agriculture sector, both farming and fishing. And I'm so excited to be there today. Unfortunately, force majeure, it's a low pressure area and my plane was actually canceled. But I'm there in spirit and I'm sending you this message with all my heart's delight that hopefully it will inspire a lot of people. So how did I start? I actually started my journey at a very young age. I grew up in a sugarcane farm in Negros Occidental, the sugar lanja of the Philippines. The moment you get into Negros, it's all sugar left and right, and you know, all hectares of land of sugarcane. But one trivia, I never used sugar since I was 15 years old. It's my little activism because the sugar industry before was quite oppressive. And you know, time and time again, hopefully, I'm getting a lot of positive efforts to actually change the sugar industry, especially on the children and the young people in the sugarcane farms and the workers in the sugarcane farms. So when I was 11, I read a book about bio-intensive gardening. It's called Big. And the book says if you're poor, 100% of your income goes to food. 70% goes to rice. Hindi yan kain pag walang kanin, especially we are Filipinos or Asian. And 30% goes to your ulam. So that's what you partner in rice. There's no budget for clothing. There's no more budget for housing. And the book also recommends that if you know how to plant vegetables around your house, you will save 30%, and that saving is still income. So if you know how to plant tomatoes, eggplant, okra, kangkong outside your house. You can harvest them. You can put them on top of your rice. Kung sa mga Bisaya pa, imong i-partner sa ginamos or uyap, so or bagoong in Tagalog, that's already a good meal. So at 11, I was so fascinated why this book is like, for me, a solution of hunger, not only in the Philippines, but in my own community in Negros, in the sugarcane farm where there's so much land, but it's only planted with sugar. So I went home and I asked my mom for a gift. I asked my mom a gift to give me a bike for my birthday. It's because we had no money at that time. My mom was a single mom. I'm the youngest of 5 children, and my mom said, why do I need to give you a bike? A bike is quite expensive, and you need to give me a reason to buy you a bike, and what are you going to do? So actually that was like my first business pitch to my mom. I said I really want to help people and train people in sari-sari stores to learn how to plant vegetables. So to make this story short, I was training farmers in sugarcane farm on weekends where they are drinking vino colafo or cuatro cantos in sari-sari stores, and I was helping to teach them basic vegetable gardening and composting with my sister. And after that, with so much pressure from the family that I got a scholarship in university, a lot of them, they asked me to be a lawyer, they asked me to be a doctor, they asked me to be a newscaster, actually. And I said, I really want to be a farmer. I want to be in the agriculture sector, because you need a lawyer if you only have criminal cases. You need a farmer 3 times a day, then you need a doctor. You only need a doctor if you're sick. So I said, I really want to go in the sector where I feel I can contribute so much, where I feel so near and close to my heart, and where I feel that I'm needed the most. So at 16, I left home in Negros. I rode a bus, crossed the sea from Negros to Cebu, rode a bus again to city of Cebu, and crossed the sea from Cebu to Leyte. So in Leyte, I studied in Visayas State University as a Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, major in horticulture, specialized in tissue culture, so I'm a tissue culturist, and a minor in agricultural economics and horticulture landscaping. So because of that, in university, I was exposed to so many technologies in agriculture. I was mesmerized on how much we can do to better change and transform the agriculture industry. So my 4 years of stay in the university was really wonderful. I happened to establish the first urban farm or a dorm farm in the dormitory where I stayed, because when I was studying, I was a scholar, but at the same time a working student. So I was selling, left and right, all kinds of stuff, from distributing Avon, Natasha, Sara Lee, selling vegetables to other dorms, or even selling shampoos and other stuff to different dorms. But at the same time, I was also a tutor to children of my professors, to just make sure I could finish university, because my mom had no money and I need to maintain my scholarship. But never in my imagination that I will forget what's in my heart. As I was in university, I always believe it is important to feed our mind and our brain, to be an intellect, to solve problems. We need to be skillful enough to learn technology so that we can do technology transfer to our farmers and to other people. But deep in my heart, my mom would always tell me that connecting the shortest distance between the brain and my heart is the most significant character of a woman. The shortest distance, when I connect my brain and my heart, I can be more successful, I will be more significant, and I will be more relevant. So I need to feed my brain, but I also need to connect it to my heart so that I can do more. I can relate more to people. I can be more impactful as a human being. So in this journey in agriculture, I'm so lucky to actually worked in several industries in the Philippines. I was in the landscaping industry as my first job, if you happen to be enjoying Greenbelt in Makati or Bonifacio High Street or the BGC, Bonifacio Global City, and a little bit of Nuvali in the south, I was able to help in the landscaping of those beautiful places in Manala. But after that, I said, why I do landscaping for the rich and for the people to enjoy, but it cannot be eaten. I'm here to really solve hunger and malnutrition in the Philippines and in the world. So I left my prestigious job in one of the biggest companies in the Philippines to really work with the farmers. So I volunteer in Gawad Kalinga in their food security program for 7 years. From establishing the Bayan Anihan, I was been part of a big team to do that until the Gawad Kalinga Enchanted Farm way back, where we definitely helped to establish different social enterprises. And after staying for 7 years in that endeavor in helping farmers, I was also teaching in Bilibid prison to establish farms inside the prison so that the prisoners can have food, herbs to cure their diseases. But more and more, as I journey, I said, I really need to start something for myself. And in 2014, I started Agrea with a couple of people who really believe in the vision of a one-island economy. Agrea is 2 words, agriculture plus Mother Earth or Gaia, where how can we produce more with less? How can we produce more that it builds an ecology of dignity to every food producers, people in the supply chain, and our consumers? So those are the things that I was pondering about. And how can we bring back agricultural development and economic development to our countryside so that Filipinos will not leave the countryside, will not leave their provinces to come to Manila and seek for opportunities. Hence, Manila is extremely overpopulated. So our goal is in Agrea is to build this one island economy model. That's why I'm here in Siargao, because we're also trying to help the local government units in Siargao, other private sector in Siargao, together with communities of farmers and fishers. How do we transform the food systems of Siargao to be better? That this island with almost 500,000 tourists coming every year will not going to import 95% of their food in the future. But basically, the farmers in the island will grow and the neighboring islands, the mainland Mindanao, will also grow. So these are the things that we do in the island, one island economy. We work with different islands like Marinduque, Siargao. We're expanding in Bohol. We're expanding more in Bangsamoro area in Mindanao, because we believe that they are the food basket of the Philippines. On the global context, as I work in the food security sector and nutrition sector as a UN ambassador, I also happen to sit on the board of Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, where we work with 11 countries in Africa, in Asia Pacific, in solving severe malnutrition cases by really developing policies and social protection that their local governments and countries could adopt as solutions. In my work as an ambassador of a high-level ambassador of Scaling Up Nutrition Movement, we help in developing policies, financial recommendations, innovative financial systems and mechanisms to solve hunger and malnutrition in all its forms. So we work with 64 countries all over the world and 4 Indian states. And it fuels my soul, it fuels my spirit, because coming in our country, like for example, here in Siargao alone, we work with different farming communities, and every time I listen to their stories, every time I listen to the fishing communities, that sometimes, you know, the population is growing, tourism is growing, economics is growing, but we should not leave our farmers and fishers behind, because I'm a strong believer that Filipino farmers and fishers are world-class. I'm a strong believer that if we can solve our food security problem in the Philippines, we have 12 million hectares of underproductive land. So there's no rhyme nor reason that a Filipino would get hungry, that a Filipino would go home and just sleep hungry at night, that there are children, based on UNICEF, 95 children not reaching 5 years old are dying every single day in the Philippines. That no one is homeless, no one is hungry, no one is starving, and no one is malnourished. And what we do in my work in the UN, we're actually doing an economics situation where $1 investment to a child, especially in the first 1,000 days of a child, is actually a $16 savings in terms of economics of the child, because the cognitive development of a child in the first 1,000 days is solved. And if the child is very healthy, well nourished, his or her cognitive development is healthy, he can be a fruitful Filipino citizen and can definitely contribute back to our country. So something I really need to really share this with you, how you can contribute in changing and transforming the food systems of a country. The moment you eat every single day, the moment you bite your food every single day, hopefully you thank a farmer, you thank a fisher. So thank you so much for this invitation, Miss Apple, your team, and all the women and men who are listening now, not only in the Philippines, but all over the world, that we are really, you know, on earth that is burning. And the solution is up to us on a daily basis to contribute to make solution. Because I do believe, my last word, we are the solutions of our own problem. The problem that we created, we are also the solution of it. Maraming salamat po. And please don't forget to always connect the shortest distance in life, the distance between your brain and your heart. Thank you.
Lvan Medical Center in Dubai. She's the branch manager.
Begin with us. Stay in with us. Make any floor a dance floor with us. Be smooth with us. Groove with us. Date night is a great night with us. Be you with us. Barefoot with us.
practitioner for the past 15 years at Prime Medical Center manager in their Dubai Reef Mall branch. A graduate of De La Salle College of Medicine and the University of the Philippines General Hospital, most of her patients are Filipino OFWs and their families. She was the first Filipino doctor of the Prime Healthcare Group, which led to the hiring of 23 other Filipino doctors across the organization's 14 branches in the United Arab Emirates. Dr. Dafodil was awarded the Most Outstanding Physician of the Year at the Gawad Pinoy 2020 by the Filipino Social Club during the 122nd Philippine Independence Day celebration in Dubai. Last year, she was an awardee in the Filipino Times Watchlist Top Healthcare Professionals Middle East Awards and Asia's Pinnacle Awards 2023 from the Philippines, awarded as Asia's renowned international medical doctor. She was featured in the Global Filipino Show, episode number 8 in November 2019, and the Global Filipino Success Stories of the Global Filipino magazine in 2020. Being a firm believer in preventive medicine and patient education, Dr. Daffodils has done various community-based lectures, both in the corporate world in UAE and community halls across Dubai, talking about various topics like hypertension, diabetes, breast cancer, back pain, asthma, office ergonomics, trying to reach and educate laymen about the current updates about health. She has also been a constant resource person in radio talk shows and local newspapers. Ladies and gentlemen, to give us a speech about the importance of preventive health for longer life, streaming live from Canada, let's all welcome Dr. Dafodil Gara.
Thank you, Miss Ange, for the wonderful introduction and very kind words. It's an absolute honor to be here today as one of the 22 women who try to make this world a better place to live in. And I hope in the next 15 minutes or so, you can learn something from me. I'm going to talk about an advocacy I am deeply passionate about. It's about giving preventive tips on how to live healthier and live longer. So I hope that in the next few minutes or so, you can learn something from me. To do this, I want to give you tips on the ABCD of health. Each letter represents something, and I will want to elaborate on this in the next few slides. Okay, so let's talk about A, no? A and the ABCD of health. A stands for alarming trends in health. We've found out that there are a lot of alarming trends in health happening today, and one of which is one alarming trend we've found out is that people's diets are getting increasingly unhealthy. We Filipinos, we love to eat, right? And for every Christmas dinners, Christmas lunches, family dinners, family outings, we love to eat. And when we say eat, I meant uncontrollable eating, no portion plates available, and our food, unfortunately, is full of saturated fat, sugar, and full of carbohydrates, which in the long run will actually give us consequences in our health. Okay, one alarming trend in health we found out nowadays is that physical activity among people are decreasing. Because of Netflix and media, we tend to just stay at home and not exercise. And this has been also been seen in our children, no? So they tend to actually just stay at home, do video games, watch TV, stay in with their cell phones. And this is pretty alarming because children nowadays usually don't go out anymore and do physical activity. So that is why, as a consequence, another alarming trend in health that we've discovered is that obesity rates are increasing and skyrocketing worldwide. When I say obesity, no, it's defined as a BMI, body mass index, of 30 and above. All right. And according to the World Health Organization, worldwide obesity has nearly tripled since 1975. To show us a dire picture about this, way back 2016, there were 650 million people worldwide, adults who are obese. Now it has ballooned to 1 billion in just 6 years, 2022. And then now it's 2024. I am so sure the numbers have increased. So let's talk about the Philippines now. How many Filipino adults are obese, meaning with a BMI greater than 30 and above. If you check this slide, Filipinos aged 20 to 59, no, there are 38.6% who are obese, and that's a dire number. You're talking about out of 100 Filipinos aged 20 to 59, 38 people are obese, which is quite sad and unfortunate. And because of this, another alarming trend, we found out there's an alarming increase in stroke, diabetes, heart disease, and cancer. And these diseases now, which can be seen only in adults, are now seen in children because of, again, the alarming trends in health. The next question that we want to ask ourselves is there a connection in all of these trends in health? Is there a connection? There is a great big yes. And it's all about two main things. It's about us having unhealthy eating. It's all about us having a very unhealthy lifestyle. Okay. And just having an unhealthy diet now or having very poor food choices, this is known to be a risk factor in the world's 3 leading causes of death. It's about having an increased risk for heart disease, cancer, and stroke. And because of an unhealthy diet, it's a known risk factor for diabetes. Okay, that's with A, no, talking about alarming trends in health. Now let's move on to B, which stands for blood pressure and heart disease. I'm not so sure, not many people know about this. The new definition of hypertension, according to the American Heart Association, way back 2017, is 130/80. That means if you have a blood pressure of 130/80 and above, in 2 separate occasions, you are considered hypertensive, and therefore you might need to drink some medication to control your hypertension. The next question is, why do we need to control hypertension? Simply put, it has many foreseeable complications in the future. So somebody with high blood pressure would have these long-term side effects. You have an increased risk for stroke, vision loss, heart failure, heart attack, sexual dysfunction, and kidney disease and failure. Simply put, no. So if you have high blood pressure, in order to actually decrease your incidence or risk for getting all of these, you have to control your blood pressure by taking some medication. Okay, let's talk about the Philippine scenario. So the next question is, how many Filipinos are hypertensive? As you can see here in this slide, no, it's 1 out of 4. 1 out of 4 Filipinos are hypertensive today. And unfortunately, when you say hypertension, it's actually usually asymptomatic, meaning you don't feel anything. And because of that, Filipinos tend to trivialize hypertension. They'll tell us, I don't want to drink medicine. I don't feel anything. I'm not hypertensive. I don't feel anything. But where in fact, just having a BP of 130/80 would actually require you to drink some medication for hypertension. So in 1 out of 4 Filipinos are hypertensive, meaning 1 out of 4 Filipinos will need to take some form of blood pressure medication. Okay, let's move on to C, which stands for cancer. Specifically, I want to talk about breast cancer. Breast cancer is one of the most common cancer affecting women worldwide, and it's the leading cause of cancer death among women, according to the World Health Organization. Without action from both government and the community, things will get worse. More than 1 in 10 of all cancers diagnosed for breast cancer. See, one thing about breast cancer, right? One thing I want to tell you guys about breast cancer, it is 100% curable, okay, if detected early. That's the main term, if detected early. So what I want to say, if breast cancer is detected early, and as in stage 0 to 1, you are 100% sure to survive it, but if breast cancer is detected later, as in stages 2, 3, and 4, which is the metastatic stage, your chances for survival decreases considerably. So technically, what we want to do is we want to detect breast cancer as early as possible to afford early treatment. So the most important words you want to hear is early detection affords early treatment. Okay, so I want to tell everyone in this room today is that for everybody, every woman aged 40 and above, you'll have to try to do a mammogram mammography. It's a simple study. It's a simple procedure, and it's done yearly, just so to actually detect early signs of breast cancer. And for those people who are less than 40 years of age, but who has a strong family history of breast cancer, please do your mammogram yearly as well. So onwards to D, which stands for diabetes, which is for me a very important thing nowadays, because as you can see in my slide, everywhere across the world, there are around 20% of people worldwide who have diabetes. That's what we call a pandemic of sorts, and it has a very strong burden of care worldwide in terms of health costs. Let's talk about Philippines, Filipinos who are diabetic. As you can see in this slide, we're number one in the Asian region in terms of having diabetes compared to Chinese, Korean, Vietnamese, Japanese, and Indian. The Filipinos have a very high prevalence rate of diabetes, and for me, it's spiraling out of control, and we have to definitely do something about this fact. Now let's go to E, eating. And when I say eating, I meant healthy eating. Again, Filipinos, we really love eating, and it's our main mode of communication among us to eat and to be together, and it involves eating. But when I say eating and healthy eating, I'm talking about having simple tips. We have to do the reverse triangle technique, meaning we have to eat heavy breakfast, medium lunch, and very light dinner. And if you want to have do healthy eating, you have to switch your diet into doing low carb diet and low fat diet. Because we are Asians, we love the rice. You want to cut out on the rice and cut out on the fried food and bread. Please remember that 80% of weight loss comes from proper food choices and healthy eating. So when I say healthy eating versus unhealthy eating, I'm talking about if we can try to ditch out and go less on the carbs and the sugars, and try to increase our intake of vegetables, fruits, whole grains, healthy protein, and more water every day. Okay, so the practice of medicine nowadays has shifted, meaning that we have become more preventive in our approach more than reactive. It's better to be preventive, to prevent disease, than to react to the disease. And it's all about having a healthy diet, having a healthy lifestyle, doing regular health screening, and it's all about having this choice in our lives, And let's get personal. Why I believe in this and why this is my advocacy is because of this. Let's talk about 2015, almost 10 years ago. I was diabetic, okay? My weight, I am obese. I was obese. My weight was 94 kgs. I was limping. I always had shortness of breath. My blood sugar was 200. I have a very high uric acid. My clothes size was extra large and extra, extra large. I feel very bad going out of some clothing stores because I can't even fit in any of the clothes there, the largest size. So I did my choice. I decided to have a healthy diet. I had a healthy lifestyle. I did my regular screening. I did the choice, and trust me, fast forward to this year, 2024, I'm down to 66 kgs. That's more than 20 kilograms of weight loss. And trust me, and I'm proud of it, I'm not diabetic anymore. Diabetes can be reversed if done early, okay, with the proper lifestyle choices and healthy diet. My uric acid is within normal levels, and thank God my clothes sizes is in the medium to large categories. I'm still a work in progress, but see, because of doing healthy choices in life, I'm now healthier and happier. And I hope this will be an inspiration to all of you out there, because technically, by just doing proper choices, lifestyle, diet choices, eating healthily, living healthily, you can actually also live healthier, happier, longer lives. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dafodil Gara, for reminding us to make healthier choices. And thank you that, seeing your photos there, mukhang we have a chance to, to reverse the trajectory of our future. Now, Ange?
Yeah, exactly. So cheers to healthier choices this year, please, everyone, including myself. Right, on to our 15th speaker for today. A Filipino woman leader and lifelong learner, Michelle continues to champion people and community development within and beyond the workplace. In her present role as Chief HR Officer of Sun Life of Canada, Philippines, Michelle is on a journey to continuously build a thriving and future ready organization through people who are genuinely inspired by a purpose to help the Filipino people be financially secured and live healthier lives. With over 30 years of experience, Michelle is passionate about strategic business partnering, culture transformation, and talent revolution. She is a strong advocate for the diversity, equity, inclusion, and belongingness in the workplace, fostering an open, honest, and respectful work environment that impacts employee experience. In 2023, she was awarded as the Platinum HR Leader of the Year by the Philippine HR Awards and was part of the top 100 Filipinos to follow on LinkedIn. Wow. In 2018, she was unanimously elected as the National President of the People Management Association of the Philippines, or PMAP, the biggest professional association of HR leaders in the Philippines. Michelle is a psychology graduate and recipient of the Jose Rizal Academic Excellence Award from De La Salle University. She is also an alumna of the Asian Institute of Management and DLSU College of St. Benilde for her postgraduate certificates in management, organization development, and industrial and organizational psychology. Outside of her corporate responsibility, Michelle actively pushes for various HR volunteer advocacies that advance the practice of Filipino HR. She maintains a well-balanced life and she keeps a home with her husband and 3 children. Ladies and gentlemen, delivering a speech entitled Uplifting the Practice of Filipino People Management in the Workplace, let's all welcome Michelle Cordero Garcia.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Again, I'm Michelle. I've been in the practice of human resource management for the last 30 years. During that journey of mine in HR, I've been presented opportunities to go outside HR. But I opted to stay in this journey, in this profession. And one of the things that, I've always been inspired to do is because I believe that HR is one of those roles in organizations that can really make a difference in the lives of Filipinos working in different organizations. And this is what my advocacy is all about. It's all about helping people, leaders in various organizations to really take care of their employees, because these employees are not just talents, but they are human beings. So allow me to share with you more about my advocacy as an HR professional who is here to actually help uplift the practice of Filipino people management in organizations. So let's talk about time and how time is spent during the day. So siguro just imagine yourself in your 24 hours. Let's start in the morning. How many hours do you actually spend preparing for your morning routine, including travel going to work? So probably, 2-3 hours. And then you will spend another, say, 8-9 hours, sometimes 10 hours working in the office or on field or whatever it is that you're doing as a professional. And then you will have another 2-3 hours to do your evening routine, and probably another 2 hours to do different chores before you go to sleep. And then we sleep. We sleep for about 6, 7, or 8 hours. So if you total those number of hours, that will actually give you about 22 hours in total. So may 2 hours. And that 2 hours, remember, probably sometimes we spend on overtime, working, Netflix, Facebook, social media, or whatever it is that we do during our spare time. So that gives you now the 24 hours. But come to think of it, you have not yet mentioned how much time is left for the people that you love. How much number of hours is left for you to be able to do your advocacy and things you're passionate about. And this is one of the reasons why I've always been passionate about making sure that organizations become a place for people to be able to fulfill their dreams and not just go there. And this is why I think also that people leaders in organizations play a very crucial role in making this happen. Then let's go back 2 years ago when the pandemic happened. A lot of people realized that working is not just the most important thing that they can do. People realize because of the painful experiences that we all went through, because of some of the realizations, reflections, people basically went back to basics. And people realize there's more to life than just working. So ito yung mga, they pursue their hobbies, they pursue to do other things, they realize they can actually do and be happy doing other things other than, their usual day-to-day work or office or whatever it is that they've been doing before the pandemic. There was also a lot of realizations when it comes to community building, sustainability, a lot of realizations around reconciliation with people that, probably before pandemic, they were not in good terms. So people basically realize that life is short. So anong impact nito in organization nowadays? Nowadays, they say talents and employees are now actually defining how we operate as an organization. And what does it mean? There are 5 things that people look for in organization. 5 things which I will summarize into B, E, F, U, N. Be fun. Letter B, belonging. A lot of our talents would like to belong. They want to make sure that they can come to organizations bringing 100% of themselves. They want to make sure that people will respect and accept them for who they are. And they will actually be encouraged to just express all of their talents and strengths as individual persons in organizations. E, they want to have great employee experience. And this means they want things to be simple, they want things to be quick, they want things digital, and they want high engagement. Why? Because they feel that when things are simple, when things are effective, things will be efficient. And they'll be able to save time. And this time that's saved, they can do other things they advocate for. Let's also remember as leaders that employee experience is no longer limited to the life journey of an employee inside the organization. Since the pandemic, we have already integrated personal life and professional life. And so, sa ating mga Pilipino, when you say balance of work and life, it's all about integration. It's all about making sure that we give our employees the great experience, not just as workers, as employees, but a person or a human being. Siguro nanay, tatay, kapatid, anak. It's a total person experience. And then F, people now are expecting flexibility. In the past, flexibility is just a preference. But nowadays, people expect that organizations will exercise flexibility. This is why you will notice there is actually now a high emergence of gig works. People would like to be able to manage their time. People would like to be able to control their time. Why? Because they want to be able to do other things than just working. And then, of course, we have you, which is upskilling. Any human being would like to develop. A lot of organizations nowadays are going through digital transformation or any form of transformation as a result of the pandemic. And because of this, there are new skills, new knowledge, new mindset that are expected from people. And therefore, people really appreciate if there is already this urge or drive from organizations to develop them and to upskill them. And the last one is N. People look for meaningful work. They look for new meaning behind the work that they do. Hindi lang siya basta trabaho na pinapasukan nila araw-araw. Employees nowadays, they look for, why am I doing this? What's the purpose of me doing this? They want to be part of a bigger, meaningful work. They want to make sure that they actually create a difference in the life. So be fun, belongingness, experience, flexibility, upskilling, and new meaning of work. Now, what is now the role of people leaders in organizations? Now, this will actually now give you why I'm very, very passionate about this advocacy. Leaders in organizations play the greatest role and the greatest responsibility to make this happen. Anong ibig sabihin niya? Tayong leaders, our employees spend practically majority of their hours in a day working with us, sometimes working for us. And therefore, we actually are in control to make sure that we give our employees meaningful and fulfilling work every single day. And how do we make that happen? 3 things. Number 1, respect and accept. Let us respect our employees. Let's treat them with dignity. Let's always make sure that we give them opportunities to just be themselves by accepting them and developing them along the way. Let's also be sincere and be very, very compassionate. Nowadays, there's really this loud call for authenticity. People expect leaders to actually listen, not just to talk, but really to understand what they're going through and to help them make good sense of all the chaos that's happening around. And the last one, they look for leaders that will actually help and develop them in terms of how they can be better human beings. Not better employees, but better human beings, which means we give our employees the opportunity to actually develop beyond the things that they need to do inside the organization. And this is why organizations who embraces sustainability, community development, volunteerism, these are the kinds of organizations that employees are looking for nowadays. So if you tie all of those things together, if you are a people leader working in an organization, just imagine that huge responsibility and opportunity for you to be a proponent of the value of the human spirit. And this means you have the responsibility and you have the power to make sure that people will be purposeful, they will be passionate, they will be allowed to imagine, they will be allowed to dream, they will be allowed to actually fulfill their dreams as individual persons. And at the end of the day, this is what life is all about. So if you're a Filipino people leader, reflect and make sure that you're doing your share in creating kind, purposeful, and good human beings here in our country. Maraming salamat.
Wow, thank you very much, Michelle. Such a lovely sharing of, your journey across your human resource management experience. And I just want this to be the key takeaway from Michelle's speech. Be fun. So talk about belongingness, employee experience, flexibility, upskilling yourself, and new meaning to what you're doing. And of course, nowadays we have a loud call for authenticity. Thanks again, Michelle. Over to you, Kathy.
Yes, and now we're at our profile 16, attorney Elaine Bordo. She's a Filipino American lawyer and sculptor based in Colorado, USA. An immigrant advocate, a veteran immigration lawyer, and a multi-talented visual artist. She is the president and executive director of the Dr. Jose Rizal Legacy International Foundation, a nonprofit with a mission of promoting Philippine arts, culture, and history. Elaine's current project with the Dr. Jose Rizal Foundation is a 6 feet sculpture of Dr. Jose Rizal, which will be installed at the George Fellows Public Library Park in Colorado Springs. Elaine recently successfully exhibited Courage in Colorado Springs and internationally in Barcelona and Madrid, Spain. This year, Courage exhibit will be exhibited in San Francisco on July 9. In this exhibit, her relief sculpture of Filipino war hero Magdalena Leones will be unveiled. Thereafter, Courage exhibit will travel to Litomeris, Czech Republic in October and Frankfurt, Germany in November. Courage exhibit is a one-woman exhibition with the theme Katapangan. It showcases the bronze sculptures of Elaine, which depict her Filipino heritage, her life, experiences in the Philippines, and the United States. She uses bronze as her medium because of its strength and enduring quality. Elaine has attended various art schools and training such as the Houston Baptist University, Barcelona Academy of Art, and New York Art Students League. Last October 2023, Elaine was awarded the 2023 Most Influential Filipina Woman in the World Award in Prague by the Filipino Women's Network. She is a member of good standing of the American Immigration Lawyers Association since 2008. She founded her own immigration law firm in 2008, and in her 16 years of law practice in the US, she successfully represented hundreds of human trafficking victims and Filipino workers in the US for violations of labor laws. She volunteers for various nonprofit organizations to help children immigrants from war-torn countries like Ukraine and Afghanistan. Ladies and gentlemen, here to talk about the art of manifestation, all the way from Colorado Springs, let's give a warm welcome to attorney Elaine Bordo.
Hi, hello friends. My name is Elaine Antonio Bordo. I'm an immigration lawyer and I'm a sculptor and I'm based in Colorado, USA. I chose the topic art of manifestation because I want to share with you the many beautiful things that happened to me since I started practicing this art of manifestation. Manifestation is not merely a concept, it is a philosophy. It is a way of life that transcends boundaries and limitations. It is the art of transforming our dreams into reality, our aspirations into achievements, and our visions into tangible outcome. Now, the good thing about this is that manifestation is absolutely within our control. Now, I want to share this with you. Almost a decade ago, I became emotionally, physically, and mentally exhausted because of my practice of law in the United States. I was very successful. I consider myself as successful. I was managing 3 law offices. I was also making a lot of money, and I was handling big cases in the United States. When I ended up in a very deep, dark depression, I reached the finish line and crashed into a depression. It was painful, dark, and deep. But this depression was one of the best things that happened to me because it became the catalyst for me to search myself and understand myself better. This also led me to fully embracing my gift as an artist and my love for art. When I make art, I'm focused on only one thing, and that is creating. It starts with my desires, with my imagination. I can make really depressing art or I can make beautiful art, but I always choose making beautiful art. When I decide to make art, I only have one intention. I trust myself and I trust that I do have a co creator working with me and that I don't have to do it alone. This is my process of creation, which is also the process that I use in the art of manifestation. Now, let me tell you what I have manifested recently. I manifested a brand new White House near the Garden of the Gods in Colorado. I manifested studying sculpture in Barcelona. I manifested becoming a celebrated woman sculptor. I also manifested staying happily married with my husband of 14 years. I also manifested success in my art career. In fact, I just finished my exhibitions in Barcelona and Madrid, a 6-foot sculpture of Dr. Jose Rizal in Colorado Springs, which we're going to install next year. And in October, the city of Prague, the city of Litoměřice in Prague, will host my solo exhibition. How the hell did I do that? Well, manifestation in simple explanation is transforming our dreams into reality. It is a process just like art. It is a skill that can be learned. Now, how do we do that? The first thing that we need to do is to have a dream. Second is to have clarity of our dream. When you have clarity of your dream, it turns into a vision. When you have a vision, it turns into a goal. When you have a goal, you have actionable steps to make it happen. In the past years, I've focused myself on what is important to me, which is my spiritual existence. When I say spiritual, it doesn't mean religion. It means my relationship with myself. I learned and accepted that we're all spiritual beings, whether we like it or not. And some people do not want to hear this, but God has given each and every one of us Himself, His power. And because of His power, of this power, we can do great things. In fact, we can do anything that we can think of because that God power is already inside of us. And all that we need to do is accept it, embrace it, and put it in good use. In other words, manifestation is about harnessing the energy of God inside of us and aligning it with our deepest desires. It requires faith, determination, and conscious efforts. It requires us to take ownership of our dream and assume responsibility for the choices that we make and boldly pursue our dreams with courage and conviction. When we embrace the principles of manifestation, we enter into the world of endless possibilities. We begin to attract opportunities, relationships, resources that are aligned with our highest good, and we start to notice synchronicities and signs that will tell us we're on the right path. But most importantly, we undergo a profound transformation within us. We experience a sense of inner peace, fulfillment, and purpose. We become co-creators of our reality. We become architects of our destiny and agents of positive change in the world. So let us embrace the power of manifestation with open hearts and open minds. I dare you to dream boldly, to act courageously, and to live authentically. And let us remember that the power of manifestation lies not outside of ourselves, but inside of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My key takeaway from your talk is that we should harness the energy of God instilled in each one of us. And our speaker emphasized the fact that when she does her creations, she is aware that she creates it with her, there is a co-creator behind the work that she does. So that is really beautiful. And then our next profile 17, is Jelle Directo. She is the Vice President of the Creator and Influencer Council of the Philippines. She has been part of the digital marketing industry for 10 years, working for companies such as Hepmill Philippines, McCann World Group Philippines, and Nufnan Philippines. She led the team that launched the Hepmill Creators Network in the Philippines, where it proudly showcases top TikTok creators, and also the PGAG page that became more known for the show Giconyo and their trending memes. Aside from Jelle's experience in the advertising industry, she has also led digital marketing and partnerships for brands in the sports industry, such as Asia League and ASEAN Basketball League, as Director of Digital Marketing and Director of Sponsorship and Partnership in the ASEAN Basketball League, respectively. In 2016, she also created a Christian retail brand called Versus, and as well as a faith-driven emergency bag called Saved by Versus, both of which had been her anchor in ensuring that she has a healthy work and passion balance. Her weekends are spent strengthening her mental strength through tennis. She believes that a healthy and recharged mind on the weekends gives her the overflowing source of energy during the week start. Heavily driven by her passion to create and to connect and to build relationships, Jelle continues to cherish every milestone in her journey to becoming a better woman in today's industry and society. Ladies and gentlemen, to give us a speech entitled The Power of Mental Reset, let's give a warm welcome to Jelle Directo.
Hello, everyone. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here. So, I'd like to share something that is, I would say, very relatable to women. But most of the time, let's start with this. Most of the time, when I speak in front of people, I am most of the time made to share about my expertise, that being digital marketing, digital influencer marketing, and also, given that almost a decade, these two fields have always been my area of expertise. I've also shared knowledge in being able to marry the two worlds of main hustle and the side hustle, such as is very common today. I know a lot of like Gen Zs would be very experienced in this. I founded Versus, as mentioned earlier, a Christian retail brand that also houses Save by Versus, a faith driven emergency bag which people always find very interesting and inspiring. How someone could actually do two things at the same time in this fast-paced world. Being able to maintain and pursue both was something that I was able to do. So I also know that undergraduates would love hearing my story of being able to survive and thrive in the digital advertising industry and as well maintain a business. I would always be invited by my degree program, BA Organizational Communication in the University of the Philippines, Manila, to share about these experiences. And I would often get questions from the young students today. So I realized that these area is something that they are very interested in. So through the years, I often realize that oftentimes people always talk about their achievements, current roles, and what makes us powerful. People always talks about the successful stories, the successful endings. But there on stage, where there are a lot of thousand listeners, we often speak less about the in between, what we are challenged about. So I'd like to be very relatable at this point and speak to the women in this room, online. I was online on Facebook. I see a lot of people commenting. So woman to woman, I know that we have all have had 1,000 falls. But since we know the way people view and picture these things, most of the time we stay quiet and we don't talk about these things and the spirit in our life. Because when we end up being set on stage and people are looking, we try not to give people the satisfaction of having the sight of our failures. We try not to talk about it. So now, with this context set, I'd like to talk about the power of a mental reset. So, for many women who thrive in challenges, who are success seekers, success, which I know is defined differently by a lot of people, and are driven by passion, most of the time the journey is unstoppable. We don't stop even when it's hard. So in 2020 to 2022, it was a very grand year in the digital world during the pandemic because we know while a lot of the places outside are down, no one's going out, everybody was online. And while my work was thriving, I got to be promoted to be the country manager of our company. But the back end of my life, that was when I got surprised to enter into a breakup of my 2.5 year relationship, but was already prepared for marriage. It was a random day, a random Tuesday, which I did not expect. I think it's the best picture to paint so that women here could understand me best because we all have had a similar relationship. So to your left, it's a growing, continuously thriving career. And then to your right, it's a crumbling, falling relationship of what you thought was actually already the last one, you know? It would already be your walk to marriage. So how do we really process these things? How could we even journey these cases? So during my transition, I would like to share that I know that successful women still continue to not talk about this because we think that our personal battles are not bound to our career. We don't marry these things into one. It's not entirely part of our professional speak. But we know, and I'm sure that more than half of the people here could affirm that the washrooms, the empty meeting rooms, they have been our great witnesses to these moments. Us probably crying in the private rooms or probably looking into our reflection in the mirror and boosting our confidence. You can do it during moments of defeat. I know that had work, but I'd like to believe that it requires much more than that just as those were momentary boosts of morale. So I once talked to one of my employees before through the years who shared with me that the stress at work was very difficult and he found himself being affected mentally by it. How do you reset your mind during the weekend? I asked him. He said, I sleep. Don't get me wrong, I have no problem with sleeping. I do believe, however, that we may need more than just that for the power of a mental reset. As sleeping to me is considered physical reset, but not necessarily mental reset. So I asked him, when you're undergoing a breakup or a relationship problem, what do you usually do? And then he told me, I sleep. But he told me, I still feel the same. I still feel depressed. And I guess that's the point. Most of the time, this has to be an activity because it resets your mind to think about something else. And plus points if it's a physical activity because it gets to reset both your mind and your body. So disclaimer, I'm not a psychologist. All I'm saying are from my testimony. So research though has confirmed that doing these things could definitely help us, help our bodies, help our mind to do a reset. So and this is why this is very important to me. So for the practical example, what I'd like to share was during that period of very challenging moment when I was thriving in my career. I also became, like as mentioned, no, the vice president of the CICP. That was happening very well, but at the other end, it was very emotionally difficult. So quietly though, but surely, I was going into that journey of healing and reset. So what I did was I went into something that I parked before. I started to do a physical activity. I did tennis, which as mentioned earlier in the introduction. I would do it 2 to 3 times a week, both weekends included. So from there, I found a bigger network. I found a bigger community, which helped in the overall reset during the very difficult phase in my life. And now I am already able to actually do a lot with that. And from that activity, which became my seasonal mental reset, I eventually was able to use it also as weekend reset at work. When the week is very stressful, that weekend activity becomes my source of reset. So this is the same example that I gave to my employee. I told him that it's very important for you to find an activity that could boost your morale, that could boost your confidence, and that could reset the whole framing of your mind and thinking. It's very, very important. The way that we make use of our weekend will definitely give us a very good Monday welcome. Like you've come in there, you're very ready for more. And that's the reason why I'm a very, very big advocate on well spent weekends, not just on sleeping, but doing activities that recharges our mind and our bodies. So, just to end, I just want to speak to a lot of the women here. Why is this very, very important to me? Number one, my clear emphasis here is that the frequency is real. In the past 2 years, I mean, through the years, I would say in the past 20 years, I'm 34, by the way. I know very well that big things happen in every 2 to 3 years. Something that you do not expect. Suddenly, something would happen, and knowing how to maintain your momentum is very, very important, especially to every woman here. We're all women who rule, and so knowing how to ensure that your momentum is protected is very, very important. Number two, this is underspoken. Like I mentioned earlier, not a lot of people would want to talk about this one. And so I'd like to be the representative of this. Since this is very beneficial to every woman, I'd like to really put an emphasis that this is very important as to everyone who's talking about all their successes, all the things that they thrive in, ensuring that that is um, continuously happening and growing and progressing is something that's very important to all women who rule and are about to rule. And lastly, this is how I want to be remembered. I don't want to define myself by my current role, by my achievements, by what I was able to build, produce, and found, what I direct. But I'd like to be remembered in terms of the level of my resiliency and grit. Oftentimes, these are things that are not being highlighted, and something in giving that this is something that I just recently experienced. I speak from the heart in sharing this to women who probably don't have a lot of people to talk to in this area. And of course, in the way that I want to be remembered, not just in resiliency, not just in grit, but also in my level of faith. I do believe in what I was able to the experience, and I was able to get back up is also backed up by my faith and my belief that it was not just I that moved up from that fall, but also how the Lord helped me by His grace and by His mercy. And so for that, since I'm very, very confident that this was able to relate to a lot of women that are encountering something on their back seat. I'd like you to be empowered by what I just shared and how it is very, very important for us to all undergo mental resets when we encounter things like this. And for that, I'd like to thank GWWR for inviting me to share this, something new. I've never shared this before, so this is the first, but I know this is well appreciated by a lot of women. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, thank you very much. It was such a vibrant description and storytelling on how we can do mental resets. Very time. A lot of us are probably stressed with a lot of different things right now, so it's always important, to always be kind to yourself and give yourself a reset. Okay, now everyone, we are on our 18th speaker, and Bayi Ruhaniza Sumnad Usman, or also known as Ate Hany, is the founder and chief peace mission keeper of Tech Peace Build Peace Movement, or TPBPM, a nonprofit organization that aims to make every Filipino child and youth a peace hero through holistic and innovative peace education. With an interfaith background, she grew up with a deep appreciation for the importance of one's role in building peaceful coexistence. Her own experiences of Gulf War and various forms of conflict and violence have led her to believe that sustainable, peaceful society can be achieved by nurturing a culture of peace heroism in every child and capacitating various sectors, including the youth, to be peace educators. Tech Peace Build Peace Movement, or TPBPM, uses music, arts, games, service and peace education, and learning resources to cultivate knowledge, skills, attitudes, values, and behaviors to have peace with self, build peaceful relationships, and the environment. In 2020, she was among the 400 honorees all over Asia hailed as Leaders of Tomorrow in the 5th edition of Tatler Asia's Gen T list. She was the recipient of the 2013 Emerging Peace Champion Award for the N-Peace Network by UNDP. She has been called a game changer and the Peace Princess of the Philippines, working towards a culture where peace is not just the absence of conflict, but a way of life. Ladies and gentlemen, delivering a speech entitled Building a Citizenry of Peace Heroes, streaming live from Iligan City, let's all welcome Ate Hany Osman.
A peaceful evening, brothers and sisters. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, which means may peace and mercy be upon you. Sisimulan ko ang aking kwento sa salitang bata. Ano nga ba ang dapat nararanasan ng isang bata? Alam nating lahat na ang bata ay dapat naglalaro, nag-aaral, nakakatulog ng mahimbing, at nakakakain ng maayos. Seeing children happy and experiencing the best of their lives make us happy. Their smiles make us smile. Al, not his real name, is always excited walking to school. When their classes start, he eagerly listens to his teacher, happily doing school activities with his classmates and enjoying their time playing. It was indeed a happy school day every day for Al. This was his routine until war took place. It also took his happy memories. I am one of the thousands of children who experienced war. I was just 7 years old when I witnessed war. I will never forget the loud sound of siren warning us if a missile was coming, the loud sound of explosion, the extreme shaking of our house once missiles were dropped, and carrying our gas masks every time we go out. This was a part of my childhood that made a mark in my life. Plus, being brought up by my parents who taught us the beauty of kindness, compassion, and diversity. And then, as I went on with my journey as a young professional, things got even more challenging. I started being immersed and began serving in conflict affected areas at the age of 21. We have encountered different stories of children, stories that range from children affected by armed conflict, children who experienced discrimination and neglect, children who were bullied, and children who got recruited and started using guns, and because of certain circumstances, have limited knowledge to peaceful solutions to resolve our community's challenges. All of these kids were victims of circumstances. All of them were victims of personal struggles that made them do things that caused harm and created a negative impact in their lives. Each child's story gave birth to Teach Peace, Build Peace movement, a nonprofit organization with a mission of making every Filipino child and youth a peace hero. Our organization is a strong advocate of innovative peace education. When we created the organization, we envisioned young generations of different faiths and ethno-linguistic groups as prime movers in building a culture of peace and making peace as a way of life. All of us want peace. All of us here want our children to grow up as productive and peaceful citizens. But the question is, do we have enough foundation, may it be in schools and communities, may it be formal and non-formal education, to nurture the seeds of peace in the hearts and minds of our children? Have we been looking into the need for developing peaceful habits? If wars indeed begin in the minds of human beings, then it is even more significant that we invest in teaching about peace that is focused on behavioral transformation and include this in our structures, in our plans and policies. For Teach Peace, Build Peace movement, peace education is the most sustainable way in building a culture of peace and building a citizenry of peace heroes. We strongly believe that peace education is for all, and learning is not only limited to the four corners of our classrooms, but peace education can also happen anywhere. Peace education must be included in the system of education in every school and in every community through the local government units. We must create more spaces and more opportunities for the members of our community, especially children and youth, to learn about harmony with self, harmony with others, and harmony with nature. As we are living in such challenging times, peace must also be seen holistically that can really lead to sustainable, peaceful communities. And one of which is cultivating inner peace, or what we also call peace with self, that can address one's personal struggles and contribute to positive mental health and well-being. This is very much needed, especially by our young generations who have been longing to find their sense of love, sense of purpose, sense of identity, and sense of belongingness. According to a former member of a certain violent group, what pushed him to be a violent person was not the ideology itself, but what he calls potholes. These are trauma, abuse, poverty, bullying, grievances, and other personal struggles. We become vulnerable if we do not know how to deal with these potholes. And this is why we continue to advocate for the institutionalization and integration of innovative peace education in schools, in the peace and order and public safety plans of local government units, and in the peace activities of security sector partners assigned in our areas. Peace education is for all and must be in every school and in every community. With all forms of conflict and violence that our children and young people are exposed to, we reflected on how we can contribute to institutionalizing and mainstreaming peace education in the Philippines, both in schools and communities. That's why back in 2015, we created the Peace Heroes Formation Program as our innovative peace education model in support of mainstreaming a sustainable and holistic approach to peace education in schools and communities, both formal and non-formal systems. Here is a video of some of the things that we do in our Peace Heroes Formation Program.
Assalamualaikum. I am Yuslan Abdurrahman. I live in Barimbingan, Ditzel, Ramayan, Lanao del Sur. I am Peace Hero Ambassador. I am Junari Aledi Malipos. I am from Barimbingan Central Elementary School. I am Arts for Peace. Ang aking mga karanasan ay gaya ng putukan at ako'y takot na takot at nakatago lang sa bahay. At hindi kami pinapalabas hanggat hindi matatapos ang putukan. Ang aking mga karanasan ay yan ng kinakabahan ako at saka pinapasok din ako ng mga magulang ko. Baka may sali pa kami doon sa gulo nila. Ang hindi ko makakalimutan ay ang kwento nila Ate Fay, sila Ate Saleha at Ate Isa. Ang kanilang kwento ay tungkol kay Toto Tigre at Lolo Leo.
Isa na ang asa, ang paggalaw ng mga duwende. Iiwasan ng isang duwende at nakita niya na mayroong dalawang letra. Dalawang letra.
Doon sa kwento ay wag mo muna gawin. Tingnan mo muna yung gagawin mo bago mo gawin. Ang hindi ko po nakalimutan ay yung pag-drawing sama sina Kuya AJ, gaya ng pag-paint ng mga ibon at saka kung ano-ano mga animals. Natuto din ako mag-drawing kahit wala sila. Ang natutunan ko bilang peace hero ay huwag mag-bully sa iyong mga classmate kasi yun ay makakasama sa kanyang damdamin. Ang natutunan ko bilang peace hero ay maging malinis at saka huwag ka mag-bully sa mga kaklase o sa ibang tao. Pagalitan ka ng mga naninila at saka baka makagawa pa kayo ng mga gulo. Ang kapayapaan ay para sa ating kapwa at ating mga sarili. Ang kapayapaan para sa akin ay dahilan para mapanatili ang kaligtasan ng ating bayan. Ako si Junari Ale Di Malipos. Ako naman si Aslani Abdurrahman. At kami ay mga Peace Heroes!
We have been using different forms of art, games, peace and service, and contextualized peace education learning resources that are faith, culture, context, gender sensitive. Our intention here was to create a model for schools and communities to be guided on how to build a culture of peace in schools and communities through formal and non-formal peace education, transforming children and youth to become peace leaders who advocate for peace as a way of life. It was also developed to supplement formal learning by empowering the children with peace-building attitudes and skills, as well as exercises for their mental and emotional health. The Peace Heroes Formation Program has 2 tracks. One is the Building a Citizenry of Peace Heroes track, which is our prevention and protection of children track, giving emphasis on the nurturing of seeds of peace in the hearts and minds of our young generations in their formative years. Next is the Aftercare Peace track, which is an integration of spiritual, psychosocial care, and peace education for children and youth returnees together with their families. The focus of our program is the child, where we conduct Peace Hero Kids Ambassadors Leadership Journey sessions and Artists for Peace mentoring sessions. We capacitate different sectors that may influence their behavior, such as their parents through peaceful parenting sessions, teachers through the Peace Education Leadership Formation course for educators, and Peace Education Leadership Formation course for youth organizations and community leaders. And as part of institutionalizing and mainstreaming our community-based peace education approach, we had our first ever batch of peace education public servant leaders who have completed our Peace Education Leadership Formation course for local government leaders and security sector partners. It is because of peace education that has made our children and youth develop mindful and peaceful habits. It is because of peace education that can help children and youth who felt unaccepted feel confident that they can make it and become successful. And it is because of peace education that can make children and youth heal and unlearn the violence brought about by their past. Peace education can help young people and individuals from various sectors be the best version of themselves as peace heroes and be at the forefront of raising a generation of peace heroes both online and offline. Peace education can empower youth and public servants to create peaceful and safe spaces for children and fellow youth. Bringing out the peace heroism of every person in our country and the rest of the world, beginning with our children, is Teach Peace, Build Peace movements call to action for everyone. As what I always say every time I speak about our peace education journey, If we want a sustainable, peaceful nation, we must invest in nurturing a culture of peace in the hearts and minds of our children and young people. And let's do this by building a citizenry of peace heroes, one child, one family, one school, and one community at a time, using the power of innovative peace education. Maraming salamat po. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A peaceful evening, everyone.
Thank you very much, Ate Hany Osman. That was such a good sharing of what's being done, to provide a safe space for these children. And it comforts me to know that something is being done, as I've said, and because for me, Kathy,
Yeah.
peace is very necessary for a person to thrive, especially children, young
Exactly.
children at that.
Mm.
So, by using so many resources, we can achieve what she said about mainstreaming peace education.
That's right. And Ange, we're on to our profile 19, Rosana Leonado. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming a visionary who has transformed the landscape of Philippine education through innovation and unwavering commitment. Ms. Rosana Leonado, as the founder of Ahead Education Group, she has pioneered educational excellence for nearly 3 decades, championing the integration of technology in learning and opening doors for countless students to prestigious universities. Her foresight in digital transformation positioned ahead as a leader in online education well before the global shift to virtual classrooms. A fervent advocate for women's empowerment, Ms. Leonardo has mentored and inspired through her multifaceted roles as an entrepreneur, author, and speaker. Today, Ms. Leonado's unwavering dedication to her three core passions, education, technology, and female empowerment, continues to propel her forward as a multi awarded entrepreneur, not only in the Philippines, but across Asia and the ASEAN region. As a mentor, she cultivates like minded and dynamic individuals who join her in carrying out her lifelong mission. Today, she stands as a testament to the power of education and technology in shaping a brighter future. Please give a warm round of applause for Ms. Rosana Leonado, a trailblazer for education, technology, and women.
Imagine the Philippines bathed in Imagine the Philippines bathed in the golden light of opportunity. A nation where education empowers every citizen, where innovation thrives and a spirit of unity propels us forward. This is heaven that we strive for. Sadly, we also know the dark side, a Philippines crippled by corruption, limitations, where dreams are dimmed and potentially wasted. This is the reality we fight to overcome. Can we afford to waste the potential of our youth? What kind of future awaits us if we do not act now? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rosana Leonado of Ahead Education Group. It's truly a great honor to be here today uh, with other empowered women I also admire. By being here, we are all taking a significant step towards learning, improving ourselves, and positively impacting those around us. When I was a freshman in the University of the Philippines, um, I was a student leader. Early on, I learned passion and purpose. At that time, my schoolmates went to Menjola to protest. One of them was a tall, handsome, and brave 18-year-old young man who took a bullet that passed through his face and into his skull. After that incident, I became determined not to join any political rallies. Instead, I prayed to God, asking for a different path to fulfill my purpose, which is to help eradicate poverty. This is something I'm familiar with. That time in Mendiola, I was supposed to go, but I didn't have money to pay for the ride. Then it could have been me who was shot. When I was 20, I had to pause my education for a year to care for my elderly grandmother who was admitted to the Philippine General Hospital, a public hospital serving the poor. While our elders gathered funds, I was in the hospital assisting nurses, buying food and medicine for my lola, cleaning her and changing her clothes for months. She was in the ward with dozens of other people. So you can imagine what I had to do. And aside from that, trying to actually live there. Eventually, I returned to school and continued my role as a leader of multiple organizations, even getting nominated for the highest student leadership positions in the Philippines. However, I couldn't accept these positions because they entailed traveling to different parts of the country. Again, I didn't have money. I still had to study and work part-time to support my studies, even if I was already not paying tuition as a scholar ng bayan. When I was 18, I was asked to assist a Philippine senator prepare a graduation speech. As I researched and focused on education, I discovered this profound impact on nation building and on how it changes people's lives for the better. I started to dream of building a foundation that will train an army of great, not just good, but great teachers. I envisioned asking Congress to increase the salary of teachers to become the highest in the country and requesting the media to portray educators as the heroes that they truly are. Lastly, I wanted the best graduates of the country to study there, to be the best teachers, educators who will teach the students to become great engineers, lawyers, doctors, managers, nurses, scientists, and most importantly, voters. After graduation, I initially worked as a teacher, but felt I couldn't do justice to what they do and what students deserve. But how can my dream come to fruition if I don't teach? Then I think maybe God led me to not to be a teacher, but become a manager of educators instead. Instead of being a teacher, I decided to put up a head, which is where I learned how to recruit and train educators to be the best in their chosen profession and got to know top people in the education space. This is something I wouldn't be able to do if I were a teacher. My belief in the importance of learning became stronger with the head. I was so successful that we experienced continuous growth year after year without any setbacks. In 2002, I recruited the best educators I could find, including two former PASCO chairpersons and other outstanding school principals from the most outstanding schools in the country. To inspire, motivate, and teach students, teachers, educators from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. After a while, we found out that the teachers cannot move forward because their administrators, deans, principals, and directors were not part of the initiative. This was when we decided to add training for school leaders and name the initiative LESM, or Leadership Strategies for School Managers. Before I proceed, I would like to recognize my LESM co-founders, LaSalle School Principal, Mrs. Lilia Benco, Ateneo's former chair of the Education Department, Dr. Cornelia Soto, and UP Department of Education Dean, the late Dr. Leticia Peñano Ho. We were also heavily supported by Dr. Marlu Vilches, head of Ateneo, and later on by the head of UST, Dr. Cherry Peralta, also the president of the University of Asia and the Pacific, Dr. Stan Paduhinog, and De La Salle University President, Brother Bernie Oka, among others. Our initial focus was on equipping teachers with the tools they need to excel in the classroom. We trained them in classroom management, crafting engaging spiral curriculum, mastering self-leadership skills, and developing assessment that truly gauge understanding. We collaborated with schools across the Philippines to deliver this vital programs. However, we soon recognized a critical gap, a dearth of trainings, especially designed for school administrators. Many were exceptional teachers. Kaya lang, they were just simply promoted upwards. But as we all know, leading a school requires a whole different skill set. These leaders weren't CEOs. They needed to become CEOs. That's where we stepped in. We transformed them into powerhouse school leaders, arming them with the knowledge and skills to navigate the complexities of school administration. We equipped them to handle accounting, manage human resources, and foster a culture of leadership within their teams. Resource management were also addressed, as well as leveraging social media as a powerful communication tool. We take immense pride in being the first organization to guide schools through the K-12 curriculum transition. We were their constant companions, offering support and solutions during this period of significant change. When the Asian financial crisis threatened schools and student enrollment, we were also there providing guidance and strategies to navigate these challenges. Most importantly, when the pandemic struck, leaving everyone in the uncharted territory of online learning, we were the helping hand, offering solutions and support during the unprecedented crisis. I couldn't do that without the support of the leaders of the leading educational organizations in the Philippines. Our journey over the past 2 decades of these free, high quality services have been nothing but short of remarkable. While hundreds of thousands directly attended our training seminars, the true impact extends far beyond. We've indirectly impacted tens of millions of students through the empowered educators we have trained. This is the ripple effect in action. It's a testament to the transformative power of investing in exceptional educators. Love of country is inadequately measured by economists and development experts. It is a primary factor in a country's pace or impact of development. Example is Singapore, Japan, and Korea, but it is hardly recognized for its importance. I have become a leader and a success because of my dream for the Philippines and because of my love for our country. This is where I stand before you today, not just as a dreamer, but as someone who's already made a difference. Now I need your support. While training teachers was a natural extension of my passion, fundraising is a new frontier. However, Filipinos are known for their bayanihan spirit, their willingness to work together for common good. Here's how you can be part of the solution. First, of course, financial support. Every peso brings us closer to building a haven for exceptional educators. We need funding to develop online resources, expand training programs, and offer scholarships to deserving teachers. Second is guidance. Connect me with inspirational individuals or funding sources. Your network could be the key to unlocking new opportunities. And then third is logistical support. You can assist in the administration or teacher recruitment. Maybe you have expertise in nonprofit administration or no exceptional educators would be perfect for our programs. And lastly, but most importantly, moral support. Your well wishes and belief fuel our passion. Sometimes the most important contribution is simply believing our vision and cheering us on. Imagine the Philippines bathed not in darkness, but in the radiant light of a citizenry equipped with knowledge and empowered to lead. Think of a nation where students from all walks of life have access to exceptional educators, propelling them to reach their full potential. This dream can become a reality with your support. We all want to leave a legacy, positive impact on this world. What if our legacy wasn't a building or a program, but a generation of empowered Filipinos who are not just dreamers, but builders, building a stronger and better tomorrow? For our beloved kababayan, imagine a Philippines bathed in golden light of opportunity, not just for the chosen few, but for every single citizen. Picture a nation where education isn't a privilege, but a birthright, unlocking doors and igniting potential. In this Philippine dream, classrooms buzz with curiosity, fueled by passionate educators who inspire young minds to reach for the stars. This is about nurturing critical thinking, fostering creativity, and equipping every student with the tools to become not just workers, but innovators. Imagine a nation where Filipinos aren't afraid to dream big, where they possess the skills and confidence to translate those dreams into reality. This Philippine utopia isn't just about individual success, but about a collective spirit of unity. Imagine a nation where regional divides dissolve, replaced by a shared vision of progress. Filipinos from all walks of life, from the bustling cities to the remote islands, work hand in hand to build a brighter future for all. This is the heaven we strive for, a Philippines where education empowers, innovation thrives, and the indomitable Filipino spirits propel us forward. Propel, propels us forward, not just a nation, but as a beacon of hope in Southeast Asia. This dream is audacious, but achievable. We can make it a reality. Please join me in this journey. Together, let's turn this dream into a thriving reality. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much, Miss Rosana Leonado. What I'm going to say is not really a takeaway, but a congratulations for the great work that you have been doing. No, I don't think there's any Filipino who doesn't know a head education group. And thank you for raising leaders. Thank you for the work that you do. And let us, you heard what she said. She's asking for help to connect her to the right people. And yes, let's help her help others. Right, Ange?
Yes, exactly. Very well said, Kathy. Now, and thank you to our speakers so far. And we are now on our last few, Kathy.
Yay.
And I'm still very excited to present to you.
Are so full,
I
no?
know, I know. I feel very emotional and very proud right now. And then here I am going to present to you our next speaker. Carmi is a dynamic force in freelancing and virtual assistants. Napakadami nag-aantay sa speaker na ito. Balancing the demands of family life with her entrepreneurial endeavors, co-founding the Davao Freelancers community, SEO trainer at Down South Trainers, and part of GIA Davao Freelancers Content Creators. Carmi has cultivated a supportive network for freelancers, nourishing collaboration and skill development within the community. Ladies and gentlemen, to give us a speech entitled From Passion to Purpose, 4 Forces Driving Freelancer Empowerment. All the way from Davao City, let's give a warm welcome to Cari Fronteras.
Thank you so much to our beautiful hosts tonight, Ange and Kathy, for the warm welcome, and to the new channel alongside media partners, and of course, Global Women Who Rule for this prestigious event celebrating women. So, sa ako ang mga Bisaya community, maayong gabi sa tanan. And to everyone watching right now. All right, as an emotional person, I doubt it won't happen that I'll be shedding a tear tonight. Let me start. I remember a time when I wasn't sure that kind of work I'd be doing in freelancing. All I know was that if I put my heart into it, I would thrive. However, during that time, I couldn't find any assistance to do, so I do it alone. So this experience motivated me to break the cycle of limited resources in this industry. It wasn't easy, but it was a journey that taught me resilience and, just like any other jobs, discipline. Today goes out to my mother, Luisa, and my father, Antonio Quintanilla, that raised me very well and to work hard. Alongside with my siblings, Angelino, Angeliza, and Elvis. And my genuine friends often tell me hard work always pays off good karms. And it gives me that teary-eyed feeling every single time. So thank you, Liz, Frebby, Janice, Michelle, Titi, and to my childhood friend, Janice, for always believing in me. We all need to put in the hard work in anything that we do, any industry. But for me, this hard work became my passion. Now it's my time to put the purpose into what I love doing most. I believe in sharing what I know, using my God-given skills to support others and giving back to the community. In today's dynamic world, freelancing is more than just a way to earn a living. It's a movement raised by passion and purpose, empowering millions to take control of their professional destinies. Today, I want to share with you the 4 forces driving this empowerment. The first force is flexibility. We all agree. One of the biggest advantages of freelancing is the ability to choose when and where to work. This flexibility allows freelancers like us to create a work-life balance that suits us best. Whether it's working from the beachside cafe or during the quietest hours of the night. Imagine starting your day with a sunrise walk and then setting up your office at a cozy place. You like that, right? And then the freedom to design your work environment is empowering and inspiring. The second and third forces are personal and professional growth. Continuous learning is essential with freelancing, whether through online or face-to-face. We have down south trainers with Alex, JM, Roger, Phil, and Jam, our training partner at Davao Freelancers Community. Through them, we have access to invaluable resources. The support we get from Bisaya content creators as well, like Gia, where Discarte 101, the VA Corner, your VA bro, Inday Etyong from Cebu, Bisayang VA, founder of Down South Trainers, VA Rookies, The Joy of VA, the Bawenya VA, they are all incredible. They share their journeys and tips to help us succeed in this industry. Their stories are not just about success. They are about perseverance, adaptability, and community. So please continue to inspire. The world needs you. Then we have personal growth. Through community-driven activities, sports fest, wellness programs, and charity drives within the Davao Community Freelancer. Those are spearheaded by our amazing core team, Sween, Jeanette, Tony, Orvin, Jaire, Harold, Grapes, Janet, and also community members that are volunteering. I salute you. Of course, our founder, Marvin. We're aiming to visit cities across Mindanao in summits and events that truly matter to aspiring and experienced freelancers alike. Our core value is activating a sustainable ecosystem for freelancers. Those activities not only foster personal growth, but also build a strong supportive network. We believe that established communities can best support us through mentorship and leadership programs like incubator programs. These programs empower us to thrive, give back to those in need, and foster economic growth in our community, and that is by creating employment opportunities. Our initiative provide valuable jobs and skills training, particularly for underserved populations. Generating income is another one. We help individuals earn sustainable livelihood, contributing to local economic development. Next, fueling business growth. We also support local entrepreneurs and businesses, enabling them to expand and create further opportunities. We have already kicked off this year with programs like the one I mentioned earlier, sports events, live webinar series with guest speakers, and multi-city summits that gather each community member. Yes, these are all for the community members. We invite you to join us in this sustaining this mission. Your support will be instrumental in nurturing new talents, creating opportunities for all, and driving economic growth in our community. And last but not the least, or certainly not the least, the fourth force is sharing. I'm encouraging everyone to step up from just earning and help everyone in the industry to flourish. When we share our knowledge and experience, we elevate the entire community. It's about lifting other up and ensuring that everyone has the same opportunity to succeed. By sharing our successes and challenges, we create a collaborative environment where everyone benefits. So from flexibility and growth to professional, personal development to sharing, these four forces are transforming freelancing from a job into a purpose-driven career. They empower us to turn our passions into meaningful work, creating a future where freedom and fulfillment go hand in hand. So, whether you're a seasoned freelancer or just starting out, remember that power to shape your destiny is in your hands. Embrace these forces and let your passion guide you to your purpose. So, thank you to my ever supportive husband who's with me right now, Giancarlo, and my in-laws, Perla and Fred. To my children, Margaret, Primo, and Empress, you are initially my purpose. That you may look back to this day remembering what I shared to the world. This is Carela Fronteras, or most people call me or know me Carmi, but I'm Carmela Quintanilla Fronteras. Davao Freelancers Community ni paabot ko aning tanan nga ang mga Bisaya. We can too thrive and flourish just like anyone else in the globe. I appreciate communities like Global Women Who Rule for this opportunity. So I'm also an advocate for the use of digital for good. That's why I'm here. Once again, thank you. Stay inspired, stay empowered, and keep turning your passion into purpose. Maayong gabi sa tanan.
Grabe. Thank you very much, Carmi. That was so inspiring. It's true. Kasi with the purpose intention comes a wealth of inspiration. And do not forget those 4 factors that she mentioned: flexibility, personal growth, professional growth, and sharing. These 4 transforms our jobs into purpose-driven careers. What a key takeaway.
That is true. And yeah, as I've been saying kanina, our hearts are so full. There's so much wisdom going on in this event, and there's more. With our next speaker, GGTB is a leader in the marketing communications industry. She's the president and CEO of Rad Manila Communications, president of Positive Links Asia Executive Search, and vice president of Liquid Events Marketing. Her expertise is recognized through her past roles as brand GM and marketing head for Golden ABC. As a consultant for branding and digital marketing with USAID and a Land Bank Foundation marketing consultant. She's also a speaker at the Philippine Retailers Association, Philippine Association of National Advertisers, Advertising Suppliers Association of the Philippines, Media Specialists Association of the Philippines, and various universities such as UP Diliman, Ateneo de Manila University, UAMP, and Asian Institute of Management. She even held a position as a university lecturer for integrated marketing communications at Ateneo de Manila University. She is the founder of Yaba Aita Scholarship Foundation, advocating the education of indigenous people. She's also deeply committed to environmental causes, actively involved in forest building in Iriga City. She is a veteran life coach at Innovate, assisting individuals to become more effective leaders. Recognizing the importance of inner well being, Gigi is also a meditation teacher, guiding others on finding their inner peace and self discovery. She is a true leader who inspires through her work and her life choices. Her ability to excel in business while dedicating herself to social causes and personal growth is a true inspiration.
Kathy.
Yes.
By the way, sorry to cut you off, okay? But before we formally introduce the title of Gigi's speech, I just want to remind everyone, okay? We're still getting Gigi ready for all of you. So in the meantime, I just want to remind you all to please still send in your key takeaways because we are still selecting the winner. We will be flashing the name of the winner later on. And of course, the key takeaway on the screen. The surprise prize, it's a surprise.
It's a surprise. Still a surprise.
That's why it's called the surprise. So Kathy, just to get the feel of how you're feeling at the moment. So far, what do you think about all of our speakers?
I can't keep track of all of the wisdom that is just running around in this room, in this venue here at the TNC office, and also across the online platforms from our ladies. So much wisdom. I need to rewatch this. By the way, yes, this is also available for you to watch again, because for sure, you have picked up a lot of wisdom, a lot of knowledge from the speakers today. And what I do is I rewatch each year the Global Women Who Rule Summit, and I take down notes actually. Kasi ang daming natututunan from this.
Definitely. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, since you already know that this is an annual event, this is an annual summit, if you do have women that you would like to nominate for next year, please feel free to get in touch with us.
Please.
You're all welcome to nominate.
Even yourself, you can nominate. If you think you want to be part of us and please be our sister here at Global Women Who Rule.
Grabe, padami na kami ng padami. I was joking around with Apple kasi if you're watching, of course you're all watching, right? If you see our OBB, the tiles of the photos of all of the women there have been our profile since the first year.
Yes.
Sabi ko kay Miss Apple, paano next year hindi na tayo kasha? Wala na space, but
it's okay. We always have space for all of you guys.
I know, kahit gawin pa natin 3 slides yan. As long as you join us here. Now, if you want to know more on how to nominate, just get in touch with us. You may email
you may send a message at the New Channel's official Facebook page. We're also on YouTube.
Yes.
Also on YouTube, by the way. So ayan na, if you have nominations ha, alam nyo na. All right. So in the meantime,
Yes, Ange will be introducing
yes.
Our architect profile.
Yeah,
right?
very excited for this one. While Gigi is still preparing, we're just preparing something special for you all. Just wait for Gigi. In the meantime, I would like to present to you another speaker. Pinaka-aantay din to kanina. Ms. Architect Lvan Gallo is the International Ambassador of Women of Global Change, or WGC, and is a multiple White House Award nonprofit service organization who serves communities both in the US and internationally. The founder and CEO of Sustainable World Act Now, or SWAN, Sydney, Australia, and co-founder chairman of SWAN Philippines, a circular economy strategist who helped develop sustainable curriculum of one of the colleges in Sydney, Australia. The brain of Recycling City, which she developed the design concept 20 years ago, and now it defines as circular economy. As she thinks 20 years in advance, she calls herself a visionary leader, and she started her career in design and build when she was on her 20s and became a philanthropist and environmentalist. She continuously hones her trade skills, which she believes skills are essential for staying competitive and adapting to industry changes. So yun na nga yung sinasabi natin, upskill. This is also her way to shatter her experiences and skills to her adopted local communities who are willing to learn through her partnered organization, the Women of Global Change, or WGC. Her goals are to sustain and equip the community with demand skills globally, whether it's carpentry, plumbing, electrical work, or any other trade. Shadowing provides invaluable insights and practical knowledge. She said, "There was a time I can no longer use my profession as a builder and as an architect to other countries. The only last resource was to learn again basic skills. I never felt ashamed working as a room attendant, waitress, traffic controller, painter, kitchen hand, and as a chef. Because these experiences in pursuing new skills, she was able to create a solution and a business case for textile management focusing on hospitality industry. She built a solution for slow food, how to manage food waste through kitchen management business processes, and she did survive. Ladies and gentlemen, she was supposed to open, but now she is ready to give her speech entitled Circular Economy Living and Initiatives to be Impactful and Minimize Waste and Promote Recycling. Streaming live all the way from Sydney, Australia, let's all welcome Architect Lvan Gallo.
Thank you, Ange, and thank you, Kathy, for the very good introduction. Yes, well, I'm here to speak about my story uh, and, of course, my advocacy. This is for the community I stand for how long years. And also, I want to share how I came up with the success in terms of career and in terms of my, mental health, and how I define success and how I define true life living. I call that living in a very simple manner. I call that one, I define that as circular living. Circular living is something that is the core of sustainability. It's the core of leadership of sustainability. Many leaders stands for sustainability, yes, and it's really good, right? But to sustain the leadership, we need a circular living and circular thing, that is, we need the foundation itself. We need to define ourselves as we are. The circular living is, first, we need to identify who we are. yes, this is to identify yourself is making your means a personal brand. If you have the personal brand, you have three things. Your values is the first one. Second is your vision, and the third is your mission. When I was a kid, not really a kid, I have these values to value education and learnings. I valued my father doing the drawings when I was a kid, designing houses. I saw him drafting. I value the love, the kindness of my parents to the community, and also my vision. You know, the vision that I had before 20 years ago was like, not 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago when I was a kid, like 8 years, 10 years old. I say myself, I want to protect the animals. I want to protect this garden of my mother. I wanna live like this. Like I can breathe. I can like the atmosphere is very fresh. You know, I live in a farmville, living. It's a farm. It's a rice field setup of a home, of surroundings. Yeah, and then also the mission. You know, when I got the mission that I walk with my faith. I prayed one day, one night. I prayed to God. I want to serve with the truth. You know, I want to serve, and I want to share my faith to everyone. I want to share how I am proud to be your daughter. You know, I'm speaking to our Lord God. And then and these this conversation was like you know, the spiritual side of it, and the guide was the guide and the guidance was appeared very clear that my mission is not into architecture. I know it's not about doing the designs, focus on the designs. The message I've got was to, you build your career and you will be rich. Like you will be rich and you will be heading, you will be a leader, you will be successful. I want you to be the leader. I want you to lead communities, the world. I said, oh, I am just from Davao City. I'm just from Centro Agusan del Sur. That is it's just far from Manila. It's just a suburb, you know. But then again, I was very I was very obedient, you know, with the calling. I call that calling. So I said yes, you know. I said I left the mission field. I left the things that what I was doing during the time, you know. And then I built my own business designing firm, and I was the one in my place, in my town. During the time, I was the first young woman who is a builder, you know, who has the building, and we call that contractor, doing construction projects with the government and private sectors projects. And through that, I wasn't really, you know, I was so young during the time. The business failed, and because during the time I focus on the work, I focus on the accomplishments. I need to do the standard of the world. I forgot to pray, forgot things, you know, personally. So yeah, it was a failure. But then again, I never stopped, and it's just like a best friend. Lord, what happened to me? It's, I want to do things more. I want to serve you more and help people. The calling was, I want you to be rich. I want you to be successful because I want you to serve communities. That was the calling. So I left Davao during the time with, I think I have 1,500 in my pocket. I said I want to go to Manila, and I don't know what to do there, but I want to work. I want to do something. And then and eventually I got a job from SM as the project manager of the construction design management in the shopping malls. Thank you, SM, for the training and for the professionalism that I got during the time. Yeah. Yes. And from that time on, how many times how many years I saved money from my money. Yes, in relation to the professional opportunities from SM and from the calling and from in between, been in the business of 20 years in construction. And also, I was the founders of 4 companies right now. And during the journey, being the founder and being the CEO of 4 companies at the same time, it's not just a wink of an eye. I work hard for that, really, because of my vision and because of the mission and because of the calling that God installed me and God instructed me. Why I did lots of things. I'm just only one, and they're just like surprised why. Lvan is doing construction and now she's doing sustainability solutions or environment consulting. Why is it Lvan is doing the real estate? Why Lvan is doing the marketing and PR and some designs and some businesses. It's because what I know, it's not because it's all from my wisdom, my own wisdom. I asked the wisdom to act on it. I developed my skills, yes, in a professional world, in the standard of professionalism. But I've realized that it's not about inside the box, that you will be just making all the corners perfect, right? What I'm saying is that you will always be there inside your comfort, your comfort zone. You need to step up. You need to go out to know your potentials. Action is very important when you know and when you identify yourself, develop yourself, and yes, and you will create success. Success is not about money. Success is all about inner. Within you, when you're happy within, you will be happy working so hard. You will be happy, with failures and reuse that failures in a good way, upcycling it in a good way with a new purpose. Your purpose, in a way, in a good way, not to revenge, not to have a very bad situation or bad heart. Your heart is empty, mad. I've been into industry for how long? I had disagreements, with people in the business, but I always look after with my mental health, my heart, and to trust more, to trust again, and to do the business in a way that is clean, meaning clean in a way that you are having the business in a way that is with kindness, with understanding, and collaboration in a way that we never took advantage. And I that's my practice. That is, to be circular living, to live in a circular living is the core of all successes. It's the core of being in the mission and to lead. Leaders need to be long-term. It's long-term leaders, not just one project or 5 projects in 1 year, but leaders with legacy. Now, you are leading sustainability, you're leading wellness, you're leading whatever it is. The focus, the mission should be aligned and transferred to shadow your purpose. Your professionalism is here. You got that. You got that. But your professionalism also, when you are learning skills, you have to go down and see the beauty of that field. I am so proud. I'm so proud that I've been to that situation, that I've learned to be the traffic controller, painter here in Australia. I worked so hard and I've learned so much of things in the skills, the skills, the upscaling and things that I didn't do in the Philippines. So yeah, through that experiences, I'm still me. I'm still the one that founded this business with the same faith and with the same creation of wisdom. The inside me and my brain and my spirit and the spirit that is within me still the same. It's just a situation. Anyway, thank you again, GWWR team, for having me here. Thank you also for the gift of camaraderie and friendship that this platform, aims the good works and a good way, in a way. Social media has lots of downfalls, but this one is a platform that really gives enthusiasm and positivity to everyone. And yes, you can reach out to me personally in my social medias. 15 minutes is not enough to tackle all the sustainability, living, or circularity, whatever. Just reach out if you want more informations and you want to have a consultation with me in a way. Yes, thank you so much and have a good day ahead.
Thank you very much. All the way from Sydney, Australia, architect Lvan Gallo. I truly admire the hard work. I admire people who work hard and really give and really dedicate their effort, their time to improve on themselves. Now, flexibility, as you witnessed with architect Lovan's speech, flexibility will always work to your advantage if you know how to pivot your way through the challenges that gets thrown your way. Let's say, for example, you wanted to become this, but another opportunity is presented to you, then, if you're flexible, it's not going to cause you any stress. Well said, Ange. And as promised, we will be bringing to you this speaker that we introduced earlier, and we guarantee that she is worth the wait.
delivering a speech entitled From Me to We, the Compassion Revolution. Let's give a warm welcome to Gigi TB.
There we are. Finally, hello everyone. Thank you for waiting. And I know everyone is tired, so we'll make this as enjoyable as possible after all the topic is about compassion. No? So first, let me introduce myself, and I want to do it differently by showing my screen. I prepare a slide here. There, previous slide, please. So I want to start by actually communicating that I'm the eldest of 4 siblings, and I'm the favorite child. Kailangan sabihin yan. And when I was a kid, basically my dream was just to be the boss. No, I just wanted to be the boss. That picture on the left actually was when I was in grade 6. We moved to Iriga. I was around 12 that time. And I remember feeling so like I did not belong there. I felt like, oh my God, this is like a different planet altogether. So ganyan-ganyan yung pakiramdam ko. And on the right is like my UP grad picture. Puti ko naman dyan. But anyway, so next slide, please. Okay, so I had the good fortune of marrying my best friend, who was my #1 cheerleader. This is a man who actually supported me to be everything that I always wanted to be. He was very secured, and he was like my go, 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 everything goes. And we had a wonderful marriage, no? And at the age of 38, I was able to transition from becoming the CEO of my company to the owner. And during that time, I remember having read so many business books that I could get a hold of. But somehow in my heart, I felt like it was not enough. Parang may kulang, no? And so somebody shared with me that there's like a life coaching program by an organization called Innovate. And it's a program called Leap. And I said, papatulan ko to kasi I'm open to learning and everything. No? And my goal then was basically, I just wanted to be the best leader that my company could ever have. And so the company that I work for now, it's called Rad Manila Communications. We do campaigns and strategies for brands like Uniqlo, GlaxoSmithKline, Green Cross, etc., etc. We're very fortunate to be working with some of the best, the biggest, and the most respected local and Filipino brands in the country today. I'm also one of the leaders in my industry in marketing communications. And I was basically living the life, no? Very successful career, very happy married life. And but there was a time when my life was put a halt because my husband had a very negative health diagnosis. No? So he was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer during when this photo was actually taken. No? And on May 26th, this is no coincidence, actually by tomorrow, I'll be a widow, 3 years already. So sobrang sakto. This is so serendipitous. And I know that I'm really meant to be here. And it's been 3 years. It's been 3 years. And just like any other relationship that has ended, you know, I went through the grieving process and from a very powerful woman who was well supported, so secured, so joyful, it was like a nightmare for me. And I've never known of any experience like that. And so when I look at this visual, it's like rising from the ashes. Very Phoenix, no? Sabi ko, ang dramatic, but this is exactly how I felt during that time. Because while my husband's illness and eventual death gave me a lot of suffering, it was like living in a nightmare. It also had given me spiritual gifts, no? Some of these are like clarity, like the clarity, the purpose of my life. It also taught me deep empathy, compassion, and for the first time, I was seeing life through a different lens. And I said, my life has a purpose, and it is to serve. It is not just to be successful. It is not just to be excellent, it has to have a meaning, no? And so my journey has been like that, no? So you can very well say that it was like transmuting suffering, pain to compassion and to purpose. Okay, I was very intentional. I really surrounded myself with very loving people. I recognize that everything and everyone is energy. And so some of my closest friends, my bestest friends in this planet are actually life coaches like myself. We are volunteer life coaches, meaning we're doing this for free. I've been serving as a volunteer life coach actually for around 10 years now. And so when I came back after my grieving phase, I felt that I was more empathetic. I had more clarity, and it was also like I was coming from deep compassion because basically when when we go through something, it either breaks us or it actually builds us. And in my particular case, I basically life coach myself through the whole grief process, and I told myself that I'm gonna use this to be able to love more, to serve more. And basically what happened was that I've come to realize that despite the differences that we have, we are actually all very, very deeply connected. And human needs are actually universal, no? What do we want? We actually just want to be safe. We just want to be seen. We just want to be heard. We just want to be appreciated. We just want to be loved, to belong, and to grow, to be challenged. And so I think the world that we live in right now, we feel like we are very different from each other. We feel like we're separated from each other. But what I've come to realize is that we're actually the same. We're actually very, very deeply connected, so much more than we can ever realize. So aside from life coaching, because I said nga, I'm gonna work. I'm gonna work really well, but I said I will also love very hard. I will also serve very deeply. So aside from the life coaching community, I also continued building a forest in Iriga. So we actually, me and my friends, we were able to co-create with nature around 2,000 indigenous trees. And my goal there really was just to give back to the planet, because we have been. Okay. So this is actually my father's land in Iriga, and really the goal here is it's a place to give back to nature, because nature has been giving us so much, and so what do we give it in return? And I think we planted over around 2,000 indigenous trees, and for me this is like something that I will be pamana ko na to sa planet Earth, ganon siya. And we continue to build. As a matter of fact, when I go back in 2 months' time, we plan to continue building trees here. Okay, aside from that, we also have a Jelle Bas Scholarship Foundation, and we have helped around 50 ITA students. No, we've helped around 23 high school graduates and 11 college graduates already. So maybe you ask, no, bakit ba ITAS? Because number one, it is not sexy. Environment is sexy and everything. But I'm thinking, alin yung hindi napapansin? And saan ba ako galing, no? So I said, oh, it's in Iriga, and the indigenous people of Iriga, and actually the Philippines, are the ITAS. And I said, I don't need to look far, and the people to help are actually right here in my hometown. And so we started this foundation. It's already around 6 years, and we continue to grow thanks to the support of our friends. Actually, mga friends ko ang mga tumutulong dito. Also, the 3-year pandemic was a real game changer. We were doing work from everywhere, from anywhere. But last year, we decided to create a new home for our office, and even the design of the office, I don't have a photo of this, but I wanted to make sure that it felt safe. We're coming out from the pandemic, and ano ba yung importante, di ba? The pandemic made us feel very unsafe. And so I wanted the office to feel very safe. I wanted to feel warm, inclusive, compassionate, and such that people can actually excel and be joyful. No, we've also planted seeds for Rad Manila to be able to expand globally. And the thing is, when people ask, what is my life purpose? What is the meaning of life, etc., I feel that we don't need to look very far. We can actually start from where we are. Diba? Parang right here, right now is actually where we can serve. And so I started also in my own company. And we do the things not for money, but for the sheer joy of being able to play and grow. And money or revenue is actually just a byproduct of us being able to do, being able to put our heart into the work that we do. And because of this shift in our focus, the last 3 years have actually been some of the most profitable for our company. And so as a business person, while profit is very important, it is also important to focus on people, no, and really care for them. Yon. Okay. And also now in my industry, we help build brands, build businesses, encourage our audience to buy a particular soap of shirt or shampoo, etc. This industry actually has the power to shape and influence the minds of the Filipino people. And so the challenge that I actually tell my board of trustees in the PANA Foundation is, what are we using this power for exactly? Are we actually happy with where we are right now in this country and this planet? And I actually said, kung talagang napakagaling natin, bakit ganito yung kalagayan ng bansa natin, ng planeta natin, di ba? And so my way of life now has really been, helping influence decision makers and people who can actually help, no? All right. So, actually, mahaba-haba pa ito, but in the interest of time, we want to close this. And in closing, what I want to say, basically, is that there is a deep need for compassion to be part of our way of life. And we actually can start from where we are. We don't have to look far. All we need to do is basically just look at our own talents, look at our own circle. Hindi kinakailangang masyadong malalim. Pwedeng mag-umpisa kung saan tayo, exactly with our own unique experiences, and it's really about time to think of the collective, of the community, instead of just us thinking about ourselves. And it can start with your business, your family, your community, your organization. Because if we are to survive as a species, we actually need to look out for each other. And people say save the planet, etc. But the thing is, the planet needs no saving. It is us, the human species, that needs to be saved. And we need to be saved from our own egos, our own selfishness, and our own idea of separation. And so my call, really, my invitation is for us to move, no, from me to we, and really start that revolution, from our heart to the family, to the community, and hopefully to the whole country and the whole planet. Thank you.
Proud of you, and you are truly inspirational. I really like what you said about, it's actually a reminder for all of us that there's a need for compassion to be part of our daily lives. Because at the end of our lives, actually, we cannot bring anything to the second life, right? And whatever we're working for right now, hindi natin madadala yon. And let's focus on what is essential in this lifetime.
Wow, exactly. I was I was already tearing up earlier, holding back my emotions. But yeah, that's resilience for you, and really just having the empathy and compassion. Napakataas ng empathy. Sinabi nga ni
Yes.
Gigi kanina, right?
Yeah. Very
Right.
beautiful title.
Yeah. From me to be. Are you ready for our final speaker for tonight? Our 22nd speaker.
We made it.
We made it. We made it. We made it.
Made it, Ange.
Her name is none other than Michelle Aventajado. She is a Filipino American whose exceptional dedication to advocating for individuals with abilities spans over 3 decades. Her journey in disability advocacy began over 35 years ago with a fervent commitment to volunteering and supporting individuals with disabilities in both the United States and in the Philippines. Her early involvement with Best Buddies Philippines in 2014 marked the beginning of her impactful contributions. As one of the program's first trained volunteers, Michelle quickly rose to prominence, assuming leadership roles and garnering accolades for her outstanding achievements. Throughout her tenure with BBP, Michelle's leadership has been nothing short of transformative. From receiving the prestigious BBI Mother of the Year award in 2017 to her recognition with the Senia Advocacy Award in Japan, Michelle's unwavering dedication has been consistently recognized and celebrated. Under her guidance, BBP has flourished, expanding its reach from 2 friendship chapters and 2 ambassadors to an impressive network of 19 chapters and 32 ambassadors by 2023. Michelle's resilience and adaptability were particularly evident during the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. In response to prolonged lockdowns and social distancing measures, she conceptualized, mounted, and executed over 100 virtual opportunities, effectively addressing social isolation for event participants. Her innovative approach not only sustained BBP through turbulent times, but also facilitated its growth and expansion, even into remote provinces like Leyte and Samar. Beyond her role with BBP, Michelle's collaborative spirit and extensive network have made her a respected figure in the nonprofit sector. She has cultivated partnerships with other nonprofits, fostering a culture of cooperation and shared purpose. She has served as an advisory board member for the Center for Inclusive Education at De La Salle College of St. Benilde and is a board member for the Center for Possibilities. Michelle embodies the values of service, compassion, and advocacy that are central to building a community that continuously breaks down barriers and furthers inclusion for individuals with intellectual and developmental diversities. Ladies and gentlemen, with her speech entitled Choose to Include the Best Buddies Philippines, let's give a warm welcome for Michelle Aventajado.
Thank you so much. I know that introduction was a bit longer than others, and it's been a long day. Everybody here has been so amazing. The different women who have come before me and talked and shared their stories, incredible stories, incredible impact, and of course, incredible women. So I'm really excited to share some slides with all of you, a little bit about Best Buddies and maybe the state of disability here in the Philippines and why I chose to get involved the way that I did. So I can share as soon as we are ready. I'm so excited to meet some of the other women the Apple has put together. I've seen some of their presentations, and of course, we're ready to share those slides, guys, whenever you are. And I've gotten to meet some of them here in person. I know some of them are signing in from the United States, from Australia, from all over the country, Siargao, CDO. So, okay. Okay. All right. See, I seem to have been there.
Begin with us. Stay in with us. Make any floor a dance floor with us. Be smooth with us. Groove with us. Date night is a great night with us. Be you with us. Barefoot with us.
We should mute first, no? Yes, okay. And we're back. We're back and we're here. And yes, it's been a long day, but everybody has been so amazing. And I'm excited to share my slides for how you can choose to include with Best Buddies Philippines. We've heard so many stories about the women who've come before me, the 21 amazing women who shared parts of their stories, women who built million-dollar businesses out of their garages, women who are fighting for peace in areas that desperately need it, women who have come and conquered loss and conquered challenges that so many of us have faced, but shared all of those vulnerabilities so that all of you can also learn from their stories as well. I think that's one thing that Global Women Who Rule has done, is brought us all together, tying this thread of womanhood and accomplishment and celebrating all of it together. So with that, I think it's really important that we talk about our worldview and that we talk about how, where we came from, or how our childhood shaped us, or how the women around us showed us what it was to be a lady, to be a woman, to be a powerhouse, to be successful. And I think I would be remiss if I did not talk about the women who came before me, the women whose shoulders I stand upon. My grandmother, my Filipina grandmother, who migrated to the United States, my Italian American grandmother, who left an abusive relationship at a time where that wasn't done. My mother, my own mother, my sisters, who were all amazing, advocating for individuals of all different abilities, and of course, even for democracy. It's very important that we realize what shapes our worldview. And when we look at that and we look at the girls that we're raising, I think we have a responsibility as women to make sure that the women who are coming after us understand what that means. If we look at how social media has shaped so much of what we do, we're in an event right now, we're celebrating #digital4good. So we're using this opportunity to share the wonderful things that we're doing and share the impact that we're creating. But if we're not careful, the women who will come after us may have a warped sense of body image. They may have unrealistic standards that they would have to live up to. They may also find it difficult to keep up with these unrealistic expectations. But if we use digital and technology and we take what we learn and give these young women access to resources and give them the agency to define and act on their goals, while of course empowering them to be the best versions of themselves. So my journey began in the United States. I was born and bred in New York, but I very much identified as a Filipina American. And there on the left of your screen, if you see, that was me as a junior in high school, starting to volunteer, taking our Interact Club and volunteering in different art homes where individuals with disabilities live. And then taking that a step further when I finally moved to the Philippines in 2006 and teaching yoga and finding that individuals with disabilities benefited from the practice of yoga 100 times more than we did. If I was volunteering all this time for years and years and years in different capacities in the community that serves disabled people, it wasn't until the birth of my fourth child Evangelina, who is at her dance right now, her prom. Hi, Jelly. That I understood what it meant to advocate for someone who could be left out of society, for someone who didn't have the same rights, simply because she had an extra chromosome and was born with Down syndrome. That's when I knew that I needed to take what I had learned before and how God had prepared me to advocate for her and for individuals like her. So this is where I decided I needed to know how to advocate for individuals like her. I needed to be better. Thank you. I needed to be better. I needed to be mindful. I needed to stand in that power, not just for her, but for all the other individuals like her. So what does it mean to be an advocate? If my volunteerism before made me feel good because I was teaching yoga, or gave me an opportunity to spend time with individuals who I wouldn't have normally spent time with, being an advocate helped me realize that I needed to stand up and break down barriers and look at systemic change so that individuals like her would be included in all facets of society. So if we look at the World Health Organization statistics for individuals with disability, we understand and we know that 16% of the world's population lives with a disability. But according to our last census, this study done in 2010, 1.4 million individuals with Filipinos are living with a disability. We have about 115 million people living in the Philippines. Why is it that our recording of people with disabilities only accounts for 1% of our population? If individuals with disabilities aren't even being counted, how are they being included in society? Let's look at education, because if we look at education, we know that this is a woman's gateway. This is her key to uplifting herself. This is a key for her to creating a better life for herself, her family, and anyone who comes after her. If we look at the state of education here now, in a SPED classroom, there are 60 students to one teacher. This is not even taking into consideration the diverse population that would be in that classroom, but 60 students to one teacher. How are we equipping our students? This is why Best Buddies and the work that we do is so important. We piggyback on the education system, but we create social opportunities through one-to-one friendship. We match individuals according to age, interest, and gender. And we do this to create an opportunity for everybody to be included. We also have leadership development, where individuals are given their voice. They are given the opportunity to train, to learn how to speak up for themselves, to give others opportunities as well, to inspire through sharing their stories. Integrated employment is a program that we just launched. And through this program, we're going to be able to empower individuals to support themselves, earn a fair day's pay for a fair day's wage. And through Uni's Buddies, we can actually support families, mothers, fathers, whole families for newly diagnosed individuals. So what do we do? Best Buddies. So our next slide shows that we advocate for the following SDGs. This is where SDG 10, where we reduce inequalities, SDG 8, providing decent work and economic growth for individuals. And of course, SDG 1, individuals with disabilities are actually less likely to pull themselves out of poverty because they are not given the same opportunities that we are. Friendship and leadership together create opportunities for events like this, where high school students from BSM or Best Buddies BSM chapter put together a partnership with Banana Peel, furthering inclusion through leadership opportunities and friendship opportunities, where people in the community came out to support a portion of every pair of slides that is purchased will fund our programs directly. Well, we've heard so many women's stories. We've heard women from all walks of life and from all different countries. I think it's even more important to make sure that we give a seat at the table for individuals like Clara, who works at South Star Drug, like Ida, who works at Lost, like Jessica, who is a teacher, an assistant teacher in the Vanguard Academy, where my daughter goes to school. And even like Angela, whose story allowed her the opportunity to learn 3 different languages and support deaf employees where she was working. If we look at our Philippine corporate partners, we can celebrate inclusion in all the different ways that they can come to the table and support our efforts, whether it's through offering trainings, spaces, and of course, even coming together as a friend to support others. This is what our jobs program looks like. Supported employment succeeds. It's good for the individual, it's good for the company, and it's good for the bottom line. So together with all of the support that we've had, maybe from some of the support that you guys want to throw our way as well, all the Filipinas around the world who are coming together to celebrate global women who rule and all the impact that we're creating. This level of inclusion offers opportunities for accessibility, for our buddies to upskill both soft and hard. We support them through interactive participation where everybody can be part, because inclusion needs us, but it starts with I. And even Gigi said earlier, you can start with yourself. This last video, and then I will wrap up because I know that we're short on time and it's the end of the day. This shows you what can happen when individuals with disabilities are valued for what they can bring to the table and given a place to shine.
Hi everyone. So for today's session, we had a really fun, great, and productive one. So we went through the application process and also going through it on LinkedIn. So we taught all of our buddies how to use LinkedIn effectively. And of course, the best part of today is the job fair. So we had partners from South Star Drug, Bayer Philippines, Best Buddies Philippines, help all of our buddies go through a job fair, share their resume, and of course, introduce themselves so that they can find a job.
With your interests and skills, you can seek feedback from other people. So your mentors are excellent individuals that can talk to you about what your strengths are and where are some areas that you can grow and improve.
I'm Lorenzo Jose Cruz. My name is Kit Randolphy. My name is Patrick Daza.
Hi, my name is Elias Akaba, a junior college student currently taking up music production at College of St. Benito.
I was actually surprised that participants of Best Buddies are very active. They were very participative. They're very eager to look for a job. So I hope that more companies like us will also open to employ them, to give them an equal opportunities for everybody.
Actually, our company already approves hiring more PWDs this year. And also, we are encouraging our partners and our suppliers to hire PWD employees.
People with IDD have a big contribution to the community. It will give us more expansion of our talent pool, and definitely it will inspire other colleagues for a better productivity and performance.
Aspiration is to live in a culture where everyone is valued and enabled to be.
As co-lead of Enable BRG for Bayer Philippines, I'm giving my 200% dedication and commitment to further enhancing our accessibility and reasonable accommodations in the workplace.
What I can say is that I truly
truly admire their zest for life and their excitement to join the corporate world, the workforce, to be able to once again offer their skill set, their talent, their expertise. And to me, that opportunity is such a gift to interact with them and to actually meet them. It was a humbling experience.
So I would really like to invite everyone to go ahead and scan that QR code, give our Facebook page a follow. If you would like to volunteer, join our efforts, be a buddy, or maybe just come and learn more about what we can do together to further inclusion here in the Philippines, go ahead and drop us a message. Thank you so much, Apple, and all of the women and the Prod team that has made today possible. Thank you and congratulations, Global Women Who Rule 2024.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, 22 lovely speakers for tonight. And I won't longer do a recap, Kathy, because we've said a mouthful the rest of the evening. But I just want to give a special shout out once again to the lovely women in my life. My mom, Tech, my sister, Sasa, my sister-in-law, Mara, of course, Mommy Cora, my partner, Diane, and her sisters, Ate Danica and Dana. Thank you so much to all of you lovely women. And speaking of lovely, why don't we announce the lovely winners of our social
Thank you
media?
for participating, guys.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thank you. And as promised, we will give you prizes, and our TNC staff will get in touch with you via Messenger.
Yep.
Go ahead.
All right. So I would like to say a big congratulations to Janice Haen, Marian Lee, and Yuri Lee Pao Pao. Thank you so much for joining our
thank
mini
you.
contest. I also forgot my best friend, Selena Rama. And my other best friend, Mac, and my best friend up in heaven, Mikey. This is for you. Over to you, Kathy.
Thank you. Si Ange, nako, kanina pa yan, nagsashed ng tear. Yeah, thank you so much for TNC. Thank you so much to Miss Apple also for giving, well, me, it's my first time to host GWWR, and it's a front seat ticket to these amazing women, and it's in this wonderful event as well. And we'd like to leave you with this verse. As you've seen, there were so many stories of beautiful women, and each one of us, we have our own race. You know, our lives are, we are the only ones who are perfect for our race. This verse in the Bible says, Hebrews 12:1, therefore, since we are surrounded by so great a cloud of witnesses, let us also lay aside every weight and sin which clings so closely, and let us run with endurance the race that is set before us, so that by the end of our lives, the Lord will tell us, well done, good and faithful servant.
There you have it. This has been your host, Angie, from the new channel.
And this is Kathy as well, Kathy Solis Davila. Thank you for watching.
Over to you, Miss Apple.
Thank you so much, Ange and Kathy. Woo! It's been what? 7 hours. We did promise you that it's going to be 7 hours anyway. Our hearts are full. What an amazing long day for all of us. I can hear them shouting already. Thank you everyone who are here at the studio, and thank you everyone who joined us online. And thank you to all those who are still watching. Of course, maraming salamat to our 22 wonderful, amazing Global Women Who Rule speakers today. You have really, truly touched our hearts. Thank you to those who have stayed today. So, of course, Architect Lvan, Joyce Garcia, Kate Hancock, Reza Rasco, USEC Attorney Giselle Sige, Antonet, Adaune, Direct, thank you. Miss Rhoda Castro, November, Caneso, Yo, thank you so much. Salve Dupo, thank you so much. Colleen Daval, Palaganas. Attorney Joe Fernandez, thank you so much. Dr. Andel Herrera, thank you. Cherry Ailano, thank you. Dr. Dafodil Gara, thank you. Michelle Cordo Garcia, Attorney Elaine Bordo, Gigi Directo, Hany Osman, thank you. Rosana Leonado, Cari Fronteras, Gigi and of course, our beneficiary partner for this year, Michelle Aventajado of Best Bodies Philippines. Our past Global Women Who Rule Sisters and Global Women Who Rule 2023 jury, thank you so much to our wonderful hosts. Also, Kathy Solis Davila, and thank you to El Juan, thank you to John Arceo, thank you to Carmi De Leon, and maraming salamat, Ange, for holding my hand, doing Global Women Who Rule from the very beginning to this day, and hosting it. This event would not be possible without the event sponsors, so thank you po for all of you. Of course, big shout out to the entire team of Puzzle Box BPO Inc. I want to name them one by one. But thank you guys to all our trainees, to all the staff, to all our volunteers, of course, are the new channels, the new channel team. Thank you so much also for your efforts in not only on your day-to-day task, but most especially in preparation for this event and actually last year's event, last week's event, which is me and Mom, which is also just as equally important and equally special for all of us. Of course, those two companies that I operate with my husband are the producers of this show, and I'm really looking forward that in the next year, there will be more partners and there will be more sponsors. In the meantime, I'd like to also shout out to all the media partners this year. Of course, we have Print PH, Be an Inquirer, Pop, CDN Digital, Cebu Daily News, Scout, Inquirer.net. Maraming salamat po sa tiwala ninyo, the Philippine Daily Inquirer team. Maraming salamat. Our ever reliable print partner, the Manila Times, thank you also for your unending support to the Global Women Who Rule for the past 4 years. The Asian Parent, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lakar. I really hope that I won't be able to forget our partners this year. And for the past years, Asian Parent has also been very helpful and very supportive of Global Women Who Rule. Thank you so much to When in Manila, our new partner this year. Our publicity partners, I want to give a big shout out to the Outcome Inc. team. Thank you, Michelle, JJ, and Mina for always accommodating and gifting our advocacy with your publicity all over the Philippines. Thank you so much to Easy Entertainment Media for putting our advocacy, our faces in the New York City billboard. And of course, thank you so much to Globaltronics and for the 5 billboards that are still going to be up and running for the next 2 weeks all over Metro Manila and the South. So, panoorin nyo pa rin po yung mga mukha namin dyan at sana po ay ma-ignite sa inyo kung ano man yung message that we want to impart for today. Our event partners and donors, of course, are also as equally important because this event would not be possible without their help. Spark It, Nicole, and Cara, thank you so much for always supporting. I really appreciate your support and your financial support, most especially. Barefoot Wine, thank you so much, Adel. These are my friends and my family from CICP. With just one message, they continue to support us year on year kahit walang letter. They really just tell that they will support. So thank you so much, Cara and Adel. My daily collagen, ito talaga, every month they send me something. Hindi lang ako yung natutulungan, pati yung mga parents ko. So nabibigyan sa lab. Please try them out. Thank you so much, Jay, and thank you so much, Miss Anna, for always supporting all the advocacy programs of the new channel, not just Global Women Who Rule. Uniform Solutions, thank you po sa lahat ng pinuntahan ko. ever since I became a business owner, my t-shirt of Puzzle Box is still with me for the past 10 years at nakarating na po yun sa lahat ng sulok ng mundo at Unisol lang may gawa nun. So I hope that you continue to support us, and I also hope that those who are supporting me will also support them because they are homegrown business all the way from Cebu, and they send their shirts here, very nice shirts that made it to different places also all over the country. HFSE Global Education Group, of course, Miss Nina, thank you so much. Potsi, thank you. And to the entire team, my entire team in Singapore, thank you so much for supporting financially, and of course, pati yung moral support. Salamat sa inyo because I know you're also the one sharing all the live streams of TNC and even the event today. There's still so many people watching us, and I really hope that everything that we have done here has inspired you. Thank you so much to Herrera Wellness Group. Of course, this is headed by Dr. Nabi kanina, who's also one of our speakers this year. BLK Cosmetics, thank you so much to you guys. We look forward to working long-term with you. Thank you so much, Jan, for paving the way and making that possible. Thank you also to McDonald's, Miss Margot, and to the entire team. Thank you for supporting. Ito yung mga tao na hindi ko talaga kailangan sulatan. Message away, maraming salamat. Lorraine Institute by Ellie Laura, lahat magpapaganda, and she will also be helping all of us to have some projects for Global Women Who Rule that's going to be part of our program for this year. Base Camp by Power Mac Center, thank you so much. Ms. Maleng of Global Women Who Rule also, and they will also conduct some very good programs for Global Women Who Rule in the coming months. Piccadilly, Chocolates, Quanta, Tiffany, thank you so much to Danica and to the entire team who came here, was always giving us so many stuff to be given away to other people also. Thank you to Cicatricure, Aseptia, Tio Nacho. These are all organic products that they're also distributing. I hope that you also look forward to using the products that I'm personally using and are also supporting the advocacies that I'm doing. Blue Moon, thank you so much for our drinks today. Please check them out. They are available in Lipa. They have a very nice bar in Lipa. Thank you so much, Sean of TNC, for supporting. Of course, Ernesto by Barber Boy, Private Pop Avenue, Obra Abra. Patuloy po nating tulungan ng ating mga kababayan na nasa norte. Magpagawa tayo sa kanila. Suportahan po natin sila. At pati po yung mga kababayan natin na nasa Marawi. Tulungan po natin sila. Thank you so much to Expert Tours Corporation. Thank you, Ana Manansala, for helping us all the time. Thank you to Sunny Castle. Ito po talagang ibang klase ang ginawang transformation. All the fresh, all the looking fresh flowers that you're seeing in our screen and all over the place here in our studio are actually care of them. And take note, I met them online. So indeed, digital only for good. Thank you so much to thank you also to Kusina ni Ateng for giving us peanuts. I don't know where are the peanuts. Why are we not feeding the peanuts? So congratulations to those who stayed because they will get it and they will have it later. Thank you so much to Royal Blooms. I hope I didn't miss out on anyone. Hang on a sec. So thank you so much to So thank you so much to Royal Bloom also who have been supporting us ever since 2021. Yung mga bouquet and flowers, ibang level po kami magpa-sponsor, 30. So maraming salamat. I'd like to also comment. Ayan, ipakita natin to. Ipakita natin yung screen. So thank you so much, Style by Miles. And of course, si Erica of Happy Sandcastle. What's their name again? Sorry. Okay, so thank you to Style My Miles kasi itong set na to, I talked to her about it and she transformed what I've envisioned for this. So yung mga nagme-message sa akin na nagsasabi na napakaganda niya, thank you so much, Miles Africa of Me and Mom, for making this vision into reality. Sunny Castle, si Miss Erica, thank you also for putting the flowers na pinili ko lang online pero talagang transform niya yung yung set natin and the whole place into really something that's magical. Yasin's Cosmetics has always been very supportive also. Of course, thank you to Kathy for also supporting them all the time. Soul Skin by Pure Angels, ito po yung gumagawa ng exclusive beauty care products namin ng Ernesto by Barber Boy. Thank you so much, Ange, Tan, for that. Photoman, you know, my partner who has been with me for the past 20 years, I'd say. No, they provide very nice photos, documentation for all your events. Please check them out online or let me know. I will give you their number. Thank you so much, Carlo, my dear friend, for always supporting. Shadrach.co for supporting me, mom, and also all the other projects that I have. JDJ Lights, thank you so much. And also to our caterer, thank you so much, Arnold. Big Boss yung name nila. I think I can also give the number of Arnold if you want to help them. Our sincere thanks to the following donors who really made this event possible kasi hindi ko po talaga kayang i-produce lahat ito. Imagine 8-hour show, tama ba? Mapuputol na ba ako sa stream? So, imagine niyo po kung gaano kahirap ito at gaano siya kagastos din at the same time. So, thank you so much, Abby Asistio, for even gifting us a song. Ilalabas po namin yan. Maraming salamat, Abby. To this following people also who not only give their talents but really financial support for Global Women Who Rule for this year. Shamir, every year yan. Maraming salamat, sis. Talagang yung friendship natin, excited akong i-announce yung mga i-announce mo. Miss Carmi, I know you're not here. You missed out on something but we'll catch up. Thank you so much to my dear friends. Sabi ng asawa ko, ngayon ko daw napatunayan kung sino talaga yung mga tunay kong kaibigan. Kasi if people will not, if these people will look at you as someone who can finance everything that you have in the world, then maybe they're not really your friends. But these people, just one text away, I said, I need to produce something, help me. And Pato, thank you so much. Baka yun nila magpa-announce, pero gusto ko silang pasalamatan. Binky, Dio Navarro, thank you so much, Binks. Doc Marivic, Mercadal from Global Women Rule also. Attorney Sheila San Diego, thank you so much. Tita Bombit at Tita Doctora Cynthia Gomez. Tita Bombit, thank you so much. Julie Santiago, thank you so much. Prue, thank you. Jennifer Nuya of TNC, thank you, Jen, for supporting. Tita Nympha Eduardo, thank you. My very good friend, my best friend, Potsi, thank you so much. Erica Sanchez of Global Women Who Rule also in RMN, thank you. My dear friend, again, Jane Garcia, thank you so much. Janet Ortega, thank you so much. And John Arceo, thank you so much. If without your donations, I don't think I'll be able to pull through all of this. So maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. If you were surprised and if you like the website development that we did for Global Women Who Rule, that's thanks to Lay Ermitaño, who's working with us. And thanks also to the team of Puzzle Box, because right at this very moment, if you go to the newchannel.com, you can actually watch this. Tomorrow, isipin pa namin, baka hindi na. But if you have the time and you want to know more about the things that we're doing on TNC, please log on to our website. We're really putting so many things that are new to all of us there. Again, I'd like to thank the whole team of Puzzle Box. Nasaan ba sila? Nakikinig ba sila? Di pa rin sila kumain katulad ko for the last 7-8 hours. Thank you so much to all of you guys. And that includes all our photographers. I won't name you. Baka may makalimutan ako. Kung kaya ko, but I will make a post about this for sure. But alam nyo yan, kahit na anong mangyari, ayan, na tinatasan na nga ako ng last. So, thank you once again to everyone, to the community of Best Bodies PH. I look forward to doing so many things with all of you this year. I encourage all the Global Women Who Rule this year to support them as well and to support all the projects of our other partners in the past year. So if you can, send them GCash, buy the products that they're selling because it will really go a long way. Thank you to my siblings, hindi ko na daw isa-isahin, to my relatives, my parents, my in-laws, my friends who messaged me. Maraming salamat po. At ginagawa ko to make all of you proud. Thank you to my son, Andre, for keeping up with my schedule. Thank you to my Erwin for everything. And I hope that you will also continue to support the things that we're doing together, such as Puzzle Box and TNC. So thank you to all of you for trusting me, for trusting all of us from the bottom of my happy and happy heart, but with tired feet. Together with the growing Global Women Who Rule community. Imagine, after 4 years, we're already 80. Maraming salamat po sa lahat ng nagpalit ng pink walls. Wag po kayong magsawang gawin yan every year with all of us. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. At ang sabi ko nga kanina, today is just the beginning. There's still so many things that we look forward to seeing in the next Global Women Who Rule. So I look forward to really sincerely seeing all of you in the next #Global Women Who Rule 2025. Remember to celebrate being a woman every day. Wear that, live that, because at the end of the day, if we all want to be part of the change, we have to be the change. To God be all the glory. This is Apple Mansala from the new channel and Global Women Who Rule, signing off. Thank you so much. To God be all the glory.
Compress. Come on. Yeah. Yes.
Yan, naririnig. So, yan. Thank you so much. So,
Thank
kung
you.
ililipat yung direct yun, pwede akong pumunta doon.
Okay.
Ayan, sige, lilipat ako. Yay!
Ay, parang laptop.
Yeah.
Or side view. But
Side view, everybody, compress.
Bye!
Kulang.
Kulang pa.
Yeah.
there.
There you go. Thank you so much. Bye!
Thank you.
Begin with us. Stay in with us. Make any floor a dance floor with us. Be smooth with us. Groove with us. Date night is a great night with us. Be you with us. Barefoot with us. Begin with us. Stay in with us. Make any floor dance floor with us. Be smooth with us. Groove with us. Date night is a great night with us. Be you with us. Barefoot with us.